Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
We are back with Twin Peaks: The Return, Part 7.
Woo!
And I still don't know what's going on.
Nobody does.
There's so much story here.
Oh my God.
There's stories within stories.
It's overwhelming. It's
Stories
exhausting.
on top of stories.
It's impenetrable. It's a lot of stories.
Stories in this universe, stories in another universe.
Other universes.
Stories in dreams.
Stories in certain timelines. Stories in other timelines.
Are there stories in other timelines?
No, but maybe.
We'll get to that. I was very happy to see that little detail that you brought up about the key.
I did, yes.
So we'll get there and see what it reveals about what's happening here.
A revelation, perhaps it's not.
Or
we never know anything for sure, but we know everything in our hearts.
In our hearts have all the answers. That's what we know. And our dreams let us access those answers.
Exactly.
It's our waking mind that gets in the way.
Yeah.
And wants everything explained.
We should all just go to sleep now.
Let's just go
to sleep. We'll
understand
better.
You know, how come no one's doing a sleep podcast?
That's a good point.
We'll just record ourselves and then go to sleep, and we'll have the best conversation about the show ever.
So insightful, so intuitive.
Yeah. Let's take it out the talking. That's what's getting in the way of communicating, I think, is this verbiage.
Too much verbiage.
Turn down the verbiage. So, I mean, another great, crazy episode. We get we come back to... Diane meeting Mr. C. And one of the things I was really surprised about was just how, the structure of this episode and how linear and sort of front-loaded that Mr. C. Diane stuff was. Because I thought, they were going to maybe piecemeal that out throughout the episode or throughout the part. Or, maybe we'll get one or two scenes about that and then we'll come back in the next part, I was a little surprised to get this whole kind of sequence of, Diane coming and then his whole escape out of there.
You're right, actually. This part, as opposed to some of the other parts, I have to watch myself. You
got to put a quarter in the episode jar every time you say episode.
Exactly. It's such a habit. But compared to some of the other parts, this one, for the most part, I mean, there's small exceptions to this, but for the most part, each storyline proceeds, from, beginning to end. I mean, it doesn't reach the end of the story overall, but it has kind of a beginning and an end. And it runs all the way through and then goes to the next one.
Yeah.
And then that runs and then goes to the next one. And so it is very linear in that way.
Yeah, definitely. which is kind of strange because they have been doing cross-cutting of stories this whole time. And
a lot more one-off stuff, happening in the earlier parts. They would just randomly cut away to whatever and then, come back. So it was I've seen a lot of people say this, online and podcasts and stuff that in a way this episode felt a bit more like an old Twin Peaks episode, just in the way it's kind of accessible.
I'll buy that. Well, it helps that it's about Laura Palmer.
And
starts out with a little bit of that.
There's a lot of Twin Peaks stuff too.
You've got the other Sheriff Truman investigating, and I'll buy that. It's that extended sequence at the Roadhouse. We got more, some more Great Northern stuff. So they were hitting those landmark sets and locations, and I'll buy that.
Exactly.
And Yankton Federal Prison, as we all remember from the original series. Oh no, maybe that one didn't count. I feel like Yankton, it has to be. That sounds like I know it's a real place, but that sounds like a made up name.
It does. They just it's some kind of I don't know, some kind of weird stereotype. It's the North, so let's call it Yankton.
Yeah. Where did the Yankees live? In Yankton. Yeah. Or they'll yank your chain all the time because they're Yankees. But yeah, so much good stuff in this episode. Again, this is the only show. Sorry, I said episode. This is the only show where I know it hurts our hearts. It's the only show where literally as I'm watching it, I'm saying anything can happen, anything can happen, anything can, in those like tense moments, and it's true. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
An evolution of an arm can pop out of concrete. And
who knew that was possible?
And give weird instructions on how to subdue the attacker.
God. The weirdest,
the strangest.
The fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the evolution of the arm isn't going to show up and give like normal advice,
right?
Right. I guess it would have to be a little strange, somehow fitting, but yeah, I mean,
follow your heart, be true to yourself,
look within to find the answers. Now I'm figuring the evolution of the arm is just David Lynch. Is that
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. The arm tells Cooper to fix his arm or die. Fix his heart or die. Yeah.
Fix your arm.
Yeah, fix your arm. Yeah. Oh wow. And the Great Northern stuff. I swear, one of the I mean, I don't think there's any way this series can end, and I don't like it. I really, just even if the rest from here on out is just horrible in a way that is likely impossible. I've enjoyed the experience so much, but I gotta say, if they actually do circle back and deal with Josie's death / trapping in the tree, it's just gonna be an extra level of awesomeness. I mean, it's just the thing you just never thought you'd ever get another part of that story for the last 25 years or whatever. So. And even when the season started, I didn't necessarily think they were gonna get back to that. But I swear, if not only do they address it, and we have some characters learn that she actually is trapped in the wood in the northern, that's great. But if they actually rescue her somehow, that would that's 2 stars. This is turning into Star Search. 3.25 star if somehow Harry finds out, because one of the things that's been really interesting is having, even though the actor isn't on the show, presumably, because he retired from acting, but they've had him on phone calls. So I'm wondering if that's part of the reason is they're gonna like tie that together and have somebody tell Harry that when Josie died, she got trapped in this thing, and I am holding out hope against hope that Michael Ontkean decided to do like one scene or something on Skype, maybe.
Yeah.
And we'll get something of him in the hospital. Maybe he's like, okay, I'm not gonna act in a whole scene, but I'll do one little thing or something.
Right.
That'd be awesome. But yeah, that was really exciting to me. Dealing with this noise coming from the wood.
Yeah, so having Harry like still alive but off screen, and the new Sheriff Truman like calls him and then Skypes with Doc Hayward, like it just seems like such a tease, that the possibility is there to have Harry on and Skype.
Yep.
And I question the decision to do that. I mean, what you're saying is interesting because I really wonder what the thinking was. Because, like, okay, for example, like, I think that, if you watch the original series, Pete and Andrew Packard, who was still alive, spoiler alert.
What?
Yeah. And Audrey Horne. And, yeah, I know, right? And Del Mibler and the other bank employees, they're all involved in this bank explosion. And, I think realistically, like, you know how TV shows work. I mean, there's certain, they might want to kill characters or whatever. But to me, like, Andrew was the disposable one in that group.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I fully believe that if there had been a season 3, Audrey would have been alive. She is alive in the new series. They pretty much confirmed that in this episode.
Yep.
And I think Pete would have been alive too.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine them killing off Pete like that. You know, I feel like he was such a enjoyable character in the original series.
Like wholesome. I mean, like untarnished. He's
sort of like the Hurley in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it feels like you can't kill him.
Yeah, especially in a way that he just doesn't deserve it, you know, and it's not even directed at him, you know. And it was all the he was kind of the eye in the storm, you know. All the craziness was happening around him. You know, Josie is double dealing, and Catherine and all these people around him are, you know, and he's just like working at the mill and secretly pining about Josie every now and then, and that's it. So yeah, I agree. Like, I think Pete would have been in the hospital, but he probably would have recovered, and and that would have been about it. That whole thing, and it's like that shot of Del Midler's glasses, you know, is always so weird because it's like, I guess he's dead. I mean, if it knocked his glasses off his face, you know, and he seemed fairly frail.
Extremely,
it's such a weird, and you're right, because we talked about this before, that idea that that Andrew and Catherine kind of like got caught up in that box, in that puzzle box mystery, they forgot that they were dealing with their nemesis,
their enemy. And why do you think it's a good thing?
He left them something when he died, but like, why did they think it was something valuable? They just, it was like their sort of you know, malaligned nature got the best of them instantly, and they were just like, I must have this thing. This is the best thing. I gotta open this box and get the thing that's mine. And they were like fighting over this thing that they didn't even know what it was, you know. And it's the great last laugh, you know, from Thomas, because because he knew their nature. He knew exactly what they would do.
Yeah.
And in a way, he knew who would find it, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I feel like retroactively makes him a better character.
Mm-hmm.
Just the fact that he had that kind of planning, like, I'll leave them a puzzle box and they won't be able to resist this, and they will totally be led to my bomb.
Yeah. What did he think? What did they think he was going to leave them? Like, oh, it's in a safe deposit box. It's in a bank. Oh, it's money, or it's a jewel.
Why would he leave them? I mean, that just makes... That's why I'm saying, like, they were not suspicious enough of what it was, and they were fighting over it. Like, no, it's mine. Like, it's a bomb, you people.
Yeah, like, it's like they were on autopilot from all these years of scheming, you know. And even though they had won and they beat the game that they created for themselves,
right.
They still were they had another game to play, and he was like, yeah, here's the next part of the game. Here's the next level. And I don't even have to be alive to play it, and I'm still gonna win.
Exactly. I mean, that's what's great about it. But basically, what I was gonna say is, like, you know, for the new series, I mean, obviously, you know, Jack Nance, who played Pete, he died off screen. You know, off screen. No, he died. I mean, he died off screen in the show, but he died in real life in the intervening period, like in the 90s. Yeah. And so I feel like they're just saying, you know, and this is really from the book, but I presume this will come up in the series at some point. They're saying that Pete died in the explosion. And I feel like that's, you know, largely because the actor died. Like, I think if they still had him, I think they would have him on the show.
Doc Hayward showed up. I mean, I thought there was no way he was still alive. I was so surprised. Like, when Harry was on the phone with him, and I couldn't really tell if that was really his voice.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you know, I was like, I'm like, did they just get someone who kind of sounded like the actor or something? Like, really? Is this really supposed to be him? And then he's like, hey, I'll prove it. Let's do a Skype call. And that was a weird point anyway, because I'm like, you're already on the phone.
Right.
Why do you need to Skype besides the audience's benefit?
Exactly.
But I was just like, there's no, you know, like I said before, we're so unworthy. You know, we don't deserve any of this. And actor after actor who, you know, are in their like 70s and older, still being able to like be on this show, and I'm just like, and then Doc Hayward, I'm just like, there's no way he's still alive. he was 80 years old in the 90s, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's Warren Frost, Mark Frost's father.
Mm-hmm.
And he did die within a couple of months. Wow. I don't know of the episode. Yeah. So, I mean, he died fairly recently, and the episode was dedicated to him.
Mm-hmm.
So he just barely, like Miguel Ferrer, like Catherine Coulson, like they just barely made it in the new series.
So yeah, it just adds to that sort of meta mystique of this whole 25 years later thing, like them being around just long enough to kind of be a part of this whole big mythic cyclical sort of story that's happening.
Exactly.
Again, all the FBI scenes with Albert, I mean, like, it would be so different if it was some random new character, you know.
He's such a grounding thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, Gordon Cole too, but like it's a connection to the original series because there's no Cooper anymore. Mm-hmm. So like we need characters in the FBI that we know to like make it feel like there's some continuity, you know.
Yeah.
And if it was just down to Gordon Cole and like random other agents, it wouldn't be the same. It's way better to have Albert there.
Yeah, and there's a thing that's kind of what you're just saying. There's a sort of inverse quality to that idea with Cooper missing, that if we're around all these people in places where we usually associate Cooper, we feel his what do you call it?
Absence.
His absence. Yeah, I was like, his missingness.
Yeah,
that's not the word. His absence. Yeah, we feel it. We feel it in a very particular way. You know, when it's Gordon, Albert, and where's Cooper? You know. Yeah. So it's interesting. Make like the fact that they have all these people kind of highlights the fact that Cooper's gone.
And it's sort of like they got to bring Diane because that's another like connection to Cooper. Mm-hmm. You know, that I mean the audience has never seen, but was still like a big part of the original series.
Yeah, and this Diane, unfortunately, is presumably not the Diane from 25 years ago. Something clearly happened, and it reminds me of the kind of Lost, Damon Lindelof Lost thing, where we find the thing they show us this thing for the first time, but we see it in like this broken or different state than what we expected or what they'll show later. So it's weird that we get Diane after all this time, but it's not the Diane from before, and we'll presumably never really see that Diane.
No, I don't think there's any way we can at this point. Mm-hmm. So it's that's all we get. We just have to imagine, I guess, what that Diane would have been like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but overall another great part, and
that's what I was gonna say. Sorry. I was just gonna say that because Jack Nance is dead. I feel like that's a big part of why he's going to be his character is going to be dead. Pete's going to be dead on the new series. Mm-hmm. And so that's what made me wonder about, I know Michael Ontkean's not dead, but if he's, retired from acting and absolutely not going to be in the series, if that's really true, then I wonder why the decision to keep his character alive off screen.
Yep. Like, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Like,
but at the same time, he's like seemingly terminally ill, or he has some serious illness. Mm-hmm. So it's like they're dangling the idea, but are they really going to kill Harry off screen? I mean, you know what I mean? That would be like,
they need a reason why he's not on screen, and that he can't. It's not like he's on vacation. It's got to be something a little more like that prevents him from sort of coming back at any particular time. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. Yeah, the fact that the actor is still alive, so the character's alive on the show, but he's in the hospital. So could he die? Or is he just gonna recover off screen and it'd be like, well, Harry's out of the hospital, he's at home now, but we'll never go there. But yeah, I am hoping it one of the reasons that the character is still alive on the show is that I think one, so his brother can talk to him, about these old cases, right? Like that'll come in handy, I think. Even though in this episode he decided not to bother him with it.
Yeah.
But I do think later, well, there'll be some details that maybe only Harry knows about Cooper or the Palmer case.
Because he was actually around back then.
Exactly.
That's the weird thing about this new Sheriff Truman, like, I mean, I guess presumably he was in Twin Peaks, but since he wasn't involved in the case, like, he doesn't necessarily know,
and
as much information.
He's not bought in like the other characters, right? Because Hawk knows crazy stuff is going on.
Yeah.
Andy, Lucy, they know that there was some weird stuff going on back then. Albert was there, when Leland confesses, and Bob is there, and it's super weird. Yeah. And so, Cole is up for anything happening and trying to figure things out, and so, yeah, it is weird to have Truman, who really should be in the sort of position of the skeptic on all this. So far, he's sort of just going along and not really, trying to call BS on anything.
Right.
But he hasn't really scratched the surface on what's going on yet.
Right.
So I'm curious if he's going to be like willing, sort of, because Harry was a bit of a skeptic. He didn't put up much of a fight. I remember there was a point at which he had enough. But it took a while for him to really be like, no, this is too crazy for me.
He went along with a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah. Mostly, I think he respected Cooper and his detective intuitive skills, and some of the evidence he was seeing was just kind of clear that this stuff was happening.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, and the other thing I was going to say with Harry still being alive is, like I said before, circling back to potentially Josie's story, and I really hope we get an explanation of what happened. Bob showed up and he's like, question. Where did Josie go? Yeah, and it's like, good, Bob. Did you have anything to do with it? Why is the man from another place dancing on the bed with his shoes on? You're not supposed to put your shoes on the bed. Come on, guys. It's just rude. But yeah, I mean that's a huge thing for Harry. He sort of that's when we see Cappy in all those scenes when Harry is like drunk and depressed.
Yep.
And so that was a huge thing for him, So if
that
he
was the most like character focus that he really got in the whole series.
Yeah, you're totally right.
That period.
Mm-hmm.
And I also feel like that period is like it's fairly crucial for like cementing the bond between Harry and Cooper.
Huge.
Because he has to be the one to go in to like talk him down. He's like waving a gun around and he's drinking in the morning or whatever. And
it's very telling that it wasn't any of the Bookhouse boys. It wasn't Hawk. It wasn't Andy. It wasn't Lucy. People who have known him longer. It was Cooper.
Right. Yeah. Exactly, and so to me, like watching the series, that's something that really sets up well the scene from the final episode when he's waiting outside for Cooper.
Oh yeah, it's so
and
great.
Just like giving one-word answers and stuff. Like you have a better sense of the the bond that's formed.
Yeah,
there.
you got this like chain of loyalty and bond. Because you've got Harry waiting for Cooper, but you've got Andy waiting for Harry,
Right.
So you kind of get this whole like hierarchy thing here.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
I wish the actor was on the show because he's another person that, and they got into this with Doc Hayward, the idea that when they saw Cooper, they could tell something was up with him.
Yep.
So it'd be interesting if Harry has any, if they're going to write that Harry had any observations, because he, like we were saying, he knows Cooper, so much better than Doc Hayward does. So
right.
He might have some other things to say.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe they're holding off on that, and either he really will appear for a brief scene and discuss like via Skype or something, or at the very least, Frank Truman will finally like he'll get better or something, or have a recovery period, and Frank will actually tell him some stuff about the case, this stuff about the old case, and ask for his thoughts on it or whatever, and they'll have some way, I guess, of putting that in the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely wish. I think it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because I think in 2015. Michael Onkin like put out a call on the internet trying to see like if anyone knew where his like sheriff's jacket uniform thing was
Oh.
from the original series, like if anyone had that, and everyone thought that meant he was coming back. And so everyone was kind of surprised when it was then later revealed that no, he's retired from acting completely, and he won't be in the new series. You know,
he just wants a cool Halloween costume.
He just exactly. It's like the ultimate. Yeah, so it I don't know if he changed his mind or I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I kind of hope there's like this is like the one bit of casting that's super secret or something. Like I said, like maybe it's one scene and like David Lynch shot it with a small crew or something. You know, they went to Hawaii and shot something with them or whatever or. That's my secret hope is that I'm making public is
yeah
somehow we do get to see him before this series is done.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a nice thing to do. I mean, I think it was a weird decision to release the cast list because it did sort of spoil. You know, some of the old characters who were coming back, you know.
Yeah.
As well as like some famous actors who were going to be in the series. But yeah, I mean, given the secrecy surrounding the project in general, I don't think it's impossible that they held something back from that. But at the same time, it's like I'm not sure. I mean,
yeah.
You know,
it's definitely in the Venn diagram of wishful thinking.
Exactly. Like it could just be like, you know, they're just going to work with what they had.
And that's how David Lynch is. I mean, that's literally what he said about casting. Like, if you don't, that's what his answer was. Like, somebody asked him, you know, if you don't get the cast member you want for a part, are you upset? And he goes, no. If it doesn't work out with who you want, you get other ideas.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
You just get other ideas.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so...
I mean, I think, you know, a huge project like this, the number of people involved, like, if you're not willing to compromise on anything, you'll never do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you have to be willing to go with certain things happening that aren't exactly what you planned or what you were thinking. And so, yeah, I think that's essential. And I think, you know, his way of rolling with stuff like that can create a lot of interesting stuff. You know, I mean, the evolution of the arm is a good example of that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I mean, yeah, what would, you know, we wouldn't have the same depiction of the arm if the actor was still alive. But like, you know, would, you know, in this part, when the evolution of the arm appears out of the ground, I mean, would that have been the man from another place? Probably not. Something else would have happened in that vein. You know, I don't think a little version of him would have been dancing on the ground or like his
I mean, something like that did
ground.
happen in the final episode of this original series. In one of the places in the Red Room, in the Black Lodge, he sees a small version of the little man.
Yeah, I mean, that shot, I could never tell.
And it sort of reminds me of the grandparents, or I guess their parents or whatever, in Mulholland Drive.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take what you're saying. I always thought that shot was weird. I didn't know how, because the perspective is tough to deal with in that, with the floor and everything. I couldn't really tell if he was small or if the camera was just high. You know, is he supposed to be super small? Because they didn't do like they did in Mulholland Drive, where they put the scale in the actual scene, so you could really tell they were small. But yeah, fair point. Something like that did happen.
So I feel like that's a possibility for what they were planning,
but it wouldn't have been. It would have looked different, you know.
It would have looked different, absolutely.
Yeah, and like I don't think his head would have popped out of the ground, and his arms are like flailing, and you know.
Yeah. It plays better this way in my mind, at least. Like with what he's saying and what he's doing, somehow it makes more sense that it's a tree with a.
I totally agree. It's weird and unexpected as it was. It somehow is in line.
Yeah.
And now I'm remembering that the tree was speaking the normal way.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's something,
which is a little weird. Yeah,
that's something to talk about, because
that's a good point.
I didn't really, because Mike, I guess Mike was communicating from the Black Lodge, so his stuff was still backwards. But yeah, that's a thing I didn't know was
sort of like when they
the
come
case.
in the real world, they speak forwards.
Yeah, which is
weird.
The
giant spoke forwards in the real world, and
that's
true. Mike obviously did.
That's true. So, yeah, that's true.
Even Bob.
Yeah.
In those brief moments, we see him in the real world.
Somehow I forgot all that and never put it together that when they're in the real world, they speak the normal way.
Yeah. It's really like a Black Lodge thing to speak like that. And the weird thing about the Black Lodge is that everyone there speaks backwards except Cooper.
Yeah. That was, and my thought was, well, it didn't really work out. Because I was thinking, the spirits obviously make sense that they speak backwards because they're from that place or whatever. But yeah, Wyndham Earl,
yep.
He wasn't dead yet.
Annie.
Yeah, she wasn't dead yet. So that's what I was gonna say. They were dead. That's why they did that. But no, they weren't dead yet.
Though when Annie appears in the real world, she speaks forwards.
And
Fire Walk with Me. So. Yeah. Exactly. That's what's weird. It's like they should speak the same way Cooper does. You would think, It's
when he's in their world, he still speaks forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, man. So you wanna get into the episode?
Sure. All right, so we got a lot to get through. So, fasten your safety belt and get ready for a ride. So we start off with a weird one-off scene of. I don't even know what to say about this scene. It's Jerry Horn in the woods, looking like Robert Duvall,
so
which I cannot see anymore.
You're welcome.
It's like. It's crazy. I feel like they should play brothers in a movie or something.
They totally
should. Look so much alike. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't really see Jerry in this new older version of himself. I mean, it's mostly because of the beard, I think, but yeah,
I can hear it in the voice.
I totally know it's him, like intellectually, but I don't. Yeah, I don't really, because he was wearing glasses.
The glasses
make
a big difference. Yeah. And the beard looks totally different. And it's I mean, he's not wearing anything like he wore in the original series either. So it's just and obviously he's aged 25 years. So it's just like, it's a crazy combination of things where it's like he's barely recognizable.
And I wonder if Robert Duvall looked like him when he was young. Or if he just aged into Robert Duvall and they never looked alike.
Right. In my mind, no, but I guess I would have to compare some pictures. Like when I think of Robert Duvall in like The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, or whatever, he doesn't look like what's his name? I can't remember his name. David Patrick Kelly.
Yeah. DPK.
Did when he was younger. But but I don't know. Maybe without the glasses. I mean, maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, so we get this weird scene.
So yeah, he's in the woods and he calls Ben, who's at the Great Northern, and he's just kind of ranting about someone stole his car, and then he's like, I think I'm high, and then Ben's like, oh God, all right. And that's pretty much the scene.
Wow.
It's a weird scene to start with.
Yeah, and I don't understand what's happening. It was weird before, maybe the episode, but the part before last, I think, is when we saw the whole Dr. Amp stuff. And
watching.
So he's, it was weird to me. He was watching that show on an iPad in the woods anyway. But I was like, well, maybe he's got a cabin or something nearby. I don't know. Maybe it was just the shot that made it look like he was in the woods, but he was maybe next to a cat. I don't know. Try to make it make sense, but yeah.
I guess if he's like growing pot somewhere, like presumably he has some kind of like somewhat secluded residence with space, you know.
Yeah.
I would think. So it would make sense that he has some kind of cabin or something, but they haven't shown it. I don't know if they will, or are we just supposed to imagine that? I don't know.
Yeah, and so it was weird.
Camping, like I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, and so I thought that was weird, but yeah, I don't understand this scene. I don't know why he I mean, this is the kind of scene where a person who's never been high before is freaking out that they're high and they call somebody for help. But I'm like, he's of course been high before.
He must have been. It makes no sense from what they told us that this is his first time. So it's just like, yeah, I don't know. Is it like, you know, is it some weird thing like Mark Frost and David Lynch are like, no, this is just how people behave when they're high all the time. You know,
they slowly but scarily realize they're high.
All
the time. But it was weird. I mean, but even Ben's reaction was weird. You know, he was just you know, very flabbergasted at the whole trans something and transpirance, transpiration. And that's the thing, like we didn't see what Jerry did right before this, so we don't, you know, if he had eaten something, then we go, oh, okay, he ate an edible or something with marijuana and he's high and it's the whatever, but we don't really know what predicated it. I don't know what we're supposed to think, and it is like the scene with Jacoby in the beginning, when he's painting the shovels or whatever, or really when he gets the shovels, and you just don't, and it's just this one-off scene, and you don't really know what to make of it for a while. So, you know, presumably we'll come back to this, and something of note will make sense.
Yeah, you would assume. But yeah, at this point, it's really not clear where they're going with this.
The line when Jerry says, I don't know where I am, reminded me of Rita in Mulholland Drive. I don't know who I am.
Right.
Gotta love that.
You're right. It is kind of like that.
Yeah, that's so true. I don't know what to do with that, but I don't know why he's lost, but he's lost. So,
right.
That was the thing. Someone stole his car. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Like, that was weird. Like, but why did someone steal your car in the woods?
Like, I thought, you know, again, like, just randomly, well, not randomly, but just like, and so as soon as he said he was high, I just thought, oh, maybe that's the whole point of the scene. Like, he's just kind of delirious and he doesn't really, he doesn't know where he is. And if he doesn't see his car, he assumes it was stolen.
I see.
Like, because he forgot where it was. Like, that was my assumption. But really, like, there's no, and then, you know, like, if they wanted to, like clarify the joke, they could have cut to, like, the cars behind him or something.
Yeah.
You know? But we don't get any confirmation.
Yeah, if it's about a joke, and then we get this weird thing where he goes, Ben repeats him and he says, or asks the question, someone stole your car, and then Jerry's like, you say the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? What is that about?
Yeah.
How is that a normal response to any, or even an abnormal response?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this whole scene, you know. And I don't know if this is Lynch or Frost, but there are scenes, and we talked about this last time, I think, where there's like scenes that are more or less normal. It's just people talking, and nothing supernatural is happening. But somehow the scenes are still weird. They still don't like transpire the way regular, you know, film TV scenes go, and this is another case of that, where this is just not a normal scene. Like, what does the audience get out of this? You know?
Right.
No, I'm asking, what do we get out of this? Because I don't know.
It's a great question. I don't know either. I mean, it, you know, like you said, I mean, unless it's going somewhere, unless there is actually there is actually a story here that's developing, and it's just developing slowly. We don't really understand where it's going yet, and maybe somehow it'll make sense later. But on its own, it's not clear to me what we're supposed to get out of this. Because yeah, I mean, usually with TV scenes, information is exchanged. There's some kind of indication of I don't know, character development, some sense of a storyline, or at least something in the light. You know what I mean? I mean
something in dramatic language.
Yeah. So like, I came away from it thinking like, oh, is the point just like he's just really high and he's just acting weird and that's it? Like it's just kind of a trivial scene about the fact that he does he does a lot of pot these days because he's in that business.
Like it's
now.
Just a comedic scene. Oh look, Jerry's high, ha ha ha.
Right.
Like okay.
Right. Like maybe that's all it is. That was my reaction initially. Like as soon as he said he was high, I was like, oh, that's what it is maybe. But the problem is like the way they play it is so strange and like kind of halting and confusing that it's like I can't really be sure if that was actually the intention or not.
Yeah. I mean, when he said it was high, I mean, I was still confused because I'm like, why are you like this? Can't be your first time, and why are you acting
That's a good
like
point.
This? And why
I
are
didn't
you
really even think about that.
Like freaking out in a way that he's hot? Like that's a thing you do is if you're your first time or something, or you're used to that experience. Yeah, it was very strange, and then they had problems communicating, which there's some sort of subtext there about whatever the theme is supposed to be here or whatever's communicating or so and then they don't come back to it at all like the rest of the episode.
Yeah, there are more scenes in the Great Northern, but they don't reference this. So yeah, it's almost like this happens. I mean, I guess based on like normal, cinematic language, as we say, like I would assume this happened before those later scenes that are later in the day. Yeah. But there, there's no like concrete connection there. And the other thing I was thinking about, like what I was trying to say earlier, like if you remember, like in the movie I think it's The Third Man. There's this thing about like the bad guys like smoke pot and then like they get like really violent or something. Like it's weird like what it does to them in the thing. Like it doesn't really seem like the effect that pot generally has on people. It seemed like a weird like whoever was writing it didn't really understand or wanted to convey something that isn't so I guess I was wondering if this was along those lines. Like it's just kind of like
some old school idea of what it's like to be high.
Exactly.
Or you're confused and useless.
yeah because like thinking about Lynch's work in general, there isn't a lot of pot in it. His characters generally do like harder stuff like cocaine. And it or Dennis Hopper's thing in Blue Velvet, breathing in the oxygen or whatever that was. It's like it gets them all amped up and crazy. But like this sort of laid back like pot thing like isn't really, so it's, I don't know, it's like he's playing it more jittery and disoriented or whatever, and I agree, that hadn't even occurred to me that they're not thinking through like how experienced he should be. Like he should be able to handle being high at this point. And if he can't, like he really, I mean, he should learn how or like get another business.
Just like, or don't eat the merchandise.
I guess so. But I mean, to the extent that he wants to like test things and so on, like he needs to hire people to do it, or just like fucking figure it out.
Yeah, it's so weird.
If he's like forgetting like where he is and thinking people stole his car,
he definitely shouldn't be driving. So totally I hope he doesn't fight his car till he sobers up. But and that's weird, and and that's the thing we don't get from Ben's side is, oh, Jerry, not this again. Like some sense that this is what Jerry does. He gets high and he gets confused.
See, I thought I was catching a little bit of that in his response. I mean, he didn't really say that, but like the way he responded when Jerry said he was high, I thought there was a little bit of,
I mean, yeah, I
oh,
agree. There
Jerry.
was a little bit of that, but I kind of thought that was within the scheme of, oh, Jerry's being, weird, like a nuisance again, like he's been his whole life, you know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
right, right,
here's another problem that Jerry's causing, sort of a thing. Not
right,
necessarily here's Jerry being stoned again and confused,
right,
but
right.
yeah, I don't know. It just, there were so many little, I mean, for like what, 10 lines in this scene, like it's almost every line is like impenetrable.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which is bizarre, and opening with
Mm-hmm.
this is also like very, very
Mm-hmm.
strange.
Yeah.
I totally threw me off,
It makes me
and
wonder. Sorry, it makes me wonder if there's some connect, because the next scene is about the Laura's diary.
right.
I can't really on the fly piece this together, but I was just wondering if there's something about this scene that's setting up this episode. Sorry, this part, or the next scene. You know what I mean? Like it's
Right.
framing it in a way. So I don't know. Maybe we'll keep that in mind as we go on. Maybe something about. Let's see. What are the important things here? Something seemingly stolen or losing something,
Right.
using some sort of substance potentially, and then
Yeah.
being your consciousness being different.
Right.
Um, and what else? Yeah, I don't know where I am, being lost.
Right.
So some of that stuff, is a little
Yeah.
Cooper Dougie,
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that's just it. There's just some weird thematic, intuitive things happening here, but
Right.
like on the surface, it's like, what?
Yeah. 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 That would make sense, I guess. That's the
Yeah.
most reasonable
I mean,
thing I
there's got to
can
be
think
some
of.
reason they start with this.
There does have to be some reason, and that's yeah.
Because dreams.
All right. Well, are you ready to go on here?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's this whole can of worms here. So we go back to the sheriff's station, Twin Peaks Sheriff Station, and Hawk shows Frank Truman the pages that he found in the bathroom stall door last time, in the last part.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out that, are you ready for it?
I'm not ready.
As we I think that was something we mentioned on the podcast. They are in fact from Laura's diary, and they are in particular the message from Annie and Fire Walk with Me. My name is Annie. I've been with Dale and Laura.
Mm-hmm.
The good Dale is in the lodge and he can't leave. Write it in your diary. I've heard that so many times. It's I remember it now. But yeah, finally we get to the moment where this is found after all these years. Wow. I mean, that was like, I think for anyone who's like been a long time Twin Peaks fan, that's the kind of thing that's like incredibly I don't know, like fulfilling or something to have a follow up on that.
It's insane.
When like that was all we had to grasp onto for, basically 25 years, was like the slightest hint of a continuing story.
Yeah.
Embedded within a prequel, which is a great idea. And I saw on Twitter, someone pulled a quote from Lynch on Lynch, which I think was published in the 90s, just an interview with David Lynch about himself, I guess. And he even said at the beginning, like, they were talking about Fire Walk with Me, and he even specifically said, like, I don't usually like to talk about things. But, and then he said, because basically they were asking him about, like, the timeline and, like, how it was possible,
I see. Yeah.
And he didn't really say anything about that, of course, but
because basically Annie's going back in time.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the idea that Laura never met Dale Cooper, never, I mean, maybe met Annie when she was there many years ago or something, but certainly not within the timeline of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And yet somehow like gets a message about Dale Cooper from Annie, before she even dies. Days before she dies. Like, it's kind of a crazy thing. And he specifically said, like, the idea there was that, and he actually said something like, I know she wrote that in her diary, and like someday, like, the idea was like someone would find that, and that would lead them to, like, sort of a trail of discovery, I guess, about like what happened when Cooper went in there. That it was paving the way for a future storyline, and he even said it, and he never comments on story.
That's crazy. And it why didn't Annie just appear to Cooper?
I know, right? Wouldn't that have been better?
But I guess the reason is the grandmother didn't give Cooper the picture frame. He wasn't in Twin Peaks yet.
That's true.
But yeah, that whole thing is interesting, and that whether wondering if she wrote it down in there or not, and just being able to see the pages and see what she wrote, like, it's one of those things. We went through this a lot with Lost, trying to guess certain outcomes or what something might look like when they reveal it, and it's always so pragmatic in a way. It's like it's usually way more pragmatic than you think it might be. So when we see these pages, that's literally what you would think you would write down in a diary, which is like, this is from Annie, and here's the part, and it's like quoted out, and that's all she said, like just very like matter of fact. But if you had asked me, hey, if Laura was to write down Annie's message, what would it say? I'd just like, I don't know. This is I don't know. But yeah, so it's so weird and surreal to see Laura's handwriting, to get these pages, and
I noticed, like, when it says I've been with Dale and Laura, like, she writes this little thing, me.
That's right. That was great, and that's another thing you didn't really think about, I didn't really think about, is that idea that she got this message from this not yet quite dead girl, and reference herself being in a place that can't come. It's like, what? Am I the Laura she's talking about?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing you really get with Fire Walk with Me, is just how the psychological horror of Laura's like last 7 days or whatever, like, or really her whole time, but it's just so many insane things are happening.
Pretty intense conclusion.
Like the fact that she was only doing cocaine, like, is actually pretty good. Like, because like the psychological stress of like these weird supernatural things happening is pretty incredible.
Oh yeah, definitely. So okay, I'm just gonna read through the rest of the stuff from the scene, because I have a few points I want to make about this. Cool. But let me just get all this, like, let's get the facts on the table here.
Yes.
Okay. So right. Okay. So we get these pages from Laura's diary. The pages are torn out from the diary they found at Harold Smith's. There's still a page missing.
I love that. How did we finally get the secret pages from the secret diary, and there's still pages missing?
It's like, oh great, okay, so that's setting the stage for something later, probably.
But what is that? What else would be on there?
Not a clue.
Okay, good.
Not a clue. But had to say it because they say it in the scene, so there's surely a point to that. This is like, by the way, this is like, for this series, I mean, this is serious exposition here.
Yeah.
Like they're not fucking around. This is like, I guess this is a part where it feels like more like the original series, that it's like kind of straightforward exposition.
Yeah. They're just talking about the case, and they're talking about what happened
in like normal ways.
You understand all the words they're using,
exactly,
and what they mean by them.
Yeah. And that's, it's in the sheriff's station. They're talking about Laura. They're talking about Cooper. It's like, yeah, you could imagine this scene being in, obviously with age changes and stuff, like being in season 3.
Yeah.
Like it's a totally reasonable scene. Anyway, okay. So so there's still a page missing. The question comes up, who put the pages in the door in the bathroom? Right? That's a good question. Let's see. There's Hawk points out that there's another entry where Laura says, I know, now this is weird.
Man.
I know it isn't Bob. I know who it is. God damn you, Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you throw me for a loop with that fucking Leland Bob thing. I know it isn't Bob. What?
Okay. So, yeah, that goes back. Yeah, I know. Finish the description.
Sorry, I know. There's so much shit here. I wanted to throw it out. Okay, so that makes Hawk believe that Leland hid the pages, realizing that Laura knew, and that he did it at some point in season 2. He doesn't say season 2, but it would have been season 2.
Yeah, when he was in and out of the station all those times.
Exactly. He suggests, like, when they brought him in because of Jacques Renault, which would make sense. Although, like, well, okay, let me not even. God, there's so much here. Okay, Truman points out that Laura never met Cooper. Correct. Hawk comes to the conclusion that the Cooper who came out of the lodge with Annie was not the good Cooper. Like, he basically gets to that level in terms of interpreting what the message says. And they also mentioned that Cooper left town soon after he came out, which, we talked about before. Truman asks who saw him, Doc Hayward, and Truman decides he's going to update Harry. So Frank, decides he's going to go update Harry. Okay. Woo. So that's the end of that scene. There's obviously there's a bit more to come on that storyline, but I think that's enough.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
To kind of dig
where
through.
To start.
So there's like so many levels here. Okay, so let me just start with like the continuity question.
Okay.
Because this has come up, and like I am totally fine with just like, I'm not worried, similar to what was the previous continuity thing we had? It was the Fat Trout trailer park.
Yes.
I don't think this is like the end of the world, because like, I think people make too much of a deal about continuity errors, but we're here to analyze Twin Peaks, so let's bring it up because it is a thing. I think this is already a problem within Fire Walk with Me because at the point when she gets the message from Annie in Fire Walk with Me, I think we talked about this off podcast. She's already come home and found Bob trying to get to her diary, her secret diary. So she's already brought it to Harold's, and within the timeline of the series, of the movie, she never goes back. I mean, when she leaves Harold, she says, like, I don't know when I'll be back, maybe never. And we never see her go back in the actual movie. So the secret diary and specifically the ripped out pages are supposed to be the ones that contain this message. So, like, coming up with an explanation of how she actually wrote it on the pages that got torn out, leads to some continuity challenges, let's say. Because it just seems like within the world of Fire Walk with Me, there's just no way that could have happened. So that's the continuity issue, and I've heard like there's a lot of theories out there about how it's possible, and I fully admit that if you start making up stuff that happened off screen, you can come up with the way it works, which is fine because, like, to a certain extent, I mean, if Leland hid the pages, that's coming up with something that happened off screen, and it is just Hawk's theory, right? So you know, going back to like Lost Leftovers style stuff, like he doesn't have to be right. That's just his theory about what happened. Now I think we're supposed to believe it's true, but you know, you can get that's to me the easiest way to get out of it is like Hawk's just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's just not how the pages got there. And we don't know how the pages got there, and then I feel like that's the simplest way out. Now, so do you have any thoughts on like the continuity, or like what seems to you
You
the
mean
best
so
explanation?
that Hawk is wrong, that Leland is the one who put it in the
Yeah.
bathroom stall door? Yeah. Okay. So let me just kind of reiterate what he said, so I understand where the discrepancy is.
And I
So
guess another thing that he could be wrong about is that those were torn out pages from the secret diary they found at Harold's. Like that's something that a few people have brought up.
that it could have been from her other diary.
Yeah, like maybe because she already dropped off the secret diary, she wrote this in her like real diary. Well, not her real fake diary. Oh God,
Mm-hmm.
I'm confusing myself. Anyway, she had another diary that wasn't a secret one, and Bob went through that one too.
But that's not the one where she. Now that could be the one where she wrote the Annie message, but that's definitely not the one where she wrote the stuff about Bob, because she says Harold made her write all the stuff about Bob down.
True.
In her secret diary she gave to him. So yeah. So the discrepancy is that, because if I remember the chronology, Laura was keeping her secret diary behind her dresser.
Right.
She's told by the grandson that that Bob is basically on the ceiling fan. He's going for the thing. So when she goes home, she gets the picture. When she goes home, she sees Bob behind, looking for her diary behind the thing, but it's already gone by that point. She's already given it to Harold, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh. Wait.
Or had she?
I think she had. That's why it's not there.
Am I crazy?
Yeah, that's why it's not there.
Hold on. I thought it was there. Okay. See, now I'm confused about how the story works.
Sorry, because there is a point where she finds her diary and she sees the pages are torn out.
Oh, so she finds the torn out pages first. So even that scene is even after.
And I think that's why she goes to Harold, because the diary's no longer safe at her house. Right? I think that was
You're right.
That was the idea.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so she pulls out the diary, finds the pages are missing.
She freaks out.
She brings to Harold's. Then the grandson tells her that Bob's looking for the diary.
Exactly. So
but it's already not there.
Already there. It's not there. So
that doesn't help the continuity. That makes it worse, actually.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to reiterate it, because I thought that was the place where the continuity really gets off. Because how would he have torn out? How would he? Yeah, well.
Well, so I mean, within Fire Walk with Me, my assumption is that he had already been going in there and reading her diary entries, and he had already.
Okay, so he had already. Okay, actually, that does work then. He tore them out. Okay, that's right. It does work. It's just off screen when he gets them. So. Yeah, so okay, so that still works. So he tears them out, he has them. Now, the other part of the continuity that doesn't work is when he, like, why would he have them when he goes to the police station? Because that would have been way after.
Right, so I think the end of Fire Walk with Me suggests that the pages are, like, scattered to the wind or whatever, like, that he didn't keep them. But so it's sort of a retcon, I guess, to say that he kept them.
And we were thinking Mike found them, and Mike is the one who,
and he was in the bathroom. They showed him in the bathroom,
and that's the thing. Like Hawk could be wrong. I remember. I can't remember exactly what it was, but towards the end of season 2, when they're at the sheriff's station, and Cooper is like reiterating what happened with Leland and Bob, he gets something wrong because he's just assuming. But there's a thing he gets wrong there about what actually happened. So I think it's possible Hawk is wrong, and maybe Mike is the one. Now, is it the same answer though, that Mike came to the police station and thought he was going to get frisked and put him in the stall to hide them?
Right. But then why would he want to hide them? Oh, Mike.
Oh, Mike, why would you want to hide them?
Like, I get why Leland would want to hide them.
Because
You
it's
know,
basically, she's
it's a,
basically saying my dad's a murderer.
it's kind of
I mean, not
incriminating.
murderer, rapist.
Right, right. Well, eventually a murderer,
Well,
but
yeah,
yeah.
eventually murderer.
But yeah, in the diary, she's not saying he's a murderer.
Yeah.
But still, though, I mean, it kind of if he's the one like doing the abuse, then it definitely puts suspicion on him for the murder. So,
Yeah.
and the fact that he's like carrying around, if he's carrying around pages from a diary that like are talking about like I know who it is, and he hasn't told the police, like that would definitely look very suspicious.
Yeah.
So, but you know, I mean, the basic question is like, when did she write that? You know, how did that get in the torn out pages? You know, like that seems like, I mean, that seems to me actually the hardest thing to reconcile.
Because she has the dream after the pages have already been torn out.
Exactly. Exactly.
Huh.
So like, I mean, I've seen like, yeah. So I mean, I've seen various, and you know, so that's why I brought up Lynch on Lynch, and really just the movie itself, for that to really have any weight, you have to assume that she wrote it down, and yet they don't show that she wrote it down. And Lynch even said, "I know she wrote it down." When you know what I mean? It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's sort of like that was the intention, but they didn't do the follow through of actually portraying it. You know,
or maybe
I
the chronology's off. Maybe the chronology's off in Fire Walk with Me.
Well, yeah, I've heard that, but there is a pretty direct line there of she finds the torn out pages that makes her bring it to Harold's, and then the grandson says he's going to the hiding place, and at that point it would make sense that, you know, at that point the diary's no longer there, and she's just catching him doing the thing that she suspected earlier, you know, which is the reason why.
What if
you know what I mean? Like the narrative works there, that she's like catching him doing the thing that she thought he was doing because the pages were ripped out.
Yeah, but then you're saying and then she has the Annie dream after that. Yeah,
right, because that comes from the picture, which
I think I fixed it. I think I have the answer.
Okay.
So I think what could be possible. So just like Cooper had a dream about, or Laura had a dream about Cooper and, you know, and Annie and all that before, you know, they met. What if basically Laura's dream? Oh man, this isn't gonna work. Is this gonna work? Basically, what if the dream sequence was actually happening in the past?
So that's a theory. I've definitely heard that one. And yeah, that could work. It's just, but it's just weird though, because it comes from that picture, you know, which seems like it specifically puts it not in the past.
But that's the thing. Maybe that explains that whole thing that never had an explanation, or, you know, that the end of the dream with the picture, and she's like standing at her door and she looks back at the picture and she sees herself looking back in the picture.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a hint of the past, you know, that this is the past because she's like looking backwards. Maybe that's what that is. You know, maybe the pictures are doorway to the past.
Okay, I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah,
it's not impossible.
I mean, but yeah, I don't know how else. Yeah, it could it could have worked. I don't want to buy that she wrote this down in the main diary, because I feel like they haven't told us that her first diary had pages torn out.
Stripped out, yeah. I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah.
I mean, he specifically said it was the one from Harold Smith. So
yeah,
I think, you know, I mean, it'd be weird if he was wrong about that. You know, like, oh yeah, there were missing pages from the other diary too. Maybe it's from that. Like, yeah, I agree. I don't think there were pages missing from the original like fake I'm nervous about meeting Jay tonight diary.
Oh, jeez. I'll be ready in 15 minutes. Oh, why did I say that? I love that. Oh, yeah. Nervous about meeting Jay tonight. You're not nervous at all about meeting Jay tonight.
Why would you be? Yeah. With the stuff going on in your life, that's probably like the most least calming thing.
Well, yeah. Do. Oh, jeez. Little old James.
Yeah, fucking James. He didn't have a clue.
He didn't have a clue. Completely he just, oh, jeez. He had no idea. Just you, and I. And my favorite thing about that whole song scene sequence is when all the other instruments come in that they're not playing.
Oh yeah, God, there's bass and drums.
Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, he's the best guitar player ever. He could emulate a whole band with just his guitar.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. But it's like, and they're recording. It's the only time like they ever even show that James is a musician.
Yep.
And he just randomly decides like, oh, we're gonna record this song I wrote.
They ran out of things to do in Twin Peaks, those kids, and they're like, let's record a song.
It's just, yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange, but yeah, I it's definitely a classic scene from the original. But I guess like it was one thing that really stood out about Fire Walk with Me, just how naive like James was about everything that was happening.
Like to be the bad boy, he really wasn't the bad boy. He just wore a leather jacket and drove a motorcycle. All. He was not a bad boy.
So not the bad boy.
No.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, okay, so there's a bunch more stuff to unpack in this thing. So so I guess I don't really have a great idea for the discrepancy.
Yeah, I mean like it's the kind of thing that like I'm fine just letting it go. It is what it is. I'm just going to assume it's true until proven otherwise. And like somehow she wrote it in the pages, somehow Leland got them, and yeah, maybe it was in the past or whatever. However you want to make that work is fine with me. But since it's a thing, I just thought we should bring it up. But there is definitely other stuff in this scene. So which part do you want to?
Let's just go. What's the next crazy part?
Get into here. You want to talk about I Know It Isn't Bob?
Let's talk about I Know It Isn't Bob. I know who it is. So this when I was doing my rewatch of Twin Peaks and the previous stuff and Fire Walk with Me, I think I was talking about some of my revelations to you and piecing together what was happening in Fire Walk with Me. And I think I know it isn't Bob goes to the thing that I was talking about in that period where when Laura sees Leland at the house. So this is that same scene where she comes home, the grandson tells her he's going to the hiding place. And so she goes to her room and she sees Bob. Yeah. She runs outside crying. She's hiding in the bushes. And then Leland walks out whistling and he's going to work. And she's saying, no, it isn't him. It isn't him. It isn't him. And then so, the rest of those scenes afterwards when she's around Leland, she's not thinking her dad has been raping her all these years. Otherwise, she would have been freaking out in all those scenes. Even though he's being weird in the dinner scene and some of those other scenes.
I think suspicions start to form, but she's nowhere near.
Yeah, exactly. Like she still thinks Bob is the one who was doing it.
Yeah.
And I think what I had pieced together was she's saying, when she says it isn't him in that scene, she's saying, what did I think? That she's saying that Bob is not her dad. I think that's what I was thinking she was thinking.
Right. But then
later...
I thought maybe you changed your mind that it was... I mean, it kind of comes to the same thing in the end, but just saying like, um, uh, Leland is not the one. Well, I guess that's the same thing as saying Leland's not Bob. I thought there was a different way of saying that.
Yeah, there was a different way. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's something like that she's saying. Oh man, I can't remember how I figured that out. It made sense in my head when I was watching it. Because later she realizes Bob is Leland.
Yeah.
Or they're this, and Leland was really the one who was doing it.
When he comes in through the window, he's on top of her. She holds his head, and then she finally sees him as Leland, and from that point on, Leland tries to greet her the next day, and she's like, "Stay away from me."
Mm-hmm.
And so it's at that point it's like, okay, yeah. Now she knows what's going on, and that's why when she's tied up in the cabin, and then Leland shows up, it's like, oh my god, this is terrifying.
Yeah. So here, it's 1:30 a.m. I'm crying so hard I can hardly breathe. Now I know it isn't Bob. I know who it is. So, what are you thinking this means? Is this something she wrote? Well, she wouldn't have had the diary to write it then. I was going to say after she finds out that Bob is Leland.
I know, right? Well, it's a problem for that stuff too, because clearly the discovery happened after she dropped the diary off. So I mean, there is an extra theory. Like this starts to get ridiculous, but that she went back to Harold's off screen, wrote some more, but then the pages have to get ripped out, and then Leland has to get them somehow. It starts to get pretty difficult, I think, because I think the insinuation is that Leland never knew about Harold. He never knew that he was the inspiration for the diary. He didn't know the diary was hidden there. There's no indication that he ever really found out about that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, even if she went back to Harold's off screen and added stuff to the diary, it's not clear how.
Well, the pages have to be ripped out before Laura gives it to Harold. Anyway.
Well, exactly. So even if she goes he would have to go back and rip them out, rip out more. Yeah, exactly.
But that's weird because that's the reason he ripped them out was because she had written down.
Exactly. Yeah, so the timeline is just kind of messed up there in terms of when she would have written that down. And it's already a problem in Fire Walk with Me,
Yeah. Huh. Wow.
If there's anything along those lines. So yeah, it's just I mean it's sort of like she should have gone to Harold's the day she died, which I think they even say that in the series that is when she went there. Mm-hmm. But in the movie they decided to put it earlier, a few days earlier.
Yeah.
And so all the big revelations happen after, and that one decision kind of messes it up.
Yeah. Wow, that's weird.
Because it did always feel to me like her last day was just packed with too much shit that she was supposed to do. You know what I mean? I know she's a modern woman, but there's only so much, you can do in a day.
You can't have it all, actually.
And so it's sort of and she went to see Harold, and oh my God, enough. Mm-hmm. And so it felt to me like they moved that out of there because she already had enough to do that day. And they didn't even cover all this stuff. The Waldo thing isn't shown, for example.
What's also weird about this little, I know who it isn't Bob, is her whole point when she went to Harold was to tell him Bob is real. This is really happening to me.
Yep.
So how is it on one hand Bob is real? He's been having me since I was 12. Yet I know it isn't Bob.
It's already written, I know it isn't Bob. Yeah, that doesn't add up at all. And also, it is Bob. I mean,
it's another thing too. It's not A or B, it's A and B.
I mean, I get the idea that it's not just Bob.
Mm-hmm.
But it is Bob though.
Well, and that's the question that's tough to sort of answer, I guess. in a way, right? Like, does she, I guess, what am I trying to say? Does she think Bob, once she, I don't even want to phrase
That's a
this
good point.
question.
Maybe she's just wrong. Like maybe she
Was that what I
misunderstood.
was gonna say?
No, well, I thought maybe that's where you were going with that.
No, I was trying to say maybe she thinks Bob isn't real, even though she said he's real. But once she realizes that Leland is actually part of this equation,
Isn't that
maybe.
being wrong? I mean, isn't Bob real? He's got to be real,
Oh
right?
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Maybe she's wrong about Bob being real. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. That like her interpretation of what she discovered was that Bob's not, you know what I mean? Which actually, I think, was an interpretation that was possible to have
Mm-hmm.
at certain points in the story, that like Bob was just a psychological construct.
Yeah, that's what I
You
was gonna. That's why it's tricky because I think by the time she's being killed in the train, it's clear that Bob is real.
Yeah.
Like, right? I think it's fairly like.
Bob's in there, and Ronette sees Bob.
Yeah, I mean, she sees Leland and Bob at the same
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
separately, so that should
yeah,
have sort of, but she was dying at that point, so even if she had the revelation then, it doesn't affect before, um, so maybe that's true. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe she thought Bob was real, then she realized that Leland is involved, and she goes,
yeah.
oh, "Okay, it's all
That
Leland."
means there is no
That
Bob,
means
and it
there
was
isn't.
all Leland.
Yeah,
But
and
she's just
like,
wrong about that.
yeah. Because she shouldn't assume that Bob is a real, like a spirit,
That's a good point. Just
inhabiting
because it's
spirit.
obviously true to us doesn't mean
Yeah.
she's going to get
She
that, because
doesn't
she
know
hasn't
the
seen the show.
lore. Yeah, she has no way
Yeah,
to assume that that's a thing that could happen, that her
right,
father is being inhabited by this spirit.
right, right. That's a
But
good
what's
point.
interesting is why she knows that the name is Bob, because I guess I'm gonna make this worse here.
Okay.
Because Bob is like, I never knew you. I never
I never knew
knew.
you knew it was me.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
why? So Bob wouldn't tell her my name is Bob, right?
right, right.
So
That's a
why
good
does she
point.
even know to call him Bob?
That's a good, yeah. She just intuitively looked at him and knew he was
You're
Bob.
such a Bob.
It's very strange. Actually, I mean, didn't that happen with Sarah Palmer too? I mean, doesn't she just come up with Bob out of nowhere, seemingly? Like it's almost like
I
they see this
is
image and they just know that it's Bob.
did she? I thought they got Bob from the diary, and Cooper saw Bob. I don't know how that happened. How
He did
they
see Bob
connected the name to the
in the
face.
dream. And in the dream, Mike says his name is Bob.
Mm-hmm. That's
Um,
right. So that's how Cooper knows he's Bob.
Laura might have gotten it from a dream. I guess that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming she had, more dreams off screen, which I think is somewhat reasonable. I mean,
Yeah.
for example, she was present for, she shared the dream with Cooper where she tells him who the killer was. And they
Yeah.
didn't show that on screen in Fire Walk with Me. So that's another example of one of those things.
Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's why she wrote in here, I know who it is. Because, right? Does that work?
I'm waiting for it, maybe.
Didn't I get there? Didn't I connect it? Because she had this dream, right? Where she told Cooper who it was, and that dream would have been I guess the dream was after she died.
Oh God.
Wait, when
Well,
was
yeah, Cooper had it after she died, but presumably she had it before because she wrote about it in the diary.
Yes. So maybe she remembered whispering who it was to Cooper.
So she found out. Hold on.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
Yep, it's that.
okay. She found out because she whispered it in her own dream.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
that's
because she hasn't figured it. She hasn't. I mean, how could she
and
have
it's just like what Cooper says. Like I know who killed Laura Palmer, but
Yeah,
it can't wait till morning because I
it
don't
can't because I
remember.
don't necessarily remember.
And
So,
she somehow the message was delivered to her
mhm.
similarly. It
So,
just
but
came
she's
out of her mouth.
yeah, but maybe she doesn't remember what she said either. But she
She doesn't remember what
knows
she said.
she knows she didn't say Bob.
Right. Right.
Maybe that's the explanation for this.
That's interesting. That's an interesting theory. That's like strangely plausible.
Oh, it's weird, but yeah, I forgot about the dream. Yeah, that actually helps because there's some weird time differences happening there.
Definitely. I mean, I think that's the page that supposedly was written the day she died, and like in the series, I think they say she dropped off the diary the day she died.
Mm-hmm.
And Harold like saved that and left it with the neighbor. So like that page wasn't ripped out because she delivered it.
I'm sorry, which page was that?
The page where she describes the scene from episode 2 of the original series, with the one where she tells Cooper, "My father killed me." At least, like, that's what we find out later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's right.
See her whisper, but yeah. That's the page that that she supposedly wrote the day she died. And it strongly implies that she kind of knew that was coming and stuff like that, and like. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't totally line up with Fire Walk with Me, but I do think it somehow helps.
Yeah, I think that helps make it about the dream revelation and not her revelation in reality when she realizes it's
right.
It's
although Bob and I guess if you go with series continuity. If she drops off the diary the day she died, then it's totally fine that she wrote that because all that stuff had happened by that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
she had already had the revelation.
Exactly.
So it's just sort of like the Harold scene happens in the wrong place in Fire Walk with Me. I think that's the core of what the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
If you move that to the day she died, then I think the rest of the story works fine. It's just. It seems like they wanted to draw out the diary stuff, finding the pages missing and bringing it to Harold, and then like that leading to an investigation instead of like she already knows by the time she drops off the diary.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it kind of works better in the movie the way they did it, but it's less consistent with the original series timeline and also with this.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's almost like both are true.
Yep.
Which is
it's Schrodinger's diary.
Exactly. She dropped it off before and later.
Okay, so I think I've made my peace with this line. Okay, that makes sense. I got that.
Yeah, and let me just throw this out because I think this is complete bullshit. I mean, I don't believe this for a second, but if you want to go all in crazy with dreams,
and I do,
there is a theory out there that the entirety of Fire Walk with Me is a dream.
Fuck that.
Yeah, I had to preface, but I don't believe this at all. But there is this theory that it's Cooper's dream that he had.
Doesn't make any sense. Come on, guys. Really? Cooper's dreaming of the people above the convenience store. He's just dreaming all that.
Correct.
And is he right about all that? Is it real? Is it accurate in some objective way? Everything he dreamt.
Well, I mean, that's where I was going to throw in, like, if you accept that, if this is his dream about Laura's final days, then, like, inconsistencies could be explained in that way.
And when is Cooper having this dream?
Before he came to Twin Peaks.
And he forgot all this?
Yeah. So the explanation would have to be that it's, that...
So he dreamt that Laura dreamt that Annie talked to her.
Correct. But he
forgot. But it can't be, right? Because we're talking about it right now. She wrote it down in her diary. So, or is it that he dreamt something that was he dreamt Laura had a dream and she did have that dream?
Yeah. A lot of it was accurate. Geez. A lot of it was accurate. But sort of like his dream in episode 2, where like a lot of it's accurate, but like. He didn't remember it all when he woke up. Like, I guess that's how it would have to work.
But he's dreaming that other characters are dreaming dreams they actually had.
I know. Is that too much?
I think it's too much. Here's why I think it's too much. I think dream realities generally only work if there's a real reality to compare it. Yeah, but you need a base reality to compare the dream reality to, or otherwise, what's the point? You know, if it's all a dream, that's why Dorothy wakes up at the end of The Wizard of Oz, and you know, and she has something to compare her experience to. You
Right.
know, it's not, you know, it's because The Wizard of Oz could have all just been a dream, and she never wakes up, and she stays. You know what I mean? Like the point is that there's a difference between the dream world and the real world, and I think,
Yeah.
generally speaking, you
Or
know,
I'll go back to Mulholland Drive that has like something
exactly. She
where
wakes
they
up at the
completely
end and she knows what
contrast.
her real reality is to contrast
Yeah.
it to. Exactly. So I don't think Lynch would do a whole movie that's a prequel sequel and that's a dream that you never really get the base reality to. You
Yeah.
know, and then you're basically saying all that stuff with Philip Jeffries, all that
Yeah.
stuff with
Jesse Desmond. Yeah.
Desmond, like all that stuff was true, but a dream.
But a dream.
Like that's too much. It's too much. Why does it need to be a dream? Like, so what does it being a dream accomplish?
I'm pretty sure it did accomplish something in the mind of whoever it was that was saying that.
Is it like it lessens the need for the like sequences to be in chronological order or whatever, or like, you
Yeah.
know, some of the discrepancies are less important because
I
it's
think
the
that was
dream.
part of it. I think that was
I
part of
see. I
it.
see.
And I guess like some of the weirdness with like Philip Jeffries and Cooper's dreams. I mean, he does talk about his dreams.
Mm-hmm.
So in his dreams, he's talking about his dreams. Uh, but yeah, or maybe like those are the only real scenes. I haven't actually read the original version of the theory. I think this was published like years ago, many
Mm-hmm.
years ago, in one of these like fan magazines. I think Wrapped in Plastic. I think that's what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the early 2000s, I believe that's where this originally came from. And so I'm sure in the original version, you know, because it's a big Twin Peaks fan writing that, I'm pretty sure
Mm-hmm.
there's a reason for the theory.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually read it, so I don't know exactly what it is. I just heard about it
Yeah.
secondhand, you
And
know,
that's the
from a
thing
podcast.
with What's the first shot of Mulholland Drive? Well, not the first shot, but you
Uh,
know,
oh, it is kind of the first shot, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, they open with the dancing thing,
No, but I
but
think isn't the dancing after
oh, is it
the
after?
isn't it after the pillow shot? I thought it was.
Oh,
Maybe I'm
maybe it is. Yeah, yeah. I think you're
or is
right.
it the pillow things after the dancing? Now
I
I don't remember.
forgot. One of the first
Anyway,
shots
it's among the first shots.
is someone going to sleep. So, you know, I
Yeah.
think, and that's again, that's my point about you need that base reality to deal with. Otherwise, yeah, if it's all a dream, then it kind of doesn't. You're not really saying anything really, except that you know the reality can be weirder or something. But if it's all a dream, then why isn't it all just real? You know, like you
Right.
know, you need that, but you need something to compare it
Yeah.
to sort of say anything about it. But
Yeah.
okay,
So
you know.
I'll consider this an assignment for the next podcast. I'll do my research and I'll report back if there's anything interesting.
Please do. You need that
I'll
extra credit to graduate.
I I think I can probably track down the original thing, and so I'll just see like to what extent
Mm-hmm.
it makes any kind of sense. But I just wanted to throw it out there as like, you know, kind of a crazy catch-all
Yeah.
for inconsistencies as far as Firewalk with Me goes.
Okay. Okay. All right. What's the next weird part in this scene here?
Okay. Well, so I mean, do you think Hawk's right that Leland hid the pages? Do you want to go with that? Do you want to kind of make
You
it someone
know, I like
else?
the theory that you know Mike was trying to stop Bob slash Leland the night
Not too
Laura
much
died.
though.
Not
But
too
yeah,
much,
okay.
but he was at least after him. You know, he was hot on
Yeah,
his trails the whole time.
sure.
And, you know, with the pages, you know, thrown away in the woods, I think it's not unlikely that Mike could have found those pages.
Right.
And maybe he had planned to tell law enforcement, give it to them as evidence. You know, when I guess the question is, oh crap, Mike versus Philip Jeffrey. I mean, Philip Gerard. But
Right.
maybe Philip Gerard, was going to do this, and then Mike took his body over and was like, "No, don't do this. I'm gonna hide it in the stall."
Yeah.
Because I don't know, maybe we don't want. I don't know. We want to keep Bob under wraps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any good ideas. I guess Leland could have done it. It doesn't make sense that anyone would have done it, really. And it just, I mean, to hide those pages in the stall, just a weird thing. Why not why not flush them in the toilet? Like, why do you want to hide them in a place you could get them later, but then never get them later?
Right.
And that's the thing with Leland / Bob. He doesn't need those pages for anything.
Right.
So yeah, that's tricky. I guess I do want to think that Hawk is probably wrong because he's just guessing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna think that Mike probably did it. He was in that stall, and again, that is when Philip Gerard turned into Mike. When he didn't take the medicine in time or whatever. So maybe that's we didn't see him put anything in the stall, of course, but so I'm gonna for now I'm gonna say Mike did it.
Okay. All right. I guess I like the simplicity of, I agree, like it's not the best way to hide it, but just the idea that I mean, that's a bit of a contrivance so they can find it later, but just the simple idea that he hid it because it was incriminating, like that kind of works for me about the Leland explanation. And like Hawk is usually right about stuff. He's like, I was thinking about this and I feel like, in a way, like Hawk is kind of like the Sayid of Twin Peaks.
He's totally the Sayid of Twin Peaks.
Like he's like this very like practical character who like, he does a lot of the investigation work in the original series. He's the one who goes out to Pearl Lake and interviews people. He tracks down the one-armed man. He notices Josie's outside. He's like constantly, he shows up to rescue them from One-Eyed Jacks. Like he's so sort of dependably like logical or whatever about things. And so I guess that's what reminds me of Sayid.
And the other thing that's like Sayid is he's logical, but he's open-minded. He's willing for the weird stuff to be to factor into how he's processing things.
Right. He doesn't just immediately like think that it's not true because it's some kind of crazy supernatural thing. Exactly. Yeah. He's definitely open to that stuff. And so I guess on that level, like Sayid was the kind of character who would say like, I think he's lying or whatever, and would be right about it. So that just makes me think that he is supposed to be right here. But he doesn't have to be, right? There's no reason why he has to be right.
I mean, he's saying when Leland came in for questioning about the murder of Jacques Renault, where is that in the timeline? Like, why would Leland still have these pages?
Well, that's the thing. You have to assume he was holding on to them, like, basically for the entirety of season 1. And I think, well, so he murders Jacques in the final episode of season 1. And let's see. What's the episode? So the episode where they bring him in is the episode when they finally interview Dr. Jacoby, and they have him do this like hypnosis regression thing where he like remembers what he saw, and it's within 2 or 3 episodes of the beginning of season 2. It's because I mean 14 is the one which 14 would be, oh god, episode 5, I think. Oh, it's hard. Let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, no. 7. Oh, my math sucks. So, 7 would be the one where you find out that he's Bob. And by that point, I think he's already been or maybe does it even get resolved, the trial? Like Judge Sternwood comes and they have this whole thing. Uh, is that just still an ongoing legal process that they let him out because he's like a pillar of the community or whatever? I love that, actually. I love that little bit in the series. Like it kind
They
of
do
stood out
release
this
him
time
to.
that like his status in the community gives him this privilege
Mm-hmm.
that he really shouldn't. He's like super dangerous.
Yeah.
Like they're just totally wrong about him. But they kind of let him go, and I feel like that doesn't come to a clear conclusion, or does
Mm-mm.
it? Do they
I
somehow
don't.
exonerate him
I
at the?
don't think so.
Yeah, like so the idea is that he will one day. I don't know. He will one day like face a trial for that, and it never comes to fruition because by that point he's already confessed and died.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
So it just doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah. Anyway, I think that whole thing uh, comes early on, or like within like right in the middle between like the beginning of season 2 and when like he kills Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
Which is when something's up. Um, but what I was gonna say is like something that's like really weird to think about in terms of the original series, and like extra weird if he's carrying around these diary pages, is like to what degree Leland was aware of you know what had happened in
Mm-hmm.
those early parts of the series. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was that just some crazy act? Was it uh was it some kind of weird thing where like on some level he realized it, but not like in a like normal conscious way, like subconsciously, and that his response, like the way he was behaving, was some weird response to this like emotional weight that he didn't really understand, that kind of manifests like it was grieving. Is that how you're supposed to think of that? It wasn't just legitimate grief and he had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But then what's he doing with those pages if he's really walking around with pages? You know?
Oh.
I mean, if he's walking around and hiding pages, that implies a level of awareness, of what he did.
I don't think he can be aware because his awareness has to come in the episode where he confesses and Bob is there and he has the whole and Leland dies from his like wow, he kind of hit his head on the Bob made him hit his head on the door, but it seems like he dies from his grief.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I feel like that's when he realizes everything. I mean, he goes through the whole litany of how everything happened, and but yeah, so it is very tough to tell what we're supposed to think. There's obviously times when Bob is really controlling Leland.
Yeah.
And then I
He's
think
like
there's
super
times
evil Leland.
yeah, and I think there's times when it's just regular Leland. But yeah, it's really kind of tough to tell which
Yeah,
is
like
which.
for example, like there's that scene when he goes to see Ben Horn, and generally speaking, like he's behaving like normal Leland,
Mm-hmm.
he's having a normal conversation and so on, but then he kind of just casually like grabs some fur from the little stuffed animal, that fox, I guess, that's in Ben's office, and he puts it in his pocket, and later he's going to plant that on Maddie and kind of frame Ben Horn. Um, who did that? I mean, was that Bob like taking control?
I
Did
definitely think
Leland?
that was Bob.
I
Yeah.
mean, surely that's Bob, but then he does seem like normal Leland. So it's sort of like Bob can Bob just
Yeah, I
impersonate
think
normal
there's
Leland?
yeah, I think there's times when Bob just goes along with what is expected of Leland. Like he is totally happy to pretend to be a normal. I'm gonna go to work now, and I'm gonna do this thing
Right.
now, and but he's still Bob controlling Leland. Yeah, I think there's times like
Yeah.
that.
So like, I mean, Fire Walk with Me actually like makes that whole thing a lot worse than it even was in the series, where it's a bit
Mm-hmm.
clearer. But after the night where Laura realizes it's Leland, and he comes up to her, oh hi honey, and she's like, stay away from me. They do this cut to his face where he kind of like, you know, his face darkens and it's like, oh, she knows.
Yeah, you know? And they do the opposite of that, or a different thing where it was one of those scenes where Leland and Sarah in the bedroom, and Leland has the Bob face on. You know, he's like grimacing like Bob, and he's like all manic and weird, and then he slowly transitions out of it, and it's literally like Bob leaving him. You know.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know if that answers anything, but yes.
It seems like they coexisted. Bob was really good at impersonating Leland, but then, you know, I always thought you knew it was me. I mean, that's got to be Leland saying that, right? You know, so that, I mean, that just, you know, that line is a killer.
Wait, which line?
I always thought you knew your diary. I always thought you knew it was me.
I always thought you knew it was me.
You know, like that line reminds me of you know, you just killed the only thing keeping him out. You know, it's like it's like this thing he says that just kind of like fucks up everything about how we thought we understood the story.
It's like you thought, okay, Leland, if that is your real name, you thought Laura always knew it was you when you weren't even yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and that goes to what I was trying to say a while ago. I think it was on the podcast. This idea of, you know, there's sort of there's like three versions of this Leland Bob hybrid. There's like full Bob.
Right.
And this is when Leland looks in the mirror and we see Bob's reflection.
Bob,
That's really Bob in control. And I think in that case, Leland is repressing memories, so he's not keeping memories of what happens during this time. Then there's the median where they're kind of unified, where they're both operating. And Leland can remember what's happening, even though Bob is more or less in the driver's seat. And then there's the other version that's just all Leland and no Bob. And so it makes me think, you know, we were like, you know, that idea of, you know, Leland, you know, before Bob comes into the picture, well, he was there when he was young, but I guess before Laura comes into, you know, you know, when Laura's a kid, you know, like Leland has these latent desires, and so maybe,
and even he realizes it, which is like crazy.
Yeah, you know, and like Ben Horne took advantage of her too. You know, he's got a weird thing going on.
I
mean, with all the young girls anyway. But and which begs the question about him and his daughter, his like, you know, ingenue, pretty daughter. You know?
I mean, they have that whole thing at One Eye Jacks where you know, she's the new girl and he goes in and she's got the mask on and he's like, oh, you're a, you know, and it's like, it's definitely playing with very similar territory there.
Yeah, with the mask hiding ID, and it's kind of reversed, right? Like, instead of the dad having the mask and hiding his identity, it's the daughter. But yeah, so that whole thing is weird. Yeah. So maybe when Leland / Bob is taking advantage of Laura, that Leland is retaining those memories, but when Bob leaves, he doesn't have access to those Bob-related memories. So maybe that's the idea. Yeah, and you know, I don't really think, you know, we're supposed to be able to pinpoint exactly, you know, like kind of in a scientific way, when is he this and when is he that. I think it's supposed to be a bit more amorphous.
Fluid thing,
Yeah, more fluid, but that is weird. I always thought you knew it was me. Did you? When you
it's a killer.
Like, you thought you thought like when she would just be hanging around you and acting like you weren't molesting her all these like, and you just thought she knew I wasn't saying anything.
She was just going along with it. That's insane. That's totally insane. And then like Fire Walk with Me. I mean, this is where he says that line earlier. There's that whole thing with Teresa Banks. Teresa Banks, you look just like my Laura. Like, I'm going to sleep with you because I secretly want to sleep with my daughter. And this will be a way to kind of act out that impulse in a, you know, like a more healthy way. Like he realizes that. But then he's like, hey, bring some girls to party with. And then Laura's there, and then he freaks out and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, I always thought you knew it was me, but you were doing that stuff? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to reconcile. I mean, let alone like, they made me kill Teresa. Teresa was blackmailing him. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's
yeah, that's
mess.
weird.
It's a mess. But yeah. I mean, without Fire Walk with Me, it would be much simpler. I think it would be very easy to just say, Bob was in control the whole time when the bad stuff was happening. Leland had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And only at the end did he realize what had happened and come to terms with it. But like ultimately, like he wasn't responsible for anything that happened. It was Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I feel like that's what the series tells you.
Yeah, but even the part when Leland kills Jean Renault, like that's Leland, right?
Well, that's a great question, isn't it? It's yeah. I feel like the most logical explanation is that it's Leland, but the burning engine oil smell, Jacoby smells it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Strongly implies that Bob.
So why does Bob care?
I have no idea why Bob would care about Jacques. It feels like that's a question they don't even ask.
Mm-hmm.
Once they figure out he killed Laura, it's like, well, that was the original mystery. Let's not worry about the new questions. Because like if he didn't realize that he had done it himself, that Jacques obviously didn't kill Laura, then why would he kill Jacques?
Maybe this is what it is. Maybe Leland has the impulse to kill Jacques, and Bob wants to be there to sort of live vicariously through him, through this murder. So that's why Bob is there. But it is really Leland wanting to do it.
Right.
Maybe that's the idea.
Right. Well, yeah. And I feel like the way they play it kind of implies maybe that's what's happening. That Bob is kind of experiencing the moment, but also maybe like helping Leland get away with it. Because like the way they shoot it, like you see him with this like very pained expression while he's like smothering Jacques. But and he holds that facial expression for a while, and then like suddenly it goes away.
Yes.
And he gets this sort of like, alert, like, okay, I gotta get out of here. I gotta figure out like, how I'm gonna get away with this. This calculating kind of appears, and that it seems to me like that's that could just be Bob taking over.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the opposite. I thought Bob.
Nope. Oh, great.
I thought you were totally describing like, yeah, Bob was there for the murder, and as soon as the murder was over, Bob left.
Like Bob was there, I guess, latently, like experiencing the murder, but Bob took over once the murder was over to like help Leland out or something like that.
But wouldn't Bob? But okay, I see what you're saying. So Bob is there, but then he takes control.
But not necessarily in control.
Yeah, but I want it to be the other way around. When we see the facial expressions change, I want that to be Bob leaving the body,
It could be.
And so after the murder's done, Bob has no reason to be there. Because he doesn't necessarily care if Leland gets caught, So he leaves, he teleports away, whatever they do. Through the electricity, and then Leland is alert. He's like, "Oh, okay, here I am. I just killed this guy. Now I need to get out of here." That makes sense to me. I don't think you need Bob to like get Leland out of the hospital. No one's looking for him. You know what I mean? He doesn't need any special skills to like walk out of the hospital.
Right.
But yeah, something like that. Something like that, I think, makes sense.
There's some kind of change that happens there. And I guess because like the original expression plays like grieving Leland, it seems to me like it is Leland more so than the kind of blank expression that he gets after. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I see your point. It's valid.
Yeah. Oh man, did this help us figure anything out?
Not exactly, but
Okay, sounds
you
about
know,
right.
yeah. So I mean, I'm generally agnostic about the pages because like I don't know if in the end it's even going to matter who actually did it or whatever. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like we're supposed to accept this answer, but I think it's also valid not to. So yeah, I'm just like a wishy-washy puddle of nothing on this question.
Because
I don't have a strong position.
is it still that Leland/Bob left the pages out in the woods, but then he went back and grabbed them?
Uh,
Oh no, wait. No, wait, does that make sense? Is that right? He would have left them in the woods before he would have hid them. So he left them in the woods
yeah.
and then but somehow later he has them so he can hide
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, there's one still missing. So, I mean, the possibility is open but yeah, I mean, in terms of the scattering of the pages, like, he would have to go get them again, which is weird.
Which is very weird. Hmm. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It seems like that's a mistake. Actually, is the scattering of the pages, is that just in the script? Like, I think maybe
Oh.
that didn't make the movie.
Maybe it did make the movie. It was the bloody towel and what was the other
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah. And the pages, right? I thought it
Those were
was
the
those
two
two things.
things?
I thought so.
Ah, jeez.
I think
I
maybe it's
thought
just
it
in the
was in the
script.
movie. I thought it was in the movie because I thought there were two things that
Yeah.
Hawk found.
Now I'm not sure. The problem is I get confused what's in the script, what's in the movie, and what's in the missing pieces.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a hard time remembering which is which.
Oh,
And
good point.
so
Missing pieces.
yeah, like like it's possible that it's in the script but not even in the missing pieces. It's also
Mm-hmm.
possible that it is in the missing pieces.
Oh,
It's also
jeez.
possible that's in the original movie. So
And then
yeah.
it's also possible it's all a dream.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure which one it is. I would have to to go watch
Okay,
this
so
thing again.
this says Glastonbury Grove, where Hawk had previously found a bloody towel and pages of Laura's diary. But this isn't those pages that were torn out. Because if he found those pages, right? Or it's supposed to be those pages
Yeah.
until the pages get hidden somehow in the bathroom.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to.
So this is from they're quoting this him finding the pages as from Twin Peaks episode 29, which is the last episode. So
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Who
What?
indeed. That's a little weird. Let me
Who
see.
found what when?
Who's on first? Let me see.
Now you're confusing me.
Yeah, sorry. I'm on Twin Peaks Wikia, and it was saying that Hawk found the bloody Talon pages, and I think this is supposed to be the citation, which goes back to episode 29, but maybe they're not adding this as the part of the citation. I can't really tell. Yeah, because I do remember that scene. Because the log lady comes in, and then Ronette. They bring in Ronette, and they smell the engine oil. And I thought when they have that like brain idea, whatever I'm trying to say, about Glastonbury Grove. I think that's when Hawk chimes in and says, "Oh, that's where I found the bloody towel on the pages." Right? Doesn't that happen?
Right. Yeah. So maybe those are different pages. I mean, maybe he ripped out like even more pages.
But those should be the pages, right?
It's getting to be a mess. Those should be the pages.
He should really only rip out the pages that point to him as being the culprit.
Yeah.
So maybe it's another continuity error where it's supposed to be those pages, but then somehow. So okay, maybe that's what happened. It still doesn't make sense, but follow this if you can.
Okay.
This doesn't work. Hawk Hawk. Okay, so the pages that were torn out are the pages that say, you know, Leland is the culprit. You know, I'm on to him. It's not. Yeah, I know who it is. Not Bob. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Leland's let those pages go in Glastonbury Grove. Hawk finds them. He brings that back into evidence, but maybe he doesn't process it yet. He hasn't read any of the pages. He doesn't know what they say. And then maybe those pages, maybe Leland steals those pages from the sheriff's station. Like maybe he sneaks into the evidence locker and he takes those pages back. But then instead of destroying them, he decides to hide them in the bathroom stall. It doesn't work.
Woo! Yeah. Okay. That's a lot to say.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
because there's several levels to the problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and yeah, like that's just one part of it. Yeah, the pages he found. Those really should be the same. Yeah, he stole them again, and then he had to hide them in the bathroom.
Like, part of me wants it to be Leland wants the pages as like a trophy. You know,
that's kind of what I was thinking.
But why does he let them go?
Well, I mean, that's where it becomes more plausible that he had them as a trophy and he hid them because because he was being arrested.
Mm-hmm. But why would he let them go in the first place?
Why would he what?
Why would he let them go in the first place?
Oh, when he scattered them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or maybe Bob scattered them. But see,
in a deleted scene, he realized that was a terrible idea and he picked them up again.
Yeah, right? Like, someone could find this as they actually did.
Right.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure that doesn't happen.
I was gonna say maybe Bob is like, I don't care about these pages, you know. I'm gonna scatter these, but then Leland's like, oh no, I want them. But then Leland shouldn't think that because he hasn't realized.
He doesn't even know what happened. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Well, I think it's been about 2 hours, and we've gone to the second scene of this episode.
Yeah. There's a lot here,
and we still can't piece together exactly what's happening.
As seemingly such a simple plot point,
right?
I mean, I guess like tentatively, what I'm thinking here is that basically that it's a continuity error. Something's wrong with the continuity. Mm-hmm. Don't ask me to be precise about exactly what, but at some point here, there's something that doesn't work, and we're just supposed to believe that those pages, Leland or whoever had them, and they put them in the door, and that's it. That happened. They're there. And how whatever continuity like fixes you need to make that happen, like go with that, but like basically like we just have to accept that happened because it's in the story, and like clearly they were setting up something like this to happen, right? So I mean, I guess I always imagined that it would be in the files, and like somehow they hadn't looked at those pages. I guess I don't know how it would have worked, that they hadn't noticed. Like, hey, Cooper, Well,
that was the thing that was missing, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense, right? Like that it could have been missing, not just from her diary, missing pages that were torn out, but literally missing from evidence.
Right.
And they never, like, it got stolen before they cataloged everything.
Right. Right. Which is interesting.
Yeah, it'd be great if they had just said that.
Yeah.
Like, I do remember a piece of evidence that I thought was there and it wasn't, and I chalked it up to, old age or something.
Yeah, see, like if they found it at the Palmer's house or something, like
Mm-hmm.
it could have made more sense that Leland was keeping it, or Bob or whatever was keeping it as a
Yeah.
trophy. Finding it at the
Yeah.
sheriff's station
That's the
door is
weird thing.
like,
I wish somehow Hawk would have found it somewhere else.
yeah,
It being in the
yeah.
sheriff station is very strange. Yeah, it's kind of a contrivance because that's a place he could be and look for something,
Right. But they could have him go somewhere. I mean,
but he'd have to have a reason to go there, like,
oh. Oh, right. The only reason he found it is because of this random thing about the
mm-hmm.
logo on the door.
Yeah.
And like he wouldn't have ever known. Yeah, it's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. I guess that's the problem they were faced with. Like, this thing is hidden. No one knows where it's hidden. How are they gonna find it?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. I mean, I guess they could have come up with a ridiculous contrivance where, like, some Native American image leads him to the Palmer house or wherever else it's hidden.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it probably would have been like, this was simpler because like he has a reason for being in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It just makes it weirder in how the pages got there.
Yeah.
And again, why did Leland not destroy them? And
right.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, but anyway, generally it's very cool. We're even talking about the secret.
Oh,
the torn out pages. I mean,
this is the culmination of a huge thing.
Yeah, it's so crazy to get back to this.
Ah!
Whoa, what happened?
I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It just hit me like a huge thing about this scene that we haven't addressed in 2 fucking hours.
Oh God, what?
Sorry. Annie!
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Annie's a real person.
Fuck. I'm sorry. Actually, when I originally saw this scene, strangely, because like I guess like I always assumed this would come into play, so somehow it was less shocking to me that this happened than it was that they said Annie out loud.
Yeah.
Because like, I mean, we talked about on the podcast this thing about how Annie was strangely like deleted from the book. Mm-hmm. And there's been all this like weird cagey stuff about Annie. They changed who won Miss Twin Peaks. They changed Norma's mother, and they didn't mention Annie at all. They did. Major Briggs doesn't mention that Annie went with Cooper in the Black Lodge. Like, he only talks about Cooper coming out, and so it's just like it seems like somehow they were going to retcon her out of the story completely. And I guess like one thing is that like the message specifically mentions her, so
yeah,
there's kind of no way out.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't say a whole lot about her, that's just Annie Blackburn. She went in to that place with Cooper, like that's about it.
Yeah.
They don't say she's Norma's sister. They don't say she won this Twin Peaks contest and Wyndham Earle kidnapped her and took her there. I mean, it's an exposition heavy scene already, so I get like there's a limit to how many details they're gonna throw in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Miss Twin Peaks contest is, the other girl won by default because Annie was hurt and couldn't
cruel.
Couldn't keep up but that's what they do, right? Yeah, isn't that what they do in pageants? Like, when you win these big pageants, like, if you can't fulfill the duties of whatever thing, then the next runner-up gets...
That should be the shame of the town. She's, like, languishing in a hospital and, like, she got kidnapped by a serial killer and brought back with, like, a demon doppelganger, and now, like... And then she lost a ring, and now you're not even Miss Twin Peaks.
You're not even Miss Twin Peaks anymore. Yeah.
Like, come on.
I think that's it.
What more can you take? I think that probably is it, because I was so excited that they said her name out loud, like that they were going to acknowledge that she existed, even if they're going to perhaps they're going to retcon that she's Norma's sister.
They can't. They can't. They can't. There's no way. There's no
You
way
don't
they're
think
gonna
so?
do that. No, I listen. David Lynch has said that these characters are like family to him, and I just don't see him changing something like the familiar relationships of these characters and stuff like that. Like, why to not to fit? I wouldn't see him wanting to change it to fit in a Mark Frost book.
Right.
Because that's not the prime story.
But that scene in episode 29, I mean, it did seem like Norma was not aware or had no particular concern for what was going on with Annie at the time. So it almost seems like David Lynch didn't even necessarily know that
Well,
because she was introduced before, she was introduced in that period when he was away from the show, and that detail about her being related to Norma comes from that period. So like maybe he didn't even know that was a thing.
But the whole end of the show at that point is him trying to save Annie.
Right.
Cooper trying to save Annie and his whole thing with Caroline and all that stuff. So
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
like that's important. Sure.
Yeah. But she doesn't have to be Norma's sister for any of that to be true.
Yeah, but I don't know. It would be weird to retcon that, and that'd be the only thing they retcon is that. I mean, why? What did they get out of changing that? What did they get out of changing it?
Not a whole lot, except the scene in episode 29 works a little better.
but I think you can say that in that scene is about other things that are going on. With Nadine finally coming out of it, and right when Big Ed, and Norma about to get, they want to get married now, and everything seems, like it doesn't work if Norma is sitting there. She's happy about it being with Ed finally, but she's also upset that Annie's missing. Like obviously they could have written that, but I can see why that scene is not about that. And
it didn't bother me for years, so yeah, I agree.
And the fact that it just seems like maybe she doesn't know Annie's missing.
Right.
Maybe it's just sort of not that great of character development, or writing or something that she doesn't really know that, they know there was commotion at the Roadhouse, when they had the pageant, but she doesn't necessarily know Annie's in the Black Lodge,
Right.
That's what I assume. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. But so far, I mean, and yeah, she doesn't have the same last name as Norma, but Norma's maiden name should be Blackburn. So then they're gonna say that Norma and Annie have the same last name, but they're not sisters.
Well, so the book says she has a different maiden name, and so that's one of the reasons why people think that they're going to retcon that at least.
I don't buy it.
I mean, they also changed who her mother was. They say Norma's mother died before the series happened, which if you watch the series,
the book is written from what's his name perspective, right? Isn't it Dougie Milford or whatever?
Well, some of it's about Dougie. I mean, it's all like this. It's this dossier compiled by this mysterious character named the Archivist, and supposedly they find it at a crime scene. And so it has a lot of documents in it, and the documents are from different sources, and some of them are from Dougie Milford, and some of them are from other people. I think the stuff about Norma comes from some kind of history of the town that is written by, I'm not sure who, but it's not. But I don't think it's Dougie Milford.
Mm-hmm. Maybe there's some weird sort of reason why it's written that way in the book. Like whoever's perspective that information comes from is biased. Maybe they're trying to hide the fact that this thing happened to Annie, that she went to the Black Lodge, and they're trying to literally rewrite history. That's what I'm assuming. Because I think you said before that Mark Frost was asked about this whole thing with Annie, and he said it'll make sense or something like that.
Yeah.
Once we see the series. So I'm not gonna trust the book over the show.
Oh, I totally agree with that. And of course, the book made me think Annie didn't exist at all anymore, and that's clearly not true.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was relieved. I was relieved that they said it out loud, not just "My name is Annie," but like, "Who's Annie?"
Yeah.
Specifically, oh, Annie was Annie Blackburn who went into that place. Like, that actually happened. They're not trying to deny that happened.
Yeah. And I think like they might.
Good.
I mean, one thing they could show us is, Harry, or I mean not Harry, but the other Truman. What's his name? Frank.
Frank. Yeah.
Frank or Hawk telling Norma that they found these pages referencing Annie. Like if they, that's a thing they could do.
Well, yeah. So, now that we're on this track, it brings up the question of like, what happened to Annie? Because like I thought it was interesting that, and of course, like I guess there are some explanations for this, but I thought it was interesting that like Frank's takeaway from this was like, oh, I should talk to Harry and I should talk to Doc Hayward, But he doesn't seem to have any impulse to like go talk to Annie if she's still alive, and they don't say she's dead either. So,
well, it makes it seem like she's definitely not in the town. Well, I don't think he ever knew who she was, and I think she most likely wasn't around, hasn't been around. So yeah, it does beg the question,
But it just seems like since she went into that place with Cooper, the thing they're talking about, I mean, it just seems like she would be someone worth talking to about that period. Just as much as Doc Hayward. I mean, in a way, like she knew more about what happened inside the place than any of those people did. They're probably better for what happened after he came out. But in terms of like the Gooddales trapped in the lodge, like, it just seems odd to me that they wouldn't even think to track her down or mention like what happened to her after that. Did she move away? Was she murdered?
Well, maybe they haven't gotten to that part yet. Like it's very early on in figuring this out, and Frank is coming. He's behind everybody in all of the details. Yeah. So like
this is where like if it was Harry, it would have been different.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So maybe they'll get to that point where they say, Annie Blackburn, like what, where is she? Maybe we can track her down or something. And
I was just surprised it didn't come up because it just seemed like that should be relevant. Surely she's a major figure in this story, right? So I guess that's where like it was back and forth between like, yes, they mentioned her, but also strangely they don't seem that interested in her.
Well, but it's so, I give it a little leeway because it's so far removed, right? I mean, the log lady, this started with a message from the log, to Hawk that something's missing regarding Dale, and he'll figure it out with his heritage. You know what I mean? Right. So like, there's nothing. It's different than Gordon and Albert wanting to find Diane to go talk to Mr. C. There's a big impetus there to like get this resolved. I feel like this thing with the pages, it's a million miles away from like, okay, now let's go talk to Annie and see what she has to say about what? We don't even know what these pages mean.
What happened to you inside that place? Did you see Cooper in there? Do you remember saying this message? Like, what I mean?
That's all stuff they could have asked her back then. Like
if
Hawk.
No,
well, listen, I think if Hawk knew, and I think maybe again, I think something happened to Annie very soon after all this. Mr. C leaves town very soon after the end of all that story. So I think Annie does too, or something happens. She goes back to the convent or something, But yeah, I think like there's not even a real. They don't even know what they're trying to solve yet, But what I was gonna say about Hawk is, if he knew that Dale and Annie went into the Black Lodge and came out, I think he would want to talk to them. Well, I also could see him saying like, the mysteries beyond life, or I'll get to those when I get to those or something. But but yeah, I would think he would want to talk to them back then.
Right, definitely. Definitely. I mean, it seems like Cooper like left, before anyone really got to question him very much. That's the impression I get. You know, but yeah, they didn't really say. Yeah, so I mean, maybe it's coming, but it just stood out to me in a scene that was very exposition heavy.
Yeah.
That stuff was not really. There's no details about that.
Yeah.
Other
fair.
than that she exists and she came out. She went into that place and she came out. That's really all.
I would be so surprised if they really try to retcon any important details. I think it's a better story that she's Norma's sister and Norma's on the show, and if they do circle back around to Heather Graham, like I would love that, like to see what's up and what she has to say about all that stuff, and or maybe she went crazy, maybe she's in a mental institution, right. There was so much weirdness happening in the Black Lodge,
Yeah.
She could be in a coma the whole time, maybe she never woke up.
There is a faction out there that think Wyndham Earle is still coming into play.
In a way, I wish that was that they would do that. I just don't know. I mean, damn, if a fucking spirit can't stop you by taking your soul, like, geez, like I don't understand, like what are we dealing with here?
Yeah.
If you can still operate in the real world without having a soul,
Yeah, exactly.
Now, unless so I guess the question is,
Doppelwyndham or something.
Sure. But if you, I mean, geez, do doppelgangers share a soul? I mean, does a doppelganger get its own soul? Do they even have souls? Like,
right.
I think, if we follow Hawk's mythology of the Black Lodge, the whole point is when you die, your spirit goes to the Black Lodge to basically face your doppelganger. And, basically on the way to perfection into the White Lodge, you have to face the worst parts of yourself. And if you succeed, you go to the White Lodge, And so I feel like if Wyndham Earle, which makes it kind of weird because Wyndham and Annie and Cooper all go into the Black Lodge, but they're not dead when they go in.
Right.
So what happens there is a bit weird. But, Cooper faced his test anyway. So I would assume that, Wyndham Earle, even though his soul got taken, like... God, I don't know what I assume actually. Would he just stay in the Black Lodge? Would he go to the White Lodge? Is he just a non-existent entity? Yeah, I don't know. Can he, does he turn into like Bob and Mike type things?
Yeah. I guess I assumed he was a non-existent entity after his soul was taken.
Yeah, I think once your soul's taken, you're done. I think you're done.
Yeah, I mean that's how it looks, in terms of what happens after that.
When fire comes out of your head, again. I think you're done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean that's really where it's like Wyndham Earle, like fuck that. You need to worry about Bob and this doppelganger. Like he's a very small problem in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I don't want this to be about Wyndham Earle anymore.
I agree.
Yeah, I think we're from that. We're so past that. Yeah. Wyndham Earle is checkers, and this is chess.
Oh God. Yeah, definitely.
All right.
So, I had to bring that up because, I can't believe how long we went without mentioning that. But, we'll see. Hopefully somehow that gets a resolution that kind of, doesn't just retcon the whole thing.
Yeah.
But at the very least, they are not writing her out of the story. So yeah. I think that's already a victory as far as I'm concerned. Because I was really worried about that.
Yeah, I was also happy that Hawk sort of put together, you said this earlier, that, well, if the good Cooper's in the lodge and can't come out, then the one who came out, although there's a little discrepancy here you could insert, right, that in terms of when, the good Cooper's in the lodge and can't come out, but a Cooper did come out.
Right.
And the dream that she wrote this diary entry from was before he even went in.
True.
So it could be the case where he wasn't able to come out, but he found a way to come out, and that was the good Cooper who came out.
True.
So it's a bit, even though he's right, there's still a way that he could be misinterpreting this.
True.
But he's not.
No. No, which is a good example of him being the Sayid, like being right. You know,
True.
We know he's right about that one.
Yeah.
You know, and I agree. I'm glad that they got that far. They were just completely baffled by the message
because they don't necessarily know that Annie gave that message while. Oh, she did say. Well, she says I've been in the Black Lodge. She didn't say she is in the Black Lodge.
Yeah.
So you know, is it like
yeah, actually the missing pieces reveal that she sent that message somehow when she was in the hospital.
I was just gonna say, did she send it when she was? Yeah, that's right.
That's that. I thought that was implied because they show her saying the exact same thing when she's in the hospital.
Yeah.
In the missing pieces. So that suggests to me that that's when she sent the message. I don't know how. She's got that lingering lodge magic, or was it the ring? Was the ring
that lingering lodge magic? It's just like a, God, what does that remind me? It reminds me of like an old Frank Sinatra song or something. I don't know. That lingering lodge magic.
Stuff. You got the lingering lodge magic, baby.
Exactly. That's Frank Sinatra. Speaking of the Rat Pack.
Yeah, that seems like a song that Leland would have performed.
Oh, he would have loved it.
He was into that era.
Oh, jeez. Mares eat dotes and does eat dotes. Little lambs eat ivy. God, I love that.
Yeah.
So weird.
Okay,
so where are we here?
You ready to
I think
continue?
we're done. I think after an hour and a half on one scene, I think we're probably ready to go.
We rehashed this enough.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like this is like the, you know, one of the most like major direct connections with the original series. I mean, aside from Evil Cooper, that we've really had so far.
Yeah, and you know, the idea that anyone could watch season 3 without having seen previous Twin Peaks.
Yeah, it's absurd. I mean, you can watch it.
That's almost like when Hawk says, "Yeah, Leland hit the pages." Who's Leland?
Fucking A. Yeah, we have no idea who that is. Yeah, it's such a it's just like if you just like imagery and you just want to like not understand anything that's happening.
Yeah, right.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and watch it. But yeah, it's. I don't know. I feel like that's how these things are supposed to go, but they're really not doing that. I mean, at all.
Yeah. I mean, having seen the previous stuff, you can't even tell what's going on.
It's still impenetrable. Yeah. In fact, it makes it worse sometimes.
It does make it worse. It shouldn't have made it worse and made it worse.
Yeah, so maybe somehow the confusion is better when you haven't seen the series. Because then you're just confused about who was who and like what are they talking about.
Yeah. But at least everything works within the context of this season, but
exactly,
you don't have anything to compare it to, so you don't get any of those discrepancies.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, you want to go to the next part?
All right. Go to the next scene. Oh my God. Okay, so the next scene, we go to Harry. Frank calling Harry. This is not Harry. How dare I? Frank Truman. This hashtag not my Harry. He goes to call Harry and I guess presumably like ask him about that time period when Cooper came out of the Black Lodge, and he finds out, I guess, again just kind of reading between the lines because we don't really hear Harry's side of this, that I guess he's having some kind of extra health difficulty, or things are rough at the moment, whatever his health problems are, and so seemingly Frank decides not to talk to him about it. He's just like, whatever, beat this thing, So maybe he'll, like we said earlier, talk to him about that stuff later. Um, so then, we don't stay with that plot. Oh, we actually move away from that plot. Interesting. Okay. Well, So are you ready for the next scene? Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it was. He was going to talk to Harry about the new pages that were found, but it wasn't that big a deal. It can wait till morning.
Exactly. He doesn't have any reason to think it's urgent at the moment, I guess. So,
and it's about something so long ago. Like, what could really be urgent about this?
He's totally disconnected from it, and exactly. In a way, it's like a point in his favor that he's even bothering to investigate it at all. You know, I could see like a different version where he's like, "What is this nonsense?
What is he investigating? Like, he does, you know, he doesn't really know what's at stake, what's it leading to, who's connected. Like, there's very little to go on. He's really just asking questions. That's all he can really do.
Exactly. Okay, so are you ready for this next scene?
Yeah.
This is one of the more confusing elements. This is stupid to say. It's not, but let's just say, like, I was more confused by this than I should have been. Anyway, we go over to Andy, who's questioning the owner of a truck. This character is referred to in the credits as Farmer. I guess that means he is a farmer, or does it mean that his name is Farmer? I don't know. Anyway,
I think he's because I think he's Bing. I think he's the guy at the last scene when there's a guy who runs in and says, "Anybody seen Bing?"
No, he can't be Bing. I thought Bing was somebody else.
Oh shit! I assumed this was Bing, but I had nothing to base that on.
No, I thought I saw Bing was sorry. Bing. Right. Bing was the guitar player from the band in the previous episode. Who's actually
David Lynch's son.
One of David Lynch. Yeah, David Lynch's son. Yeah.
His name's Bing.
That's his character. Yeah.
So he's a character on the show?
Seemingly. I mean, it's seemingly a minor one. But
he was in the credits in that episode?
I believe so.
But I thought in that episode he was just listed with the band.
I think maybe they credit him as okay, people are saying the word on the street. We're awaiting final verification. No, I'm gonna check it out here. Because I didn't even consider that wasn't true, so I didn't actually. I just assumed because so many people were saying that.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, I know he was listed with the band, as all the band people are, you know, but I'm looking at it now. I'm gonna wait to see if I see Bing listed here. I'm on part 6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no Bing, or we would have talked about who Bing was last time. We would have saw him. He's not in the credits.
No, that's not even Bing in part 6.
Oh, you're right.
It must have been part 5.
I'm looking at the band. He's not in here.
Yeah. That was Edavon, whatever.
All right. Almost there. Back to this. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if there's a Bing here, and we didn't talk about who Bing was, we're not doing our jobs.
Is that a failure on a basic level? All right, let's see. Okay. Where you at, Bing?
Not seeing a Bing.
No Bing?
No Bing.
You sure?
It's almost over. Let me see.
Everyone was saying that's who Bing was. Like, where did that idea come from? It must have come from somewhere.
So, nope, they just list Trouble, and they list Riley Lynch as a member of Trouble. There is no Bing in these credits here.
Is he credited in episode 7?
That's the next thing to check.
All right.
Now, yes, there is a Bing in episode 7. There was a Bing. I'm pretty sure there was a Bing. Yes, Bing. Right. Yeah, Bing is Riley Lynch.
Well, there you go.
He just wasn't in this episode.
Yeah.
Was he in this episode?
As far as I know, he was not in this episode.
Because that's happened before. There's another character here. Yeah. Oh, Laura Palmer.
Yeah, she wasn't in this episode.
Why did they credit her?
They mentioned her.
But
maybe if they mention a
character. Okay. You have to be right. You have, and I'm glad there's two cases here for that to be true. Because I saw them mention Laura Palmer. I'm like, where was Laura? But okay, so if they get mentioned, then they'll put who the actor is. Why be? And now this is like giving us information we shouldn't have. Like being, we don't know that Riley Lynch was going to be a character on the show. Had to have anything to do with the plot, because to me the band has always been sort of outside of the show. Like, here's a band that's playing at the Roadhouse, but it doesn't really matter who they are. They're not getting in-world character names except for Riley Lynch now, but he's also, you know what I mean? So it's not like the band is really in the show as some other band. The band is playing themselves. So I find this very strange. So anyway, I got confused when I heard the guy say who was Bing. I assumed Bing was this guy who goes missing.
That's actually a great assumption that never even occurred to me, because I saw everyone saying who Bing was, and I was like, okay, well, that's who Bing is.
Yeah, and then I thought Farmer. I was like, oh, I don't know who Farmer is.
Yeah, I looked up the actor, and it's definitely the guy in that scene.
Okay, wow. Why is he looking for Bing?
I have no idea. I mean, like, I'm assuming this is a throwaway thing, but I guess we'll see.
It can't be. Oh God, no. They have to come back to this. I mean, he's a character, right? I mean, like, he's gotta have lines on the show, right? In order to get, he's got a name. It's only a first name. Or a single name, I should say. But I have to believe that we're gonna get more Bing, right? Is this the joke from Lynch and Frost? Now we have to sit every time we have to talk about this character, we sound stupid. Oh, we're gonna get more Bing, right? More Bingo Bango, right? No, but we have to have more Bing. Because why would they go through all the trouble of having this guy say, anybody seeing Bing, as if like people know who that is, which why would they know who this is?
Right.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. I mean, I took it as a throwaway thing, just a weird moment to kind of have something happen. And the idea is like the band's in town, and whoever this is is looking for him.
This guy has to live in the town if people know him as Bing, right? There has to be a local band.
Maybe they're a local band.
Yeah, I just refuse to believe like nothing's gonna come from that.
All right, well,
and you can't make me.
You might be right. It's just, it was my assumption, but it could be true. I mean, who knows?
I mean, it was a weird scene anyway to be at the... First of all, they did it at the Roadhouse, this really weird, long, extended scene. And I'm like...
A double R.
No. They did it at the Roadhouse first, right?
Oh.
Where they had that long shot at the Roadhouse.
Oh, you mean the sweeping. Yeah.
Where I'm like, I guess he's just going to sweep it all up, and we're going to watch him sweep this whole fucking floor. Because after like 30 seconds, you're like, okay, this is weird. And after a minute, you're like, oh, okay, they're doing something.
I was so sure that the credits were going to roll any second.
I think I knew we weren't towards the end yet, so I was like,
I wasn't watching the thing. And it was close to the end. There's only a little more after that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it was a weird... I did think... Yeah, I mean, you're right. I did a bit think, like, is this the end of the show?
Yeah, because the Roadhouse usually means the end of the episode.
And that did flash through my head, like, oh, okay, instead of showing us a band, that's exactly what I thought. I was like, oh, instead of they're showing us a band, there's no band tonight.
Right.
So this is what we get.
It's just someone sweeping up,
Yeah, because there's no Ibanda.
No Ibanda.
Exactly. Oh, man. But there was a band, and the band was Bing.
Exactly.
No. Okay, yeah, but that's what I was saying. Yeah, they did the extended shot at the Roadhouse, and then it was weird when you go to the double R, and they do that weird extended shot with just like... First of all, it's really busy. I think busier than we've ever seen it, ever.
It was busy, yeah.
Like, usually there's not
slamming.
more than like 2 or 3 people, at a time at the Roadhouse. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is
you
the
mean
first.
Double R,
I keep saying
right?
Roadhouse. Now I
Yeah.
mean Double R. I meant
Yeah,
Roadhouse
okay.
before.
Just making sure.
Yeah. All the people that were at the Double R, it seemed like we've never seen it this busy. And number
Right.
2, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like we've never seen it at night.
Yeah, that's interesting. I want to say we must have at some point, but I agree. Most of the scenes are in the day. If there is one, it's a rare exception.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of any scenes there at night.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good point. It is weird. It's weird to see it at night, but yeah, maybe it's just really busy at night.
Dinner rush.
Dinner rush. Yeah, get in there. Get a whatever they have there.
Pie.
Yeah,
pie and coffee. That's all we serve. And again, Heidi, she's here. Yep. She giggles. No one says her name.
No.
No one says her name. I feel like something's happening here. Something's happening. How come no one's talking about why no one's saying Heidi's name, huh? That's what I want the government to get to the bottom
Bing
of.
Get a name, but Heidi doesn't get a name.
Exactly,
on the screen.
Right?
Like it is weird. Yeah, I agree.
Good, I'm not crazy. Or we're both crazy. Either one, I'm not alone. All right. So what did we wait? What? Oh,
yeah. To go back to the scene we were talking about.
That 20-minute diatribe was just because of the word Bing. Okay, because Bing isn't the farmer. Okay.
Right. So, yeah. You were talking about, you thought that was Bing. And so, yeah, we just had to...
See, I thought it made sense. I thought it was a sensible thing where this guy doesn't show up, he goes missing, so someone at the end says, hey, anybody seen this guy?
That makes too much sense.
That's
Sorry,
not what happened.
Not that, apparently.
Nope.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Because, like, I feel like there's a big question mark there, and that would have helped to clarify the situation a bit.
Yeah.
If they had ended on that, anybody seen Farmer? If that's his name.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, he could be Farmer. His name could totally be Farmer.
That's the problem. It really could be a name, or maybe he's just a farmer. I'm really not sure.
Do they have people credited as their job title?
I feel like that has happened. But okay, yeah.
For soccer example, mom.
There is a character credited as prison guard,
and here's nurse. Yeah,
in this episode. Yeah. So that's not out of the question.
But he seemed like somebody Andy knew, so it made it. I don't know. It made it seem like he should get a real name.
I agree.
And I didn't even really think he was on a farm.
I mean, why did Sam Colby get a name? Like, it's weird to me when they choose to give names and when they don't.
And when they get two names,
Yeah, versus just a first name. Like Jeremy Davies' character was just like Jimmy or Timmy or something like that. It's just like, it's very strange.
Yeah. Okay, so Farmer and Andy.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So, Andy, and there's no context for this, by the way. We get zero setup for this scene, and so that's why this totally confused the shit out of me the first time I saw it. I didn't understand what was happening.
Yeah.
At all. So we just cut to this all of a sudden. He's questioning this guy Farmer about the truck. So it's the truck that was used in Part 6 by Richard Horne to run over the boy.
Good catch.
Yeah. Let's just be clear. I didn't catch it. I read about it online because, I was like, "What the fuck is happening in this scene?"
Nice. Yeah.
But if you look at the truck, you can tell that it's that truck. If you're looking. But I was just so confused because there's no context for the scene. There's not a scene of okay, Andy, go question, go question the guy, like someone saw the truck, like Miriam or whatever saw the truck.
Yeah.
Go question the owner,
I mean,
sort of exposition.
We've said it before and we'll say it again. This show has too many mysteries for its own good. Like, so Richard, that wasn't even Richard's truck he killed that boy with.
Apparently not. Apparently not.
I mean, just come on. We're drowning. We're drowning in mysteries here. I mean, it's insane that he would. Yeah. I mean, why even wipe the blood off then? Like, I mean, I guess that helps, but it's not even your truck. Jeez. So he stole a truck, or he borrowed his friend's truck or something, and then
yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he borrowed it. So I mean, basically, the rest of the scene is like the farmer is like he's clearly nervous about he being there. He's like, I can't talk here, but I'll meet you later.
Yeah.
At Sparkwood and 21 at 4:30.
Hey, where?
At Sparkwood and 21.
Oh,
that's
man.
Right. That place.
Yeah.
Like, really? Are you sure?
That's just where people meet.
Like, okay, if you say so. So yeah, later on in a couple hours, they're gonna meet there. So I mean, I guess the implication is that, maybe he feels threatened by Richard Horne, or maybe Red is involved, or maybe it's both of them. I don't know how deep it goes, like letting Richard use the truck.
Yeah, I do remember when Richard stops to clean off the front grill. I can't remember exactly where it looked like he was, but maybe he was at this guy's farm or something. Mm-hmm. And then he just literally goes and walks in the house or something.
After that. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I assumed he pulled over and then went there, but it could definitely go that way. So yeah, it's like it's amazing how little, like, I'm just amazed that they don't I mean, like, you don't need to watch the original series. Like, I watched this series and I was confused about this.
Yeah, tell me what I need to watch to understand this series, please. Is there something that can help? Because it's like Oleana,
Yeah.
We watch the scenes, we do the podcast, we we read the reviews. I don't understand, like.
And it's not enough. I mean, I think it was a forum or some other podcast. They were like, oh, that's Richard Horne's truck. And I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. And then I went and looked and I'm like, yeah, you're right. It looks like it's Richard Horne's truck. And he's asking about it. And it's like, well, there's the logic to this scene.
Yeah.
Like, finally, it makes sense. But it's like, they could have, just with a few lines, he could have been on the phone, with okay, I'm going to go question about the boy who was killed the other day, like.
Or even in this scene, that's your truck, right? Yeah. Well, that's the truck that hit that boy.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't take a lot to, like, help a little bit. I mean, imagine casual viewers. Like, do they understand what's going on here?
Intuitively, in their hearts, they do.
God.
And that's the only place it matters.
Oh, man.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because dreams.
It's just
it's like barely a scene, like, because you know, a scene is really a character.
It's like there's a deleted scene that happened before.
Yeah, this is like a missing piece or something.
But why did they delete it?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
A scene
they got 18 hours.
Like basic scene construction is like a character wants something, and generally there's another character who's preventing them from getting it, or generally like that, or making them getting their goal harder, or whatever. But you don't know who wants what. Andy wants to question him about this thing, but you don't know why in regards to what. Last time we saw Andy, he was dealing with the case files, right? Right. The Laura Palmer case files.
Yeah, so I guess, like, since Hawk found his thing, they're off that now, and so they sent him out.
How about the scene where Hawk tells them, "Hey, I found the answer to the log lady's riddle."
That scene should have been in here. Yeah, it's such a simple thing. Yeah,
and Lucy goes, "Oh, you did find it?" It wasn't the bunny. Sorry, I can't do her voice. I gotta work on her voice.
Sounds more like Edith Bunker.
Yeah, I'm doing it completely wrong. Oh, man. I gotta work on that. I gotta work on my Lucy. But yeah, anyway, okay, go ahead. What's happening here?
We did the whole scene. It's a short ass scene.
But I didn't get anything out of it.
Me either.
Who's in the house? Is it Richard in the house? Like, I was worried. I was scared. Like,
it was scary.
Yeah, why is this guy so freaked out?
We go back to this later, and really it's when we go back to it later that it starts to seem ominous. Like, at this point, it plays to me like, like a simpler sort of like, this guy knows that, the one using the truck is dangerous, and he's afraid of, if he sees, like, he's going to be in trouble. Like, to me, it just feels like only scary on that level.
Yeah.
But later on, when he's waiting, and then they cut back to the house and just show like the open door, it starts to seem like strangely disturbing. And they're using the Twin Peaks, the Laura Palmer theme.
Yep.
Like the creepy part of the Laura Palmer theme. It's like, ugh, what happened?
Something happened. Yeah, it did feel like something important was going on there. Like.
I can't imagine they go back to the Laura Palmer theme if it's not a significant thing happening.
Yeah, that's my favorite theme. That's my favorite theme of all the themes. Is that one.
It's a good one.
Simple.
Yeah, very simple.
So okay, I just saw something on here about Bing. I'm on Reddit.
Oh, what about Bing?
So this is weird. Okay, this is really weird. I don't know how to take this. There's two weird things.
Okay.
Number one is apparently the guy who runs in to the double R at the end and says, "Anybody seen Bing?" That is Riley Lynch with blonde hair.
Okay.
Right? So that's weird, number one. Now, catch this. Weird number two is, and this is weird, whether or not that was even true. What's another second thing that's weird is at the very end of this sequence, at the very end of the credits, right before the production company title sequence, you see that same guy who said, "Anybody seen Bing?" He's in the left side of the screen. He gets up with some other person and walks out the door. So...
What?
Yeah, exactly. I'm so confused. I don't know what this means. I don't know anything else except I mean, so this person on Reddit is saying the man that yelled that was 100% Riley Lynch himself. I met him when they were shooting 2 years ago here in North Bend, Washington, and he had bleached blonde hair. So this guy is saying that I know that's Riley Lynch because I met him, and he has pictures with him that he said he's not going to post till after the show, for fear of spoilers. But then the other thing people mention in this thread is that same guy who says, "Hey, anybody seen Bing?" He's at the end of the scene, getting up from a table as if he was eating there the whole time. And that's also when, and I was wondering about this, because they're playing that song, Sleepwalk or whatever.
Yeah.
And towards the end, the music gets scary and ominous. And I remember when that happened, I was like, why did the mood change all of a sudden? We're at the double R. Why is the mood changing? Right. At the very end of all this, and that's right before he gets up and walks out the door.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, right?
I see.
So remember when I was saying the show has too many mysteries?
I there's no way this is a thing, is there? I mean, this just seems like some kind of weird...
Is this like a weird continuity error?
Yeah, some kind of weird continuity error mixed with because he, I remember in Pulp Fiction, there's this thing where the guy, the manager of the diner that they rob at a certain point says I'm no hero, I'm just a coffee shop, and then they cut him off, and in the credits he's credited as coffee shop. If he's credited as Bing because he says Bing. If that makes any sense. It's just a reference to what he said, not necessarily that's his name, even though it doesn't make any sense with the line.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just some weird thing like that combined with the continuity error that he's in the restaurant in a different shot. I know the shots don't match. Like I've seen some discussion of when they cut to a different angle in the double R that the extras like change in a
Mm-hmm.
major way, and that just seems like a continuity error to me. So I mean, I'm thinking that's all it is.
But you wouldn't you know that the only guy who gets a line of dialogue in this scene is gonna be an extra in the scene in a different shot later? You know what I mean? Like it's weird that would happen. Like yes, take aside the fact that he or me, he's maybe asking, has anyone seen himself? And people say no. Like that's weird, but okay,
Right,
maybe that's not what's happening.
right,
Maybe his name isn't Bing. Let's just call him Riley,
sure.
and he's looking for somebody named Bing. Okay, great. But are we supposed to believe he runs in? Anybody seen Bing and he runs around the corner and he comes through the back door
Yeah,
and he goes and sits down?
there it is.
That's the answer.
That seems
And
fine
then
to
he's
me.
done with his meal, so he gets up and he walks away. But again, like the music gets ominous right before he comes on screen. That's a little weird to me. Um, I don't know what it's. I don't have anything to make of
It is
this.
weird, but I guess I mean, continuity errors are fairly common. This was like a huge project. I could see it being overlooked.
But wouldn't he, as the actor, say, "Hey, wasn't I just here asking about somebody?"
I mean, and it's just a credit sequence. I guess I could imagine that uh that it just wasn't thought about.
Mm-hmm.
That he liked the flow of the guy coming in, and he liked that shot where he's walking out, and you know what I mean. That because it seems to me like they shot a bunch of double R stuff and with different extras and stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
they like the extras. The way the extras change isn't just him. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
other people that kind of switch from shot to shot, and so I mean I feel like that's got to be at least part of the story. It's just like he just liked a different shot from a different day they were shooting in there or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean it's just kind of a soft credit sequence too. Like it's just hard for me to believe it's more
But
than that.
yeah, but it's a lot, right? I mean, it seems like a lot going on for it to just be there's just so many weirdness. It's not just one weird thing. If it was just him, God, I don't know. If it was just the extras changing, that'd be one thing. If it was just he's got a line in the scene at the top of the sequence, and then in the end of the sequence, like he gets it, he's there the whole time. Like that's I don't know. That's weird. And then it's weird if that he's Riley Lynch,
Right,
who was on the show before, not credited as a character.
right.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of weirdness going on. So that's why I want it to be something, but it's such a minor thing that it's hard to wonder what that could even mean.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at the very least, I think it is. They did shoot that stuff on multiple days, and how much planning there was for that is, that would be the debate there.
Yeah, it's just I think you would know that this guy didn't go into the diner.
Well, maybe they even noticed it, but just said it didn't matter.
Well, then why would he come in and yell "Bing" in the first place?
Well, they wanted that moment.
Why use him?
Well,
If
he's the
he's
one
gonna,
who said it when
but
they
if he's
shot it.
gonna
Like, I
be,
guess I'm assuming when they shot it, they weren't intending to cut those together.
but they intended for him to be at the Double R having dinner in one
Yeah, well, I assumed
case.
it would be. I assumed the original idea was it would be different days, or you know what I mean. They wouldn't necessarily cut them back to back. Like that. I mean, I'm
But
guessing
yeah,
that was the edit because it's different crowds. It's not just him. It's different people all over the place in there. So,
uh-huh.
so like I think the intention was not that those were going on at the same time.
So you're saying those are two different, those shots are from two different time periods?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they were shot at different times. Absolutely.
But I'm saying, are you saying within the context of like the audience's view?
Within
You
the
know what I
context of the
mean?
show, no, I think it's just a continuity error. It's one of those things that happens when you cut from different days at the same location and stuff doesn't match. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what's going on.
I don't know. I'm a little. Yeah, I mean, I definitely believe that could happen, but that's a pretty big thing. Like, um, the production crew's gonna know who their extras are in these scenes, and if they need those people back for it to match up, they're gonna get those people. You know,
Yeah, that's why I'm
uh,
saying I don't think when they shot it, they intended it to be cut together like this. I'm assuming this was a decision made at the editing stage.
yeah, okay, maybe that's it. But I mean, this is also the kind of thing you would plan to do. Like, we're gonna have two shots, one from here and one from here. You know, especially if you're gonna have one of the shots have a line of dialogue in it. You're gonna plan that out.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I'm guessing that they intended it to be a credit sequence, and also just like there's some various like business at like to a certain extent there have been shots like that at the Roadhouse too. Actually, I heard that they shot like a lot of the Roadhouse scenes at one day with the bands like coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Like so to a certain extent, I think there's uh they wanted to like have some double R crowd stuff, and I'm assuming they intended to use it maybe for multiple credit sequences or maybe just for intermittent shots in other parts of episodes, but
Mm-hmm.
but that like when they were cutting this together, they liked the two shots, like the guy coming and this other angle where he happens to appear, and and in addition to all the other extras changing, like they just decided it didn't matter that much, it would be fine. And really, to be fair, I didn't notice any of this when I originally saw it.
Mm-hmm.
it
Yeah, that's the thing.
it
Like I
didn't
said,
catch my attention.
it's one thing to have the extras change, but to have a person who, I don't know, it's a really weird thing to go. Well, he's in this other scene. Why did we even have him as an extra in the other scene? He shouldn't have been there
Right,
unless he ran around the corner, came through the back
right.
door.
Yeah. I mean, it makes no sense. It's none of that should have been
Yeah.
happening.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see if anything else happens with Bing. Like I said, I thought the music changing tone was significant. I just didn't know what the significance was.
I mean, I thought the original song just sounds like that. Am I crazy? Isn't that just how
Does it?
it goes?
Oh, maybe it does.
I
I
think
thought,
so.
hmm.
I mean, I think the original has, a bit of creepiness. I think I've heard it used in horror movies before.
Yeah. I don't. I'd have to go listen to the original song. I don't remember how it ends, but I don't know. I thought they screwed with it and made it sound scarier.
Okay. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. I don't know well enough to know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had about this Bing thing.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, so we'll see. I'm putting my stake in the ground that this is just a continuity thing and it's no big deal, but we'll see.
All right.
if
All right.
if Bing is like some kind of significant character who talks about himself and like appeared, he can like teleport or something. Like it's gonna get weird. It's gonna get weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he gets up. He doesn't walk out the door. He gets up and he goes to the front of the diner, like to pay. I don't know to do what, but
Yeah,
yeah, that's weird. Okay. All right. What's the next part? Where are
we'll
we
see.
at?
Okay. So, right. Um, yeah, so we'll come back to the farmer thing, I guess. So in the next scene, we go back to the sheriff station. This is where I was confused because this is really picking up with the previous plot thread.
Mm-hmm.
And so I assumed it would come next, but this is where I mean we're going scene by scene here. So, so the next scene, Frank calls Doc Hayward, and then they switch to Skype, and he asks about looking after Cooper at the Great Northern and like what happened. He said Cooper was acting strange, and he took him to the hospital, and then he was sneaking out. He was sneaking out of the ICU, like he saw him doing that, I guess.
Yeah, that was a weird line.
And he looked at Doc Hayward, like gave him some weird look, and then walked out. And he thinks that Cooper was looking in on Audrey Horne, who was there in a coma at the time.
The Great Northern's Audrey Horne.
Oh boy. So yeah, I mean, I guess that is one takeaway from the scene is that she survived the explosion, like officially, according to the show, not just the book.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's this weird thing about like I guess about what Cooper did after what we saw, in the series and in that missing piece thing.
Yeah, one of the things I didn't really think about in terms of where they left off with the missing piece, after Cooper hits his head on the mirror, Harry and Doc bust in there.
Yeah.
One of the things I didn't think about was that they would take him to the hospital where Annie is.
Yeah.
And that could be a way he could get the ring back.
Right.
If he wanted to do that and track down that nurse or whatever, find it.
Right.
I thought it was weird too. It was interesting that Doc said, "I don't remember what I ate for breakfast this morning, but I remember that." Because of course I thought it was going to go the other direction. Like, I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. How could I possibly remember something 25 years ago?
Right.
Of course, it's the better way.
Yeah.
I thought it was strange too when he says, let's see, what does he say? Oh, yeah. An hour later, I saw him sneaking out of intensive care fully dressed. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm going, okay, they took him to the hospital, I guess he was in the ICU or something, and he's leaving, so he gets dressed. But then he says, oh, he was looking in on Audrey Horne. So It was weird that, like, he had already left his room or something. He wasn't sneaking out of his room. He was sneaking out of somebody else's place.
Yeah.
So that was weird. And he turned and he looked at me, and I saw that strange face again. So I'm like, what do you mean? Again, as in the face you saw when Cooper hit his head? Is that what he means?
I assume that's what he means.
He doesn't mean that Cooper generally has a strange face.
No, I assume he means the
that his face became strange after he came from the Black Lodge.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I
yeah. It's just weird that it wasn't. He's like alluding to something that Harry doesn't know.
Right.
I'm sorry, not Harry, Frank.
Yeah.
That Frank doesn't know.
True.
So it's weird. I'm like, well, okay. Because he's not, and I saw his face, and it was strange.
Right.
But it's like, no, I saw it again.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, some interesting stuff here. I mean, bravo, like I said before, we got Doc Hayward back. That's, at least for this one little bit here, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
I want to know what's up with Donna. What happened after she found out that Ben was her dad, and how did the family reconcile? And does he still talk to her? Has she forgiven, her parents for all that stuff? Like, it's a whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
Is Ben still in Donna's life? Or they, or have they reconciled? Like, there's a bunch there they can talk about.
Yeah, definitely.
Is Laura Flynn Boyle even still acting? Like, I feel like I haven't seen her in forever.
Yeah.
And then I was wondering, would they get Laura Flynn Boyle or would they get Maura Kelly to play Donna?
Right. Let's see. So, yeah, sort of. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the last movie she did was in 2014.
Okay.
So yeah, and I guess the acting was like kind of intermittent since 2010. She was in like, I don't know, roughly like a movie a year in the 2000s and like 2 movies a year in the 90s.
Interesting.
So yeah, she definitely slowed down in the acting department.
Yeah. Okay. I love his hat said got trout. At first I thought it said fat trout. Doc Hayward's hat. But it's got trout.
Yeah. So, shall we mention the disturbing implications of this scene?
Are there disturbing implications?
There could be, and now there might not be. And let me just go on the record and say, I hope not.
Oh God! Am I missing something?
Because to me, like the implications of the scene potentially are like pretty horrific.
You mean Mrs. Muller's eczema?
Oh my God! You don't want to see that.
I mean,
put the kids to bed.
Yeah, the implications of that are really horrific. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, so now I'm scared.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. I mean, this is something that's like, it's kind of out there on the internet. I don't know if this is something that I would have thought of, but once it got put in my head, like I can kind of see it. So there's this character out here on the show, fairly bad character named Richard Horn. And, so that implies he's related to one of the Horns. Now, he could certainly be related to Ben or Jerry. That's not out of the question at all.
Oh, is he Donna's kid?
But he could be Audrey's kid. And, and if he's Audrey's kid, the thing that a lot of people were saying is like,
oh God.
Yep. So
that Mr. C is the father.
That would be it.
But the whole point is she's in no position to have sex. First of all, this is what I would call
I don't know if it was consensual. That's the theory.
But no. Yeah, okay, so
that's the theory. She's in a coma. He goes in there, basically rapes her, and that's where Richard Horn came from, and that's why he's so evil. Yeah, that's the theory. And prove it wrong.
I mean, you can't prove it wrong when it's based on stuff that we don't have evidence for. So
no, we know he went in there when she was in a coma.
Okay. How about Richard Horn was conceived by the devil, or how about Immaculate Conception? I mean, like, you can't prove stuff that's outside of the show. So
but there is more evidence for this than there is for those things.
There's no evidence he raped her.
No, but he did go in there, and what did he do? I mean, you know what I mean? We know Eva Cooper. I mean, I doubt he was just concerned for her safety. You know, so like, why was he in there? I mean, I agree. It's like, I can't imagine him just doing that. It's horrible, and I really hope it's not true. And yet it seems plausible to me as an explanation for Richard Horn.
Yeah, I look, Richard's pretty bad.
What do you think he was doing in there with Audrey? Like,
I don't know.
Do you have some alternative thoughts?
I did assume he was seeing if she was still alive, but I didn't think he raped her. And I mean, why would he do that? Only because she liked Cooper or something, and he was, I mean, why her versus anybody
Yeah,
else?
I mean, I guess that would be the reason if there's a good reason, quote unquote.
Um, yeah. See, what I was gonna think is not that she was unconscious, but if she was conscious, but I wouldn't expect her to be able to do it while she's in the ICU. And if she was conscious, I think she would know that that's not the real Cooper, or that
Right.
something's wrong
So
with
yeah,
him.
that's the more benign version. Is like he looked in on her and then he went to visit her later, convinced her he was the real Cooper, and then they actually had consensual sex,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where Richard Rohr came
See,
from.
I thought you were gonna do the other weird theory, which that I had, which doesn't explain why Richard is evil, but it's just a crackpot theory that it could be Donna's kid, because Donna is technically a
Because she's
horn,
sort of a horn. Yeah, that's interesting.
and that maybe she gave up the baby or something, or
Yeah,
said like,
yeah.
"Hey, I'm gonna give you, the Horn last name instead of the Hayward name," or
It's
something
just
like that.
there's got to be a reason why they had Doc Hayward mention that he looked in on Audrey Horn. Like that can't just be an
You're right,
idle detail, right?
and it's not enough of a reason just for us to know that Audrey's alive. Like
I
that's not
think
enough.
that part is somewhat valid, yeah. But I feel like there are other ways they could have told us that don't implicate Evil Cooper, you know. And so, although I
Like
guess,
Bob never got Laura pregnant, and
uh,
this is well, I guess Mr. C. Yeah, I guess maybe Bob. Maybe it's Bob wanted to do it more than just Mr. C. Cooper's doppelganger.
right,
Um, I could see that. I could see if it was Bob, because he said he saw
yeah,
that strange face, so maybe that's
hmm,
supposed to be more of the Bob angle,
could be, yeah.
than just the general Mister
Because
C
I mean,
bad
that's when he
face.
smashed his head in the mirror. That was definitely Bob.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You're right. Good point. So Bob. Oh God, I don't
I'm
want to deal
sorry,
with
it's horrible.
I mean, not just the moral implications of this, but just like demon seed, I don't want
Right,
to deal with
yeah,
Lucifer's baby, or like, somebody's progeny being evil because their parents
right,
are bad. Like that's
yeah,
I don't want to deal with that. I want people to be bad because they're bad, because they make bad choices, or because
right.
they're amoral, not for something that they couldn't control. They had oh God. Daddy, it's me. I'm your son. Like, really? Like, oh. And because now what you're going to make me think is that adds to the reason, like, if Audrey Horn is the billionaire who
Yep,
built the box,
you got
like,
it.
that's a
You
reason she
got it.
wants to get Cooper, because, oh, God.
You got it. I mean it's yeah. I agree. I don't like it as a story direction. It is not something that, it's not what I want to see. It's just like people were saying this before this Doc Hayward scene.
Mm-hmm.
I saw theories. Oh, maybe Mr. C is Richard
I
Horton's
did see
mom.
and people were like, "No, there's no way Audrey could have been in a position to have sex after that
Yeah,
explosion." So I was like,
yeah,
"Okay, that's enough of that
yeah.
theory. Like that's good enough for me."
But then it's like,
Um,
you looked in on her and she was in a coma.
well, what if he's wrong? What if she didn't look in on her? What if he was in the ICU for something else?
It could be. It could be. Maybe it's a red herring and it's supposed to make us think that, but it turns out it's something else. Maybe something to do with Annie or the ring or whatever else new thing they want to introduce. It could be that. I
Yeah, he
hope it's
says I
that.
thought at the time he might have been. That's a lot
Yeah.
of conditional
Oh
statements.
yeah. Oh yeah. It's definitely
Uh,
it's a hedge and it's a memory. And so yeah,
yeah.
it doesn't have to be true. And I'm happy. I'm so happy for it not to be true. I just had to throw it out there because it's like it is a little bit to me it's more plausible than a lot of internet theories.
I agree. Like the show, the theory fits into the way the storytelling works on the show, with these little details that do later get explained. So that would make sense. This little detail about him looking on her, and we get something. It's just God, Is it like, we need to talk about Richard Horn? Like,
Yep.
He's like an evil kid,
Yep.
and oh, jeez.
That's what I'm imagining. Can't wait for the flashbacks.
Oh, I can. All right. Well, listen, it's worth mentioning. I hate it. I hope that's not it.
I'm right there. I 100% agree.
Yeah.
So let's hope that's not the case. But it's just like, as Peaks podcasters, I felt the need to say that that's a theory that has some it's not completely insane to think that.
Ugh.
Totally, it's horrible.
Yeah.
And on many levels, morally as well as story wise. So okay. Shall we move on?
Let's please go.
Okay. Let's wash our hands and mouths and anyway.
Wash everything.
Let's wash everything. All right, so let's get back to a good old-fashioned mystery. We go to the Buckhorn police station. This is actually in Buckhorn, unlike certain stories.
Mm-hmm.
We only thought we're in Buckhorn, but we're in fact in Sioux City, but not really Sioux City. More like Yankton.
Yeah. Yankton Prison, which should be in Yankton, but on the show is in Sioux City.
Exactly. So maybe it is Sioux City. But anyway, okay, so at the Buckhorn police station, Lieutenant Knox from the Pentagon, we saw her in a previous episode talking to fuck, now I forgot his name, Colonel Davis. Mm-hmm. There we go. About Major Briggs' fingerprints coming up on the thing. We saw, the fingerprints from the body were military classified, so we assume that means the body is Major Briggs' body, and so she comes there and finds out, she had assumed that they were just prints found at a scene, but finds out that actually they came from a body. So that's news, to her at least. And so then she goes into the morgue, and Constance Talbot, first time I learned her name, shows her the body. And Knox asks about the head, which is missing. And she finds out, that the body appears to be a man in his late 40s who died in the last 5 or 6 days.
God, it's like, again, what's the mantra? Too many mysteries. Not only is he too young, but he also just died a few days ago.
Yeah, because it almost like I could almost buy it if they just said, oh, well, he died 25 years ago, know? Then it's like, oh, well, there you go. That makes sense then. Nope. They won't let you off that easy.
Nope.
No, we have to make clear that because
I guess time travel involved.
Exactly. I mean, the other crazy thing would be if he was in his 70s, because supposedly he died, a long time ago.
That would have been crazy enough. If this is Briggs. He's body of a 70-year-old man who died a few days ago. He was just missing that entire time on doing something else. But now it's like, it's not even, we can't even really account for the time he was gone, because if there's time travel involved, we don't know, sort of in those intervening 25 years, how much of that time he was actually doing stuff, or did he just jump to the future recently and spend out, a few days in the future and then get killed?
How, why, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So too many mysteries. And he's got Dougie's ring in his stomach.
Oh, no.
It's such a mess.
Yeah. I don't think Hastings is responsible for that.
Hastings isn't a very popular list.
Yeah, and we do get the creepy guy in this scene too. She walks up behind her. But what I was gonna say was, I have this weird theory. So the Owl Cave painting, drawing, and there's a depiction of the giant and the little guy, man from another place.
Right.
And one of the things that's been weird to me is the idea of, well, if the arm wasn't created until Mike slash Philip Gerard cut off his arm.
Continuity, yeah.
Then how, this cave drawing predates Philip Gerard's birth. So Mike couldn't have been in Philip Gerard when he cut the arm off, So if that's true, then the only way to explain this is the idea that time is different in the Black Lodge, and that presumably, at the point at which the arm had been created, somehow he was able to appear, or I should say, someone from the past, one of the Indians, presumably, in that area, went to the Black Lodge, was relatively in sort of a future sense, he saw the man from another place and the giant, even though, from this Indian's perspective, Native American's perspective, Philip Gerard hadn't been born yet because it's, a couple hundred years ago or whatever, however old this thing is supposed to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this guy goes to the Black Lodge. He sees the giant and the little guy, but so anyway, I think so. Maybe so if that's true, if that's the explanation for that, then maybe this time travel thing could also be part of that with Briggs. So maybe. Mr. C, or maybe he just on his own, or goes to the Black Lodge, but walks out of the Black Lodge in the future, or the White Lodge.
Right? Yeah. That seems like the most plausible thing as far as that goes, because we do know that the lodge and time are very flexible or whatever. There's some kind of weird thing going on there. Mm-hmm. As far as time goes. So that seems a plausible way it could happen. It doesn't explain the whole story.
Yeah.
I think what I was going to say about the owl cave thing, just to I think your theory is pretty plausible and it works. However, something that, the whatever TV part of my brain wants to say about that is just that the owl cave painting, well, first of all, I'm leery of trusting props too much, but sure. More than that, it comes from the original series, obviously, and the idea that the little man is the arm is not something that was brought up until Fire Walk with Me.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
So I don't think they necessarily knew when they were making that painting that was supposed to be Mike's arm, and so that continuity issue didn't necessarily exist for
it
them
would be my time travel thing or whatever. I mean, the Black Lodge time thing is just sort of a retroactive explanation. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's still valid because that's how stories work, Mm-hmm. I mean, that's why retconning is a thing.
Yeah.
Because that's what you do when you have a story that over time, you add things to it, and so you have to explain what the earlier stuff was. Mm-hmm. And the concept of the lodge and time travel was something that I guess was hinted at even in the series with Laura sharing the dream that Cooper has. Mm-hmm. So and taken to the next level in Fire Walk with Me, and now seemingly we have a third level of straight up time travel, not just vision communication, but his body time traveled.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell.
Yeah, when Briggs goes missing in season 2, now I'm forgetting the exact line he has, but when remember when he shows up in his living room, and it almost feels like he just appears there, but maybe he walked through the door and nobody noticed. But does he asks how long he's been gone. And what did they say? 2 days or something?
Something like that, yeah.
And I feel like I don't remember if he says that it feels longer than that or shorter than that.
Yeah, I don't either. He says one of the two.
He says one of the two. So maybe that's a hint of time traveling happening.
Yeah. I want to say it didn't feel that long, but
yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Yeah, because I feel like I expect him to say it felt longer, but then he says the opposite.
Yeah.
But so maybe he did a little time traveling then.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring up like a disturbing possibility.
Oh, not another disturbing possibility. I can't handle anymore.
Sorry, it's not nearly as disturbing.
Who raped who now?
No more rape. No
Jeez.
more rape. Actually, there is more rape in this episode. Anyway,
oh,
sorry. I'm sorry. I really don't want to bring up rape all the time, but anyway, no, that it was well, okay. I guess the simpler, like less disturbing version is like this is a doppelganger.
This is the body of Briggs's doppelganger.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah. So then the other version would be this is the original Briggs, and the Briggs that came back was the doppelganger. that would be another crazy version.
So the idea that this Briggs was in the Black Lodge for 25 years or something, or where he was somewhere else, but there was his doppelganger was the one that Bobby talked to last or whatever.
Yeah, and maybe he was in on it with Evil Cooper or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe I don't buy that either.
Communication and maybe I don't really understand. I feel like he wasn't there for 25 years, or he would have aged, or at least like if they want to be consistent with what they showed with Cooper. So I guess I would have to say that
because
his body was transported to the future or something. Sorry, go ahead.
Because what this is turning into is a bad version of The Matrix 2, which I mentioned before about Alden Smith and Smith.
Oh yeah, you did mention that.
So it's a little bit like the crackpot theory from Lost of what would happen if Smokey got off the island. Would he sort of claim and change the minds of the world? Right. And so this is turning into that now. I mean, if you want to say like Mr. C somehow engineered a Briggs doppelganger, then he's just basically like trying, it's his end goal to turn everyone on this planet into a doppelganger, or to have bad people outnumber the good people. He'll rape and doppelgang himself into like everyone being bad on it. Like, is that the end goal now?
Well, now you're asking about the hard part. Like, what's the point of all this? Like, I don't know that. And I guess, like, I wouldn't necessarily, I don't feel like it has to go that far. I mean, I guess I would assume that if he's using a Briggs doppelganger, it is for, just like they said with Dougie, that like he was manufactured for a specific purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not necessarily that he wants everyone to be a doppelganger, just that like for certain purposes, it's useful to have these things around to like do certain things you want them to do. I guess so I don't think it has to mean that his plan is to like doppelgang the world, which is a great verb.
Yeah, it's weird. But okay, so maybe he needed something that only Briggs could get access to.
Yeah,
and
which I mean, Briggs.
Yeah.
Secret info, military stuff, whatever.
He needed the maybe some files or some okay. I mean, I don't like that. I don't want more doppelgangers. that aren't Cooper.
I'm just saying, like, it's on the table, and maybe it's possible, but I think more likely is just that they said he died in a fire.
Well, here's one thing. One thing, this can't be the body of the doppelganger, or else he would have backwards fingerprints, and they would have caught that.
Would he? I'm confused about that point. We're going to have to come back to that.
Oh, God.
When we get to the fingerprint scene.
I think I'm going to quit podcasting before we even get to the end of this podcast. I'm just going to quit altogether. Jeez.
Because the fingerprint scene, I thought that's what it said, but...
Yeah.
But,
oh, no.
I'm not sure that that's what it said.
Jeez.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not happy about this, but this is just like,
Because dreams.
Because dreams. No, it's a valid point, and I thought of it too. But then, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the fingerprint scene means later. So, I mean, we'll have
I
to.
was. I guess we'll see what happens when we get back to it.
It's a valid point, though. I mean, I do agree that like more likely is that the original Briggs, like he was supposed to have died in a fire.
OGB.
OGB. I
His rap name.
Of course. I'm assuming that like they didn't find the body, and like what really happened is that
he went to the future in the fire. I mean, we know fire.
Future.
Well, we know fire is a gateway to the Black Lodge, right?
Right.
At least visually. Fire walk with me, right? So
right.
I think maybe the fire was started, or he was was able to use that through Mr. C or Bob or something to get to the Black Lodge. Or whoever abducted, even he was abducted before. He could have been abducted again.
So did he traveled to the future, and then like within a few days, like Evil Cooper tracked him down and killed him? I mean, is that what happened?
Seemingly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we still, there's still the Dweller on the Threshold out there.
Not to mention Dougie's ring.
Whatever that's supposed to be, Dougie's ring. I mean, again, that's like the one mystery I almost refuse to even analyze. Because, like I said, when we first heard about that, I feel like you have to walk out on so many limbs to even theorize about why that would happen. And now we're dealing with somebody who's time traveling. So you don't even know when it would have happened, let alone why or how.
And why would Evil Cooper put Dougie's ring in his body? Like, it just makes no sense to me. Why would he do that?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that's only going to lead the police to. I mean, they haven't done it yet. I felt like the scene was coming where they're like, Janie E. There's probably like no one else in the country with that name.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one Janie E. and she's married to a Dougie, and she lives in Las Vegas. And let's go like find out who they are.
Yeah.
And that would lead. It hasn't happened yet, but so like if it's gonna help them like track down, like it just seems like Evil Cooper wouldn't want that. So why?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he put
No, there definitely has to be a reason.
Oh my God, did Major Briggs find Dougie and like swallow his ring? Like knowing, like, was he trying to help the police? Like, was he trying to lead them to Dougie? Like, did he know like Evil Cooper was gonna kill him and like he had to quickly swallow it? Like, I don't know what we're supposed to think about it. I feel like there's got to be an explanation for the ring that makes sense, right? Am I crazy?
Comment. No, I mean there has to. Yeah, you're right. There has to be some sort of character-based reason why the ring is in Major Briggs. Now, did he swallow it willingly? Was it forced? Was it magic? We talked about Red.
Right.
Making Richard swallow that coin.
Right. True.
Is it something related to that? Is it something to do with the creation of Dougie? Was Briggs there when Dougie was created somehow?
That's weird and scary.
And that's how he, and so he grabbed, and the ring is somehow manufactured as well. Like, I mean, we talked about it before, and I'm really uneasy with the idea that Janie E. and Sonny Jim are manufactured too. His whole family's manufactured. Yeah. Like, it really should just be Dougie. Now, at what point he comes into existence is the question. Was he ever a baby? Right. Did he have parents? Like, was he birthed?
Right.
Like, is that how you manufacture an entity? You have to, like...
And then presumably that would have to involve time travel or something for him to be the correct age.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes me think no. But on the other hand, how did it work?
Yeah, did Cooper's mother have a second baby, and Cooper has a twin,
mm-hmm.
But that's the doppelganger, like,
right.
you know, like it's there's so many questions. I have no answers. Yeah, yeah. Again, Briggs swallowing, you know, having the ring. It just is that's weird enough. And now he's to the wrong age.
Time travel. Yeah, yeah. And they had to like go multiple levels to make clear like this is why this is strange.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just like, well, yeah, because he was killed, 25 years ago, so he's in his late 40s. That's normal.
Mm-hmm.
No. The body has clearly only been dead a few days. Oh.
And that's the thing. When Mr. C was on that device trying to contact Philip Jeffries, the voice on the phone said, "I know you went to see Major Briggs, right?"
That's right. Yeah.
So
I gotta rewatch those early episodes.
I know it's like a million years ago. I swear.
I know.
It feels like so long.
Yeah, I barely remember that stuff.
It's about
like I had no idea what was going on at that point.
Yeah, it's about 200 mysteries ago.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, yeah. You're right. That seems. Who was talking to him? Who was that voice? I mean, we still have no idea.
What if that? Oh man, what if it's a Dick Laurent is dead type thing, and he was talking to himself?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now it's my turn to disturb you.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like I knew you went to see Major Briggs because I'm you, right? And I did that.
Right. It's like strangely plausible. God, that's gonna be so weird.
Or it's like Cooper, after Mr. C gets defeated by the good Cooper. It's the good Cooper calling in the past to the bad Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
Right. Yeah, but what about I'll Be With Bob Again? I remember that being a weird
one. That's right.
Like, what?
Well, that could still be Cooper if he wants a showdown with Bob.
That's a good point.
If he's like, I need Bob to get back into the Black Lodge so we can have our showdown and we can settle this thing.
Yeah.
Because I think that's maybe not the very end of the show, but the end, the sort of towards the end of Cooper's journey should be him retesting himself in the Black Lodge and passing, right? Like,
yeah.
And maybe Wyndham Earl comes back as another test or something, a doppelganger Earl or something.
Yeah.
Which would be weird because if the actor's still alive, which I think he is,
I believe so. Yeah.
He would be older, so they'd have an old doppelganger, which would be weird. But maybe doppelgangers age. I guess that's normal. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Mr. C definitely aged. So.
Well, he was in the real world though.
He was in the real world. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And of course, Laura and Dale age, but they couldn't get around that.
Yeah.
And it's funny too because the dream that Cooper has, it's 25 years later, and they have that old age makeup on him,
right?
Which when you compare to what he really looks like 25 years later, you realize how that makeup doesn't do anything. Like it just looks like they have wrinkles, but that's it. Like it doesn't really get across what aging really does to you.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's strange. In the international pilot, that's just like what happened 25 years later. It's not even the context of a dream. So like that's extremely strange. Like 25 years later, he does that. Okay. If you say so. But yeah, I guess like having it be 25 years later was definitely a weird decision. I would say it kind of locks them into a certain thing, and I feel like they were trying to go back to it.
Yeah,
like they wanted to have that prophecy come true somehow. That like 25 years later he would actually have that experience.
Yeah.
But there was just no way to do it for various reasons. Yeah. So they just kind of did a half version of it.
Okay, so then we get what do we call this guy? What are people calling this guy?
I called it a figure. I have no idea what this guy is called. So is this? Oh, let me just finish the scene real quick.
Oh yeah.
She finds out Lieutenant Knox finds out about this body thing, how the age and all that stuff. So she's surprised. She excuses herself, goes into the hallway, reports to Colonel Davis what she's found. Davis says he has to make that other call. And while she talks, a figure walks down the hallway behind her. Then she tells Talbot and Detective Mackley that no one else gets access to the body and it won't be their investigation very much longer. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the figure passes in the doorway behind them.
Jeez. Oh, jeez.
I was so confused about that thing walking because she looks back and I thought she was going to see it, but then she didn't really react.
I thought she saw it, and there was just nothing to react to. It was just a guy
walking. Isn't it fucking scary that there's some crazy guy like slumping down the hall? Like
slumping.
I mean, that's just
he's hallway slumping. No, I mean he's just.
This is like a police station, right? This is like I mean, she's like going into the morgue.
It's the morgue. It's not a police station.
Isn't this in the police station?
No, they don't have morgues in police stations.
Don't they?
Have you ever been to a morgue? It's not in a police station. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I think I thought the coroner's office. I mean, maybe it's in the same building. I guess maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think those were in the same building.
I thought the morgue is in a hospital, right?
Well, typically,
I didn't think you would you don't have a morgue in a police station
for like murders and stuff. Like they just take them to the hospital.
I'm googling morgue and police station.
I guess
here's a Yahoo
body was in the hospital.
A Yahoo Answers question. I don't know why anyone's asking this. Are morgues a part of a police station, or are they a separate building?
Wow. What's the answer? Of course,
well, we get horrible answers like the morgues in my area are located in hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
This person says the morgue is in a different building and it's usually far away from the police station. Cities have one and states have one. They are run by the medical examiner. Hospitals have morgues, but they are just for storing bodies. The real morgues are where autopsies are performed and unclaimed bodies are stored. And other morgues are part of hospitals. This says, used to be back in the early 50s and 60s, the morgue back in the 70s was moved from the county coroner's office, usually located in the county basement of the courthouse building. That's what I was thinking about, being in the same building, to assignment to the state pathology department or the department of the coroner to be located in a hospital within each county. So, I don't know.
Okay. So like Laura's body was in the hospital. However, Teresa Banks's body was at the station, and they did have like a sort of a morgue out back, like in a shed or something.
Yeah, and that was a small town, so that makes sense for a small town like that.
Yeah. But I'm just like, they didn't show them going anywhere. So, but I mean, presumably they did. Anyway, I guess the other thing is like, this is the figure from the jail, right? I guess that's the other thing that made me think it was the police station.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're not wrong. I think that's very valid. I didn't think this was the same place. I thought this was a different place. I didn't. I thought this would be the hospital. Yeah.
So if this is the hospital, it's more normal that this guy's like slumping down the hall.
He's not really slumping. He's just walking. There's not any slump. Where do you see slump?
Slump in there.
Where's the slump? He's walking sort of slowly.
It's a slump. Isn't it a slump? It seems slumpy to me.
I don't know. If you've watched the tape, I don't know if he's slumping per se. But yeah, I mean, I took it an even scarier way that she looks back and sees the guy and doesn't think anything of it. And to me, that's scarier because he's weird and she should be afraid.
But that's what
you took it as. But he's there.
Well, I guess I assumed it was like the thing we saw before where they showed him and like we saw him, but like no characters actually saw. I mean, we didn't see a character look and not see,
Yeah, and he floated
but
away last time, and this way he was very. I thought the whole point was like of her seeing him was like, oh, he's very corporeal, like he's really there, like sort of the opposite of what we saw before, where he was kind of in the cell, nobody saw him, and then he vanishes.
right.
So yeah, I mean, he seems like the kind of guy that doesn't walk to where he needs to go. Like, so it was weird to me he was even walking.
Right.
If you can head float away, I don't know why you don't just head float.
Right.
But yeah, that's weird. I mean, we don't even know if she saw him. Why is that a mystery?
I know, it's the simplest thing. And I guess I thought that she was gonna have like more of a reaction to this
Mm-hmm.
like kind of like scary figure walking down the hall. And it's just like, oh, that's just whatever.
In a
Some
normal
guy.
show, they would have made it clear if that she didn't see him. You know, they would have cut to an
Yeah.
angle from her perspective, and no one's there or
Empty
something.
hallway, yeah.
But yeah, they don't do it. They do this shot that I really like, where he's walking up to this really long shot in the background, and he's like out of focus the whole time.
Yeah.
And then they leave it where you expect him to like walk into focus, but he
Yeah.
just stays out of focus the entire time.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's very, very weird. I don't know what to make of that.
Just some guy. Yeah, okay. He's not slumping that much, but it's not the
Yeah.
fastest walk I've ever
He
seen.
looks old and tired. You like, I mean, he looks weird because his face looks black, and he's all in black, and so but like that's why I got this. I'm rewatching some of like ER right now, and
Oh.
you get people who are homeless and dirty and all the time, So I just kind of if it's a police station or a hospital or something, it's not that weird to see somebody who doesn't look cleaned up. He doesn't have like a demon face or anything.
Right. Right, right.
And it was weird that he just walked on by the room because I thought he was walking
Yeah,
to her for some reason, and
me too.
then he just walks
Yeah.
on by like, don't mind me, just slumping here. I'm just gonna slumping to and fro.
Yeah, what is that thing? I mean, do we have any basis for any kind of a
Why?
guess?
Why is it? No, we don't have any basis for a guess. I mean, listen, the only thing I can think is since he's all in black, maybe that's supposed to be the motor oil, the Glastonbury Grove like black liquid stuff. That's the only
Okay.
maybe. So
Interesting. Yeah.
maybe he's out of that now. Of course, nobody else we saw from the Black Lodge was like that, but
True. There's always,
maybe this
why
is
why not though?
maybe this isn't what is it between when Venus and Saturn are aligned, maybe this is when they're malaligned, misaligned, not aligned, unaligned. Too many words in English. And so maybe that's why he looks like that, because he came out when it wasn't easy, and he got all that gunk on him because he an opening to a gateway.
Right.
Does that solve it? An opening to a gateway, and he got it all over himself.
But what's he doing at Buckhorn? I mean, why is he like haunting the jail / like the hospital or wherever
he's on the world's most boring tour.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Fair
mean,
enough.
we saw him next to Hastings, who is connected to this murder of Ruth Davenport.
Davenport, yeah.
So connected to Briggs, and so
Right.
he's here.
That's true.
Next to Briggs.
Yeah. So what's his interest in this case?
I'm here to watch. I don't know what he's gonna say. Cindy, right? Oh man, she had one great line ever. Yeah. So yeah, I don't really have any basis. That's the best I can do. Right after this scene where we're gonna get into next, the first shot of the next scene is of an ear of corn. So Garmonbozia, anyone?
Uh-oh. That's a good point. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
I don't know what to make of it. I don't know why he looks
So,
like that. I don't know
who do you
what
think
he's
he's gonna
doing.
call? Is he gonna call the FBI? I guess that's the
Who,
thought
the
that.
Colonel?
Yeah, Colonel
He's just
Davis,
got to make
Ernie
that other
Hudson.
call.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Why
mean,
would he call the FBI?
um,
I'm
it's a tough
sorry.
one. It's a tough one.
I really was liking that theory, but I was just curious, why would he call them?
Yeah, I didn't have a specific reason. It's just like they kind of show him, you know, getting on the phone. Like he talks about the call like a couple
Mm-hmm.
times. So it seemed like that was going somewhere. And then like,
Oh,
after
you know who he's gonna call?
who's he gonna call?
Well, I want to jokingly say Ghostbusters, but I have a real answer.
Of course.
I
don't know why that didn't even enter my mind at all.
Sorry, as soon as I said, I'm like, you gotta say Ghostbusters. Maybe he's gonna call. He's gonna call Mrs. Briggs or Bobby, because
okay.
he's been MIA, sort of top secret or something,
Yeah.
and they know that he's supposed to have died in this fire, but they've been seeing his prints at other places. So now that they have a body, maybe he's gonna, and so that idea of making that other call is kind of like, the calling the widow or whatever.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That's pretty plausible.
That's what I'm gonna hope it's that.
Yeah,
they're gonna.
It was just they cut to the FBI after that, and obviously they would have some interest in this case if they knew about it. I guess they don't.
Yeah, they don't know it's connected to Cooper. They don't know that there is a connection there yet.
They're missing that. I mean, they don't know. They don't know about Dougie yet, and that Dougie's ring is here. I mean, there's all these connections here that they're just unaware of.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, presumably this plot's going somewhere. This is a whole thing. It's like it's so beyond Hastings at this point. It feels like Hastings was just.
Who's Hastings?
Along with Ruth Davenport, was kind of just a weird entry point to, in a way, just a way to have like Major Briggs's body without his head.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's still some, they gave enough details to make the Hastings thing seem interesting, and he says he had a dream that he killed her, so it seems to be tying into the possession thing.
Yeah. But was it just some like crazy way? Like it still makes no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like so, presumably Evil Cooper did both murders, or Bob did, or the instructed, or you know what I mean? I mean, presumably he was involved. I'm just guessing here because like he seems to be the common link between all these storylines.
Mm-hmm.
We know he met with Major Briggs. We know that, Dougie's existence benefited him in a major way. And the ring was there. We know that he wanted some, he wanted some information from Hastings' secretary, and also like he had some deal with Hastings' wife, and he killed her.
Yeah, we still don't know what that was about.
Not really. Add it to the list. That just keeps growing, and really, I mean, we've had like a few answers, like the golden shovels. I don't know. We have the diary pages. There've been a few like, oh, it's this thing. But it feels like the addition of new mysteries is going faster than the answers at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And so we're still building them up and not really knocking them down.
Where's Sarah McLachlan when you need her? Building a mystery.
Exactly.
Seem relevant, McLachlan.
Oh my god, yeah. That when you said that, I was like, is that Kyle MacLachlan's sister?
Mm-hmm.
No, of course I know who that is. I forgot there was a second famous MacLachlan.
Yeah.
It's Canadian, I believe. All right, so you ready for the next bit here?
Yep.
All right. So we're kind of transitioning at this point to a new part of the story. So we go over to FBI headquarters or wherever they are, Philadelphia, I guess. Gordon Cole is whistling in his office because I don't know, that's just something he does.
Mm-hmm.
Albert knocks. Albert comes in, reports to him about his meeting with Diane. Basically, like, the conversation between Albert and Diane was barely longer than what we saw on screen.
Yeah, which is weird.
It is weird, but it's sort of like, I remember thinking like, oh, we got to see the rest of the scene. That's like, that was it.
That was it. That's all. Yeah, that was it. He went out in the rain for that.
He went out in the rain for that. Yeah. And so finally, Gordon agrees to go with Albert and talk to Diane himself.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is mostly functional scene here.
Yeah, so let's dive in here.
Okay.
There's a couple of things I want to bring up. So first we see the corn, the image of the corn, which, how much do you want to read into that, right? I don't know.
Not too much, but yeah.
Yeah. We get to see the painting in the back behind Gordon. The big atomic bomb explosion. Right. So that, I still don't know what that means. But I think it's maybe foreshadowing or something. Maybe the end of the world or annihilation is at stake. I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible.
So I was very interested. Let me see how this scene goes. I guess one thing is, like, it was interesting how upset Albert was about this rain thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I thought that was just interesting. Like, he's really mad about that.
He hated it.
He really, really didn't like that.
Fuck you, Gene Kelly, you motherfucker.
Yeah. And then, like, he's kind of telling Gordon, yeah, well, I was on the verge of pneumonia, 15 minutes later. What did you do last night? Have fun? I was busy, doing this crazy hard thing. And then Gordon says, Albert says, you need to go. And Gordon says, but will you come with me? And then he's like, say please.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I found this to be really weird. I didn't understand the hostility or like, I don't know. I thought that was weird. He wanted him to say please. Like, isn't this his job? Like, I don't know. It was weird. I don't know. I thought that was all weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I mean, I just assumed he's pissed off because he had to go out the rain, and Gordon was like drinking a Bordeaux or whatever, and so he's just like taking it out on him. And I don't know. I guess maybe in the intervening years, like, he's got a high enough rank that he's not afraid of Gordon. I don't know. He feels free to speak to him like this. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it didn't seem that strange to me, but I see what you mean.
Yeah. There's something else about this scene. I forgot another reason I thought it was strange. I can't think of it now, but maybe it'll come back to me. But yeah, okay.
Okay, so we'll
let's go
to the next thing there. Yeah. So Albert and Gordon go to see Diane at her place. There's a gentleman there with her, unnamed, I believe. At least I wasn't able to find out who this was. I tried and I failed.
Even though he has lines.
He has lines. Yeah, it's like, why doesn't he have a full name? But yeah, anyway, I couldn't figure out who this was. So I guess this is just a very incidental character. Gordon tells Diane that Cooper is locked up in South Dakota. Albert explains that they want Diane to talk to Cooper and then, tell them about it, tell them what she thinks. And, Diane apparently agrees eventually. I mean, obviously the scene is, it's written in such a way that she's just irritated with them the whole time, but she eventually agrees.
All right.
So that's basically what gets accomplished in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Again, fairly functional exposition here. These are the kinds of scenes that could have helped set up that Andy scene better.
Yep.
If they just cut to like Diane in the room, it'd be like, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we go to the plane to South Dakota. Oh, here we go. So they're Albert and Diane, and they're all Gordon. Tammy Preston is there too. So anyway,
I love that. As soon as I was like, "Oh, Tammy's not coming with them," she like peeks her head around the corner. Yep.
Oh, she's there, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Albert gives Diane some alcohol because I guess she's into alcohol these days. And then Tammy comes in and tells Gordon and Albert about the fingerprints that she was looking at. Was that the last episode? Was that the last part? Or was it the one before that?
I feel like it was the one before that.
Yeah, okay, probably the one before that. The last one was Diane, and this one was, and the one before that was the prince. So, here's where things get confusing. What's going on with the fingerprints? So, she asks Albert what he thinks about it, and he notices that one of the prints has a code mark on the wrong side.
Yep.
Albert concludes that someone at the prison had to reverse the print to make it look like the original. I put question marks after this because I did not understand.
That's right.
And Gordon mentions Erev, the backwards word.
Mm-hmm.
Gordon asks Tammy to flip over her hands and tells her about her spiritual finger. That happened. Albert shows her a photo of Cooper outside his house in Rio.
Oh, jeez.
By the time they checked out the house, he was gone. Okay, so that's the end of that scene.
Yeah.
Now, please, if you will, explain to me what happened with the fingerprints.
I mean, I think it's exactly what we think it is. Basically, he's saying...
I don't know what I think it is. So you have to
I don't know who I am.
I don't know who I am.
It's like, what did the sweet potato with amnesia say?
Classic.
Oh, man. Bad joke city. I don't know who I am.
It's a good one.
Oh, man. Okay, so... so listen. The idea here is that the doppelganger is doppelganger is the inverse of a non-doppelganger. So the idea is that the fingerprints would be sort of a mirror image of the original person, which is it seems to be it's okay. There's a code mark that, let's say the code mark for a particular fingerprint should be on the left, like Cooper's original prints from 25 years ago. Let's say his index finger, there's a code mark on the left.
Oh!
Right? And so in this image, Cooper 2 days ago, fingerprints, the code mark is on the right, which is reversed. So that's what he's saying. So basically they're sort of being... they're sort of specifying why the image is invert, how they can tell the image is inverse.
But I guess, like, why did they fuck with it? Like,
so
why...
I don't think anybody fucked with it. I think he's assuming that's the only explanation, is that somebody was... Now, listen, what's weird is he's almost saying that... He's almost implying that someone is... I guess trying to frame Cooper, in a way, why the Cro-Magnon at the prison would want to make the new print look like the original print is weird.
Yeah, why not just give them what they have? I mean, what's their stake in like the question of like whether that's original Cooper or not? It's just
actually
strange.
now that I'm digging into this, I'm getting confused.
Okay, good, because now you're where I was, because I was just heading back to like maybe I understand this, and yeah,
now I'm getting lost. Only one of us can understand this at a time. Okay, so some Cro-Magnon at the prison tried to line this up to make it look like the original. Why, I don't know. Okay, but he had to reverse it. So, but why would he want the print to look like? Okay, I'm really confused because damn, I thought this made sense. Okay, so he's trying to say that God, now it doesn't make sense.
Good. I'm glad you understand why I got confused. Because I thought I got it at first too.
Yeah, because let me see. I can't even explain why it doesn't make sense. Because what's confusing to me is the phrase he had to reverse the print to do it. He had to flip the print around to make it look like the original, meaning that the print is inverted from. No, meaning that the print is the same. That's why it's weird. Because this is almost saying, God, is that weird? Yeah, right? That's what he's saying. He's saying the print they got from Mr. C 2 days ago is the same. Okay, let's go back to the example, right? The original Cooper's print on his, let's say his index finger, has the code mark on the left side, right? Okay.
Right.
Mr. C 2 days ago index finger. I think Albert is saying that his code mark is on the left, but the Cro-Magnon wanted to make it look like the original, so he had to reverse it. Oh, now I'm confused. Okay, no, it's the other way.
That is what he's saying.
It's the other way. That the fingerprint has a code mark on the right, and the Cro-Magnon wanted to make it look like the original where it's on the left, so he flipped it around. But then they should be looking at prints that look the same.
Right, which they're not. So that's I think that's where
I think that's because what he should be saying is, hey, the print is reversed from the other print. But he's saying, but what's confusing is when he adds to make it look like the original.
Yeah.
But in order to make it look like the original, then it should be looking like the original now.
Right.
But it doesn't look like that now. And then if you say, okay, well, let's say it looks like that now, then that would mean that it was reversed before.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah. There you go. Now you understand why I got so confused.
This made sense.
I thought it was totally fine. Because you started explaining it, and I was like, oh yeah, it was just a thing. Because I thought the basic idea was correct, that his fingerprints are reversed, right? That's the idea. Irep, the backwards word, like he's making that connection of, he's like Cooper but backwards, I feel like that's
I guess logical. Maybe the idea is that maybe the idea is this code mark thing, and that's where we're getting tripped up. So maybe
the code mark thing is the thing I really don't understand.
Yeah, so maybe the idea is that
why couldn't they just say his fingerprints are fucking backwards? Like, why did it have to have like extra levels?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They were trying to like specify it in like law enforcement terms, like why it's wrong, but they made it worse. So maybe the idea is that if you lined up the prints, they would look the same. But if you looked at but the code mark is still wrong.
Why is the code mark wrong?
Because it says he had to reverse the print to make it look like the original.
I know, that's what he said.
So that means, and that's why the code mark's on the wrong side.
So, but if he had to reverse it to make it look like the original, then that should mean that the prints are backwards.
Yeah.
Right? So, but then,
No,
okay.
Yes. I think somehow it's backwards, yet it lines up to the original. I think that's because of the code. I think it's something like the. It doesn't work. Doesn't make any sense. I was gonna say like the actual, sort of prints themselves line up, but whatever the code mark is, whatever the sort of calculation is on how they actually analyze fingerprints, like somehow that's reversed. If that makes sense. So like the whole print isn't necessarily reversed, but just the code mark. Is that the? I think that fixes this.
So Albert's just wrong.
He's not wrong.
He said they reversed the print.
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's wrong with his explanation of how they reversed.
Okay, that's what I mean.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't this such a simple point of exposition that really shouldn't be this hard? It's like when I watched it originally, I thought I got it, and I was like, oh, it's confirmation of the thing, the theory that everyone had, that like the fingerprints are reversed, and that's what she was noticing. Everything pointed in that direction, but then like watching it again, trying to think through what they were saying, it was like, and looking at what they showed, it was just like, it's not that simple. Strangely.
Maybe because I was thinking maybe it was in the actual taking of the fingerprints that the Cro-Magnon was trying to line them up. So maybe they were saying he like took them backwards. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like the IREV, like the backwards recording, where you say it, you record the person saying the words backwards, but then you play it forwards.
Reverse it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that, where
like he took the fingerprints backwards.
Yes.
And then they had to reverse the print to make it normal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That almost makes sense to me.
It does kind of make sense, but that's really weird.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. So let's say the guy, which doesn't make any sense. Like, why would the person taking fingerprints even look at the prints from 25 years ago, right? Let's leave that at the door.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. But so maybe the guy, maybe it's like, so so let's say he's taking the index finger, right? Print. But he actually wants to line it up to the original for no apparent reason. So instead of him like having the finger sort of the normal way, he has him flip the paper upside down, or flip his finger upside down, rotate it 180 degrees, if you will, and then take the print. Right. And then when he gets it in the computer, he's like, oh, I need to we did this wrong. So now we have to like reverse the image, like flip the image on the vertical.
Right.
So now it's going to look like the original, but the code mark's still going to be on the wrong side because he actually took it in the wrong orientation.
Right.
Maybe that makes sense.
Yeah.
Dang.
Kind of.
IREV?
I couldn't believe they actually brought that up.
Yeah.
Like when people pointed that out, like I heard it. I hear what you're hearing.
Yeah.
But I kind of thought it was just like kind of a throwaway weird detail. I
didn't
really
think
didn't
Gordon
expect
heard that
it would come up.
Nope, had no idea. And he said it as if they had already talked about IREV, the backwards word.
Yeah.
And it's like, you guys had that long conversation about Cooper not being right, specifically about how he greeted him, yet, and that's exactly what he tells Tammy. It was about the greeting. Like, he's like, the keys in the greeting here. Your spiritual finger was the IREV part. Yet, they didn't specify. Yeah, remember when he said that word backwards? That was weird, huh, Gordon?
Yeah.
Yeah, very surprised that, very surprised that he's just explicitly said that.
I feel like okay.
You talking about the fingerprints?
Yeah. I'm still trying to understand it. I feel like I almost get it. Yeah, just like the idea
Okay,
that
let's look at this. So, okay, let's not think about fingerprints. Let's say Cooper's fingerprint is an arrow that points to the left. Okay, that's what his fingerprint
Okay.
is.
Okay.
Which would mean that yeah, and maybe part of it, maybe the idea is, I was gonna say, your fingerprints are your different hands. I don't know if your prints are mirror images of each other. I think they're mirror images of each other on your hands. So I wonder if the prints on Cooper's left hands are the same as the prints on the other Cooper's right hands and vice versa or not. I don't know. But I was gonna say if the good Cooper's print is an arrow that points to the left, then that means that the bad Cooper's print is an arrow that points to the right.
Right.
So ideally, if they would have just taken his fingerprint, you get an arrow that points to the left for 25 years ago and an arrow that points to the right. But he seems to be saying, oh, they okay, maybe that's what it was. Maybe they put his prints in the system and they're like, oh, look, it doesn't match the original prints. That points to the left. This points to the right. We did something wrong. So now we're going to flip it to point to the left.
Right.
But whatever the code mark is, that maybe the code mark helps you figure out, the actual orientation of the fingerprint, regardless of how you flip the image. So once he flipped the image to the left, the code mark is now on the wrong side. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I kind of just reiterated what I said before, and I changed it, just changed what we're thinking about to an arrow.
Yeah. More or less, but that means they didn't necessarily take the fingerprints backwards.
No. I don't think they took it backwards. I went too far with that one.
Yeah.
I'm like Mike with Nadine. I think I let this get out of hand.
They took them the normal way, but then
then realized that, oh, the prints aren't the right way. That must mean we did something wrong. Let me fix it. So we'll reverse it.
Instead of just like, it was just like whatever. Just like if they match except they're backwards, then just flip them and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's the sort of Cro-Magnon idea that like they didn't really think about, like, well, let's double check, let's make sure like we're actually that's actually what happened, or this isn't like actually mismatched fingerprints that happen to be mirror images.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, that seems like the most plausible, which is again what I thought it was.
It's it's weird to go from clarity to non-clarity back to clarity, but a little less clear.
It's confusingly written though.
Yeah.
Like they could have, it's weird that it's like it's a code mark and like they're flipping it around. Like it's weird that they felt the need to say that they flipped it.
Right? Are they saying that? Because now I'm wondering if...
Oh, God.
They're not saying that bad Cooper's prints are the reverse from good Cooper's prints, therefore some Cro-Magnon must have flipped it. They're not saying that, right? They're saying the prints were flipped, but still the code mark's on the wrong side, meaning they are really reversed, right?
Okay, I got confused about what. So wait, what's the second one?
The second one is the first one we've been talking about.
Okay. So what was the first one?
The first one is the first one would be them missing the point that bad Cooper has different prints than the good Cooper. The first one would be that they see that the prints are reversed, but they think it's because somebody reversed them in the computer, not that bad Cooper's prints are actually inverted.
I thought that was a possibility too. That was one of the confusing points. But then, like, why does he bring up the backwards word? Like, what? It's just a weird coincidence?
Like, thematically, he's saying, hey, look, reverse. Something's been reversed. Here's something else that's reversed.
Right. It's
less powerful for sure of a connection.
Yeah. Oh, God, it really could be that though. It's I guess the weird thing to me is it was the code, like the code was backwards. Like
it's on the wrong side.
Yeah, like the fingerprint's fine, but the code's on the wrong side.
Which I think should mean that the fingerprint's reversed. That's why it's on the wrong side.
Yeah, ultimately that is what that should mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it looks backwards when it's been reversed, then that means it looks like the original.
Mm-hmm.
Which wouldn't be much of a reveal.
Mm-hmm. But someone with a keen eye can see the code marks on the wrong side, which means it's not the original print, that they reversed it. So the original version of that print is an inverse of the other print. Right.
But I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we can move on. I think we've either solved it or not.
Okay. I mean, presumably we'll come back to this. It's the kind of thing that seems like this should not be a debate.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, is he giving a reason? Like, yeah, did they discover that Bad Cooper has inverted prints or not? Or do they just, or is he just blaming the Cro-Magnon for this discrepancy?
Yeah,
and they're overlooking it.
And maybe they're missing the point. Yeah, but then the backwards word, why does he bring that up? It just seems like they did get the clue. But
mm-hmm. And then it's like, what does this all mean? And then he tells Tammy a bunch of shit. And he's like, you go think about that. Oh, Tammy.
Yeah, exactly. And then so this other thing we get at the end here about Evil Cooper's house in Rio.
You mean Miami Cooper? God, you were saying before, I think from part 1, how Mr. C looks like a sort of 80s bad guy, and once that image of him with his little villa, he looks like he's from Miami Vice.
Yeah, definitely.
It's so weird. Such a weird characterization. Yeah,
and like this kind of thing. I mean, I guess this connects to Albert's thing about Philip Jeffries called for Cooper to ask about their man in Rio, and then he ended up dead. Like, presumably.
There we go. Yeah.
So he's like killing FBI people in Rio. Like, why? I mean, it's just.
Did the man in Rio? Did he own that house? And Cooper took it from him, or
that's why he killed him? Didn't they say this was Cooper's house?
Well, they said that.
Okay,
but it'll be his house if he killed the original owner.
But wouldn't they know if the FBI guy in Rio had that house? I mean, they talked about that previously.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
I would think, yeah. So I'm assuming, did he live there for 25 years?
No. Please, God, no. And he just now started doing shit when the show starts.
He was just hanging out, like drinking pina coladas on the beach, relaxing, catching up on.
God, I didn't even think about that. Is that what we're supposed to think? Like, so let's get this straight. Let's get the timeline straight. The good Dale gets trapped in the lodge. He faces his doppelganger and displays fear and is therefore annihilated. Good Mr. C / the doppelganger gets out. He goes and rapes Audrey Horne.
Not necessarily. But yeah, okay.
He at least checks in on her, and he's in the hospital. He goes to the ICU, most likely.
Yeah.
And then he's got to do something with Major Briggs at some point.
Oh, yeah, he meets with Major Briggs. That happens too.
Okay. And then he leaves town.
Yeah.
And then goes to Rio.
Yeah. There you go.
And
then he comes back when he has to go meet with Ray.
And then he's like, Saturn and Venus are about to align. I better.
Oh, but at some point he makes Dougie.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know when that happened.
Add that to his itinerary. Creates human being from magic.
Yeah, well, Presumably that took some time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe he made him in Rio.
I was just thinking that. Oh, by the way, I just like reading these notes. I just realized I was confused about another point. So,
Mm-hmm.
so they say by the time they checked out the house, he was gone. When
Yeah.
did they find out about this house? When did they get this photo? Like what?
Oh, jeez.
Sorry, it just hit me that like I mean it was a reveal to Gordon like a few parts ago that Albert was in contact with Philip Jeffries about Cooper, you know, who
Mm-hmm.
presumably had just been missing this whole time. So when did they think he had a house in Rio? When did they check it out and he was gone? Like when the fuck did that happen? Because like it seems like they should be, but if they just checked out his house in Rio and had a photo, they should be a lot less surprised that he showed up in South Dakota. You know what I mean? I mean it's just weird. It's weird that they suddenly come out with this. You know, and this didn't even bother me until just
Yeah.
now.
This is the only known photo of him in the last 25 years outside of Rio. It's his house. By the time we checked it out, so no, this would have been a long time ago. It is right, isn't that the point
How long ago?
that we checked it
Like,
out?
what do you mean? How long ago? Like 20 years ago? Like,
I quit. I quit. I quit. I can't anymore. I can't. I don't know anything. I don't know who I am. I just don't know
oh,
anymore.
poor potato.
Listen, we can't podcast about Lost for 10 plus years and then get the Twin Peaks and I mean my brain's broken. Like Lost used up all the available bandwidth I had and then Twin Peaks used up the rest in like 7 parts. Jeez.
Yeah. I was hoping you had an explanation because I was like maybe my notes are just too sketchy. You're reading the lines, right? I
Yeah.
mean, is it clear at all? Like I just I don't. It's just strange to come out with this all of a sudden. You know, when they were speaking before as though they hadn't heard anything from Cooper since you know the original series, basically.
Yeah, and now we're supposed to think like they say, okay, well Cooper's around, he's in jail. Let's do some research and see what we can find on him from the last 25 years. And in a file somewhere is this photograph. Is
Yeah,
this it, you know,
that they just didn't
maybe
know about this whole time
that because they weren't looking into
because
Cooper.
they weren't
Yeah.
looking into Cooper, even though they knew he was missing. I mean, it's just weird.
Well, but
Like, did he
he's
just
sort
go
of
off their radar
missing.
at a certain point?
Yeah,
And
I think that's it. And I guess it's the FBI, so it's if you don't show up for work, you're just fired, I guess. I mean, like it's not like they have to find him per se. He left on his own free will, you know. It's not like he went
right,
missing like, you know, he was abducted or anything or any strange circumstances. He left, you know, he left town and people seem to just think, you know, he just kind of left. So there
yeah.
was no sort of need to like track him down other than he just didn't come back to work or something. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna just say
They just
that
didn't know about this
they
until
didn't they didn't know about this until you know Gordon's probably like get me everything we have on Cooper in the last 20
yeah,
you know and then this is here
right.
and then they you know maybe they see the picture but maybe they didn't even know. Oh yeah, well let me see, damn it.
So wait, but they also checked out the house. So
Yeah,
like,
I know. That's just got me. I was like, God damn it, they checked it out. Who's we, Albert?
yeah,
And
yeah,
it
exactly.
belonged to some girl from Ipanema. Really? Girl from Ipanema? We're just gonna say that without like any tongue in cheekness, really?
That was a weird line. I didn't even put that in the description because I assumed that was some kind of weird joke. But
Yeah, like he's just being coy. Yeah, like
yeah,
some that's fair. Yeah, maybe it's yeah, he's not being literal. Um
Exactly.
So this would have been back then, maybe. God, but why would they know?
Yeah,
So it's like they can't on the one hand not know about the photograph until now, but back then, but before they did know about it because that's why they went to check out the
they checked
house.
the fucking house. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can assume that the FBI checked it out without their knowledge and they just never it starts to
Sure.
get a little weird.
So when he says by the time we check that, he means the agency.
Yeah, exactly. He's just speaking in that way about the FBI. Yeah. It could be.
It's always a good podcast when you have to analyze language. What does the word "we" mean? Who is we in this? And you're just like that's how desperate you get to like trying to piece together the sentence, let alone the scene.
I mean, I've heard people speak about their workplace as a kind of we,
Yeah.
When it doesn't necessarily mean that they were involved personally.
And so the next line when he says, look like the man we met in prison, he mean the agency, right? Looks like the man the agency met in prison.
God damn it. All right. You switch. You just you use
those pronouns don't change? Yeah, the pronouns.
It's called ambiguity.
Okay. Oh, is that what it's called? No, I haven't. Sounds fraught.
It's very fraught.
Oh, it sounds frightening. Okay, all right. So this more or less makes sense. I'm a little upset that exposition isn't easily digestible.
It really should be way easier than this. This is kind of painful to go through this. Such a simple scene of exposition. It's like they're hitting all the beats that are normal in a story. But just the details kind of like collapse when you look at them closely. It's okay. It's like on first viewing, this totally worked for me.
Some magic eye.
Like yeah. It's like the opposite of a magic eye somehow. It's clear until you look at it. Like
yeah, it's like a magic eye, except the code mark's on the wrong side,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, I mean, I think we understand the point of this stuff, but it is weird how it doesn't quite add up the way it should.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we move on, I just saw something about this fingerprint issue that made me think something I hadn't really thought before about.
God.
Yeah, I know. About I know we just can't get away from this. About Gordon's line about where he touches Tammy's fingers and like goes through the thing that Evil Cooper said, and like says like this is a spiritual finger, and it's her left hand ring finger. You think about that, Tammy. Okay. So that's the finger where like there's weird stuff happening where it seems like it's reversed. The code is reversed, the print is reversed, both and neither. I don't know. It's confusing. Anyway, it seems like that's the only one where that happened. Like the rest of them just match up the normal way, and somehow only on that one finger. And coincidentally, or maybe it's not coincidence, it was in the same place as the reversed word. Like that's the point he's making.
Okay, huh?
It's kind of an extra level to what he's saying that I didn't really.
Yeah, I'm looking at the image of the prints now, and I see that only that left-hand ring fingerprint is the one that's reversed. I thought Gordon was just saying he was matching up the phrase "It's very, very good to see you again" to the fingers, and then the reverse word. I thought he was saying the reverse word lined up to the spiritual finger, but yeah, apparently that's the only. So with the doppelganger, the fingerprints are all the same except for the spiritual fingerprint, which is inverted.
Exactly.
Why does Gordon know this? What philosophy is this he's referring to? Where the finger philosophy. I haven't heard of this before. Is that a real thing? Is this the in-show thing, or is this a real thing? I mean, I guess it makes. I mean, that's where you put your wedding ring, on your left hand ring finger. So, and weddings are generally a religious affair, historically. So maybe that has something to do with it. But okay, that's interesting. I mean, this whole code word thing, you can see at the bottom of the image. It's got the code word there. It seems like the Cro-Magnon should have also just flip the fingerprint, but not the code word, and then code mark or whatever, and then it would have been fine, and sort of. And but yeah, if you look at the actual very bottom fingerprints, the one that says 4 fingers taken simultaneously, you can tell the left hand ring finger is just reversed.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm still a little wobbly on the other image that's reversed yet. It's supposed to line up now, but it shouldn't because it's reversed.
Yeah.
So it should have lined up to begin with, but it didn't.
Right.
That's why he reversed it. So let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah. It's sort of like they double negatived their way into like a prop error. Like I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, the image at the bottom makes the point much clearer, and it's sort of like they could have just said that, could have just been like, look, on the spiritual finger, it's backwards,
Yeah, why bring
same
the code?
place as the backwards word.
Everything was fine until Gordon brought the code mark into it.
I know.
Jeez.
I know. Like, why is there this extra person involved for no reason? Like, who doesn't matter, right? I mean, it's like they're gonna like track down the Cro-Magnon and like, figure out like what they were doing. I feel like it's just filler, but like, why would they? Why does the filler have to make it more confusing? It's just it
filled it in with confusion.
It did. Yeah, see, I feel like we all get the point, right? It's the thing everyone was thinking. That's the basic idea. I mean, they aren't all reversed, but whatever. The idea is like it's backwards because he's the doppelganger. Perfect. We can all go home, right?
No.
You think about that, Tammy.
No.
But like it just doesn't it just doesn't quite make sense with this code thing, and they reversed it, and yet it still looks reversed, and it's like, oh God, what happened?
Yeah, add it to the list. Well, okay, that's interesting. Maybe we'll come back. Maybe Tammy will have some ideas after she thinks about it.
That would be good. That would be good.
She's got some homework to do.
Yeah, we didn't get a report on that in this episode, so we'll have to find out later, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, Tammy.
Oh, Tammy.
Oh, Tamara.
Tamara. All right. So, shall we continue from here?
Yeah, I'm looking at this image of Miami Cooper here. Miami Vice Cooper. Who took that picture?
Oh, God, don't ask that question.
Philip Jeffries?
There you go. Simple answer.
Oh, man. Simple but scary.
No, the FBI, there was like an FBI cameraman like hiding in the bushes. I mean,
Oh, man.
What else could it be?
It's a nice villa. He's got a pool.
Yeah.
So, and this
He's living it up.
And this is Bob? Or
That's Bob.
Mr. C?
Both.
Both and neither.
It's the two together.
God, Bob always wanted a villa in Rio or something.
That's what he's always dreamed of.
He's like, get me out of the Pacific Northwest. All this rain is ruining my hair. The humidity is a killer. And I'm also a killer.
Hey, look at that.
Oh, Bob, you're so droll. Bobberick. All right, we can move on. We've got a lot more episode to cover. We're on hour 25.
We do. All right. So, so then we go into the next part here is kind of a little sequence, I guess. We just have some brief scenes in the hallway. So they arrive at Yankton Federal Prison, and Diane insists that she conduct the interview alone, and she has control over the screen coming up and all that. It was just a brief exchange there. And then we go into the interrogation room. Diane goes there. We follow her. She puts up the screen. Evil Cooper's on the other side. Diane asks about the last time they saw each other. It was at Diane's house, which Evil Cooper remembers. He says, I'll always remember that night.
Oh, jeez.
Because he's got his weird voice again that he gets when he's in that room. Diane agrees. She'll always remember that night. Diane asks Evil Cooper, who are you? And he says, I don't know what you mean. And then she says, look at me. And they have this little moment, intense moment, and then she brings down the barrier and leaves the room.
Yeah, very shorter scene than I thought it was going to be when it started. And I also thought it was going to be ask more specific questions that only the good Cooper would know. What tape did you send to me? Of course, the big one would be what diner had the best pie when you were headed to Twin Peaks and the pilot? None of that stuff. When did we see each other last? At your house. That's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing. So I guess that's a question about this. I mean, Gordon brings it up, and so. I think we'll probably at some point learn what she's talking about, like what actually happened. Also, like, when did this happen? Because like it really calls into question, I mean, a number of things. Like so I mean, basically, like, when did it happen? Was it before? I mean, so here's the possibilities, basically. It was good Cooper, and it happened before he even went to Twin Peaks. Because, like, there's no room for him to see a Diane. I mean, he stays in Twin Peaks for the entirety of the show, and then he goes into the Black Lodge, which he only came out of very recently. So there's just no way. There's no way it was good Cooper unless it happened before he went to Twin Peaks, which is possible, I guess. Then the other possibility is that actually it was Evil Cooper, in which case, like, it's not a great test to see if it's good Cooper if it was actually Evil Cooper who was there. You know what I mean? So, because, like, I thought it was supposed to be a good test of, like, do you remember this thing?
It's kind of a thing where he could fail the test. I mean, I'm sorry, he could pass the test but still fail, right? Like, he could get, because, I think, and that maybe is what's happening, that, like you're saying, if the last time she saw Cooper, it was the bad Cooper, he can pass this test, but she can still see it's not the real Cooper, right? When she's like, look at me, like, she can still tell that that's not him, even though he passed the test. That's the kind of thing I would expect from a scene like this, it to be a weird, not really straightforward situation. But yeah, it's a good point. And well, I think the real question is, what did he do to her?
Well, there it goes. There's your question.
That is what should explain her behavior. Why she's potentially or presumably not the Diane we would have expected. Because he broke her somehow. So I don't want to bring up the R word again.
I don't either. But as I said earlier, like, this would be the moment where possibly the R word rears its ugly head again.
And what's interesting is I can't think of any situation where we necessarily thought that, like, Cooper was interested romantically in Diane. Is there anything like that?
What I'll say about that?
What will you say about that?
That if you watch that missing piece where he's talking to Diane, honestly, like, it's okay. It's a far cry from rape, but the way he speaks to her, he's like complimenting her hair and what she's wearing, and it's stuff that I think could be read as sexual harassment.
You mean he's old school?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was weird watching it because, Cooper is supposed to be a pretty likable,
Mm-hmm.
pretty,
He's a Boy Scout.
straight arrow, yeah, like good guy.
Mm-hmm.
And watching that scene, I was like, it's a little bit of a weird way to speak to, a female subordinate. Like I would be uncomfortable with that personally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he blows her a kiss at the end. You know what I mean? So there is this little bit of like, I wouldn't call it sexual tension, but he is kind of acknowledging her attractiveness in a way that, suggests that there's
Yeah, but who do you
something
think
there.
that is? Maybe that's
That's gotta be Good Cooper, right? Come on.
Ask Philip Jeffries who that is. No,
God,
no, you're right. You're right. What if Good Cooper was always bad Cooper,
oh
and
God,
he was just pretending the whole time?
it's funny you say
Oh
that.
God.
It's not the same thing, but the Log Lady intro for the last episode, she says something like, where once there was one, now there are two, or where there are always two.
Oh, I remember that. Oh
And
no.
it's like, what does that mean?
Oh no.
Yeah, that's just what you just said made me think of that. Like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
that was a weird thing to throw in. Like,
Yeah.
whatever that's insinuating about, the doppelgangers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm
Yeah,
not.
and that's actually a question. Do the doppelgangers exist whether you go to the Black Lodge or not? Do
Yeah.
they get created once you go there? Yeah, and I assume that's what she means. Like, when he goes there, there's two now, but maybe there was always two.
Right.
But yeah, that's a strange idea. And if you put like, I don't really think. Well, crap. I don't know. It's kind of sad. I don't think there's really time travel really explicitly happening. Outside of
Are
the
you
like,
sure?
well, I just mean outside of like dream stuff and like,
Major Briggs is funny.
well, yeah. I'm sorry. I meant in Fire Walk with Me.
Oh, okay.
The missing piece stuff. Yeah. Obviously.
And Philip Jeffries.
Obviously, this stuff is and what happened with Philip Jeffries? That guess that was kind of an idea too back then, right? That he was missing for 2 years, but he might have just jumped to the future or something,
right?
Or he went into the Black Lodge and came out.
Yeah. It seems like maybe that's what happened.
Actually, that's a cool idea for Agent Desmond. Like, what if he shows up, in the present, timeline now, but for him it's only been a short amount of time,
Right. Well, I mean that would just be weird because who are they gonna get to play him? I mean, if they get Chris Isaac, he's gonna be 25 years older.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll just it'll just be weird.
They'll just say like, "Oh man, I'm 38 years old."
Mm-hmm. Or it could be that he was in the Black Lodge in age like Cooper, and then came out 25 years later.
Right. Yeah.
But
which I assume that's where he went.
Yeah, I mean, where else would he go?
Or at least somewhere in the Black Lodge universe, expanded universe.
Yeah,
it's like a whole thing now. But yeah, that's interesting. I would like to see that if they're going to like tie that together somehow or add that in to the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's a missing piece. It's a loose end for sure. That whole thing and "Let's Rock," I still want to know why that exact phrase was used.
"Let's Rock" is a weird one. Yeah, and it kind of recontextualizes the "Let's Rock" from the dream in episode 2, because it sort of means that Cooper saw that before he heard it in the dream, which we had no reason to think that, in the original dream, that would be some kind of reference.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It is, and I guess the adding to the weirdness is that you have to watch Fire Walk with Me after the series, even though it's a prequel, because you know, it really deals with a lot of concepts that don't really make sense until you watch the series. So it plays more like a callback, you know, but it's actually the reverse.
Yeah, and it's in one way, I think we talked about this before, you could kind of imagine that's what the man from another place is doing. He's basically saying, hey, remember when you saw Let's Rock? Yeah, this is about that whole thing.
Exactly.
Or you know, that if Desmond went to the Black Lodge, maybe that's the first thing he heard, you know, maybe that's just a greeting. Let's rock, you know.
Right.
When a non-dead human comes to the Black Lodge, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this whole Diane thing, so that the missing piece thing where he's flirting with her is weird. Is it
that? I mean, that's all we really have to go on because in the tapes he's very straightforward. There's no weird insinuations in the tapes. At least not the ones in the show. I mean, I still haven't read My Life, My Tapes, so who knows what's in there. But you know, that stuff is like semi-canon anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter what's in there as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but the missing piece, you know. Like, I didn't make much of it. Like, I guess I did take it like we're just supposed to see it as charming, you know, but it is a bit, you know, like, I don't know, Mad Men-esque or something.
Yeah, charming in like an old patriarch way.
Exactly.
Like when old guys call, like with David Lynch, like when Gordon calls people sweetie, you know, and it's you know, he calls Laura Dern in real life, you know, when they're shooting and stuff. His nickname for her is Tidbit.
Oh.
And it's very cutesy, but it goes along with that thing we were talking about before, that sort of infantilization, you know. Right. And then there's this video of him explaining what Tidbit means.
Really?
Because it's weird because it comes off like he's been calling her this for years, and they've never really discussed what he meant by it. And she had some assumption of what it meant, and he goes, no, a tidbit is like a little piece. A tidbit is like a little piece, you know, a little piece of meat that you eat, you know, something scrumptious. And then she jokes, she's like, oh, so I'm just a piece of meat to you? And he's like, you got it. And it's like charming in the most, you know, inappropriate way. It's just completely ridiculous. But so that's him, you know, and I think that whole 50s vibe, right, where you slap your secretary on the butt, you know, and it's all harmless fun because men rule everything.
Right. Right.
You know,
what could go wrong?
What could go wrong with that scenario? Hashtag war. But so anyway, it's very strange, and it's almost like, you know, they're insinuating that you know, with this little idea that he was flirting with her here, that it like went to the next level or something, you know?
Yeah. So it could be a thing where Cooper, you know, came over, they slept together consensually, thank God.
Yeah.
And then, you know, he didn't call her, or he didn't, you know what I mean?
I think it has to be more than that. It's got to be more than that. I mean, right? I mean, first of all, that's trite, right? Like that's what any story would do, which is fine because that happens in real life. You can get mad at somebody for not calling you, but I feel like her state of mind in the, you know, 2 episodes we've seen her or whatever, like it just seems like there's something deeper and more sinister.
It's more intense than that.
Yeah, it like he crossed a big line, you know, or something. You know, that's how it comes off to me, and that's why you want to go to the R word,
right?
Which I don't know why we're not saying it. I guess
we've said it already.
We've said it enough.
I don't know. There comes a point where you don't want to talk about it anymore, and it's
Yeah.
like, I thought we had enough insinuations of rape already in this episode. Like
Yeah.
another one. Like,
Yeah, it's like
Jesus.
Voldemort, the thing that shall not be named.
Yeah. And to bring on Diane and then like give her that as a backstory, it's just like, oh God, why? Why did you have to do that?
Yeah.
Like that's what makes me hope it's not that, but I do totally agree that the level of intensity that is around whatever happened suggests that it has to be something that serious. Now it doesn't have to be that, but
it
has
just
to
made
be
me
something.
think if this happened closer to 25 years ago, then maybe he didn't return her Blockbuster videotapes. I'm just guessing here. Maybe she went to Blockbuster one day and she had a huge balance.
Oh God.
Because he didn't return Overboard or something. Or, it's an early 90s movie.
Encino
Man, thank you. Yeah. And that was the night they watched Encino Man, and she'll never forget. Brendan Fraser's, crazy performance.
Pauly Shore became a star with that film, Diane.
I'm sorry, Diane. I could not find the video cassette. I assume they would forgive you for it. Here is
Wasn't there a class action lawsuit to that effect?
Oh, God. Why is he a cartoon character? I just see him on Cartoon Network now, like hosting like a talk show or something. Oh man, he's like like that Space Ghost Coast to Coast show or something where it's just a weird. He's strangely charming, but he's got a horrible deep voice and yeah. Tell me about your adventures this summer. I hear Maui's great this time of year. But I burn too easily. Because I'm evil.
Exactly.
That was Bob, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, dude, what are we watching? What show are we watching here? I know that's a question that has no answer and we've been asking forever. But again, this idea of too many mysteries.
Yeah.
Every single thing is a mystery, except for like the characters we know their names, we know who they are.
Right. Yeah.
That's about it. Like yeah, so it's just very interesting to think to just now we have this other thing of what happened to Diane. Why were they at her house? Was it the Good Cooper? See, I don't want to think it's the Good Cooper because I don't want to believe that Mr. C has Good Cooper's memories.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, if he doesn't have, that's a good point. That I guess that's why it was something I would like to test, because I mean, I guess. I mean, how did he get in touch with Philip Jeffries?
Yeah, maybe
he maybe shouldn't even have recognized him. How would he even know who Cole and Albert and Diane are? I mean, he would have had to like. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Now I'm thinking, maybe the doppelganger gets, when you go into the Black Lodge, the doppelganger is quote unquote created, and it's a copy, so it has all your memories up till that point.
Because
you're right, like he knew who Harry was and Doc and
Annie. Yeah, it seems like he did have Cooper's memories.
That's fair. Yeah.
I mean, there's not like a lot of really concrete specifics, but yeah, I don't know. It seems to me like that's the case. So
he knew in a general way how to greet Gordon and yeah, that's fair. I didn't want to think that, but I guess it's true anyway, regardless of what I want.
I guess the reason why I tend to not want to think it was the good Cooper is that I guess it's just hard for me to imagine that good Cooper did something before he went to Twin Peaks that was so bad, that she's like holding this intense grudge about it.
And that he wouldn't sort of respond in any way in his tone with all those tapes, like
Yeah.
and that's kind of what I want to think with Fire Walk with Me, with this scene with him flirt with Diane, that Lynch is sort of taking this idea that he added to the mythology after the show, and he wants to like further that idea, and so we get this whole backstory with Diane and whatever happened, and so this is kind of the next beat of that story that he was sort of setting up with that. It's very strange, but it shouldn't be good Cooper, because like you said, it would have had to have been before he went to Twin Peaks. I mean, could that be it? Is this supposed to be like the answer to why he's recording himself to Diane all the time? Like he slept with her and didn't call her, and so he's like, I'll just send her all these tapes.
No. Well, okay, if that's the case, then they're gonna have to say it happened like a year earlier or something, because he was making tapes in Fire Walk with Me also during the Teresa Banks investigation, and so I don't think we're supposed to think that
that's fair.
The tapes were just like, I assume that's just how he did things. He made
that's how
tapes.
He records his notes. Yeah,
exactly.
And she's
I feel like that's a good theory theoretically, if you will. But
Diane, I'm sorry about last night. Please take these tapes as my recompense.
Yeah. So, but I guess okay. So there's a little bit more. There's a little bit of a follow up here. In the hallway, Gordon tells Warden Murphy to hold Evil Cooper. Great, that's not going to work out. And then outside, Diane tells Gordon that it wasn't the real Cooper. And then Diane and Gordon have an awkward hug. Gordon asks about the last night that they talked about, and Diane says they'll talk about it sometime. And then she drinks a shot to the FBI. So anyway, the point I was going to make is that like she comes to the conclusion based on a very short interaction. That where he looks like Cooper. He seems to have Cooper's memories. She comes to the conclusion that it's not him. If that was him that night that she's referring to, if it was Evil Cooper, then wouldn't she have known then that it wasn't him? Or is it sort of like in the 25 years she's realized it wasn't him? You know what I mean? I mean, how is she so sure now when she thought it was Cooper then? Or was it the real Cooper?
Yeah, that's
then?
The thing. It could have been a situation back then where she didn't know it wasn't the real Cooper. Because remember, back then, Mr. C wasn't wearing all that vaguely racist makeup.
Right.
He was young Kyle MacLachlan back then. So I mean, I could imagine a situation much like the R.G. Horn situation, where Bob / Mr. C wanted to take advantage of Diane and her, presumed interest in Cooper, and this flirtation, sort of building on that flirtation scene. And it could have been, I imagine it's one of those things where he doesn't have this deep voice, of course. And he seems like she has no reason to suspect it's not normal Cooper, right? So, part of the answer to your question is the context here, 25 years later, is for her to go verify this is the real Cooper, right? Like she's being primed that something's wrong with this guy. You're the one who can tell us what's up. So that's a big difference, I think, too, than the situation from the past. But I think it's I would imagine it's a situation where he comes over, they're having dinner, and then things get bad very quickly. And before she and then she realizes something's wrong, when it's too late. And then she'll hold this grudge this whole time and never forget that night. That's the kind of thing I imagine, would have happened. But yeah, so I love this line Diane has, where she says, And it's so to the audience. She goes, "It isn't time passing or how he's changed or the way he looks." So
Right.
all the various ways that Cooper could be different,
Right.
all the other reasons why he could be different. It's none of those.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just tell you, it's none of
That's
those
totally for the
things.
audience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. It's great. And she's like, it's something here. What does she point to her heart, right?
Yeah,
the spirit,
exactly.
something's wrong with the spirit.
Of course.
There's something that definitely isn't there. So he's missing his goodness, basically.
Exactly.
Or his soul or something.
Yeah.
But what does that mean, right? This doesn't really tell them much. Right? I'm trying to think. Does Gordon know that Gordon doesn't know Cooper went to the Black Lodge, right? I mean that we know of from the show.
I mean, I would assume that that they were informed of like what the Twin Peaks Sheriff Department knows about what happened.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, we didn't see that, right?
No.
Yeah, okay.
We didn't see that. I'm just assuming that they would have been, they would have questioned someone or been informed about like what happened before Cooper disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, would they actually say he went to the Black Lodge? Like, I don't know if they would say that, but like he went into some place and came out, and then disappeared. Like, I would assume they know that, but I don't know that for sure, I guess.
Yeah.
It just it would surprise me if they didn't know that, but
Yeah, I agree. But they haven't said anything yet to allude to the fact that wow, Cooper's been off the radar for all this time. Maybe he went back to the Black Lodge, or something like.
Yeah.
They haven't really pondered any crazy place that he could have been. Anything crazier than Rio.
Right.
So that's interesting. Yeah, Diane is a weird character. Yeah, she drinks to the FBI, whatever that means.
Yeah, she's like pissed at the FBI. It's like, I don't know, just because what Cooper did, I guess. Evil Cooper, maybe, or something. Making her do this now. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah. So back to the strange male-female relationships in David Lynch's work. And back to the anecdote that I mentioned about David Lynch calling Laura Dern Tidbit. Yeah. I thought it was really strange he had his hand on her hip during this scene outside. Did you notice that?
I didn't. I thought he wasn't putting his hands on her. I thought he was kind of holding them off.
No,
like a couple of inches off.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He kind of had it there, but no, he's touching her the whole time. Like when they're walking away, and they're kind of arm in arm, and then they kind of get to their places for the scene, for the shot. His hand, his hand's like on her back, and then it like he drags it around to the side. Like, it's a very familiar touch, and I'm like, my platonic female friends, I don't think I would ever touch like that.
Right.
Now in this kind of situation where it's like they're upset and they're crying, I totally get the intimacy there. That whole thing, but I just also thought it was very, but like then during the rest of the scene, he's just kind of, got his hand on her, and it's not on her shoulder, that's the platonic place, right?
Right.
Hands on the shoulder or the arm, but when you go in the waist, that's very familiar.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just thought that was a interesting thing. That this show can't escape, apparently.
True.
I mean, they have scenes about it, so.
Yeah. You're right. They're acknowledging it on some level. There are a few strange moments along those lines in the original series, and of course, I mean, the original series is kind of dripping with certain aspects along these lines, just with the male characters, exploiting female characters in various ways. That's a major theme of the story, really.
Yeah.
Domestic violence, the One-Eyed Jack stuff. I mean, there's a large number of examples along those lines. And yet somehow it feels even stronger to me in this series than in the original series.
Yep.
It's almost like they took that stuff and turned it up a notch.
But it's like the intensity is higher, but it's focused on sort of almost I was gonna say, it's not about the One-Eyed Jack stuff. It's not like, oh, in the scenes where they're dealing with prostitution, this whole thing comes up. It's like not even that. It's this scene here where Gordon is consoling Diane.
Right.
Like why is it in this scene? Am I, reading too much into it, but it stood out to me. It's like, I feel like I haven't seen that, and I don't know if that's their relationship as director and friends and actor, over the years coming through. If that's an action David Lynch is like, this is what Gordon Cole would do. Because in this sort of in-show relationship that they have, being friends all these years. So it's tough to tell.
Noting that she just blew off Albert completely, but when Gordon showed up, she eventually agreed.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes in for the hug. She's the one who starts it. So
it's her fault. You're blaming the victim.
No, I'm not. No.
Sorry.
I guess I'm just trying to say, there is some evidence that there is some kind of
she's not recoiling from him. I that's why it's not that I think he's doing anything inappropriate.
But I think it was interesting that he was holding. I guess I didn't notice the left hand is really the hip hand.
Oh no.
And, but because his right hand, he kind of holds off of her, in this kind of awkward way.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, he starts out messing with his earpiece device on his chest with his right hand.
Right.
But I see what you're saying. Yeah. Then he kind of just puts his arm down. It's almost like he's steadying her in a way with his left hand on her hip, and it's a light touch,
Right.
He's not grabbing her ass,
Right.
But I don't know. The first time I watched it, I just immediately saw the body language, and I just thought, oh, that's interesting. I don't think I would do that necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely see what you mean. It's a weird one, and it's a fair point that it's not even. I mean, though, as you point out, I mean, they've made a point of adding this aspect to Gordon's characterization.
Mm-hmm.
In the new series, I mean, they've pointed it out in multiple scenes.
Yeah.
So it's just, I mean, it's weird. I mean, I guess in a way, it's I can't blame them if they're actually saying it's a thing. They're not necessarily pretending
Mm-hmm. They're aware of it,
Yeah,
and it's part of something that they're doing. I don't know what the point is.
Comment. This is just they do at least say that it's a thing, but but what's the point though?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
Is it a point worth making? The whole the Tammy Preston scene when Gordon and Albert watch her walk away, and Gordon, what does Albert say? I feel better now, or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's is that a Boys Will Be Boys scene? And we're supposed to laugh and chuckle and go, oh, harmless fun, sexual harassment.
Right.
Is it that we're supposed to think that their behavior is anachronistic in a way, and that they're playing?
He was old school.
They're playing with this whole time idea that these characters, even though it's 25 years later, haven't really changed.
They're still stuck in the old ways. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, or is it, everyone's favorite answer C, which is none of the above?
Right,
It's
right.
just
It very well
it's
could be.
nothing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's yeah, too many mysteries. That's a mystery.
That really shouldn't be a mystery.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, that's that's a weird one. So, I mean, I think we're going to get more. I mean, I think we will find out. Presumably, we won't have to see it, luckily, because I guess same thing for the Audrey thing. Like, just because, like, they won't be able to use the actors for it. And I
Mm-hmm.
can't imagine. I feel like David Lynch is the kind of person who wouldn't want to
Do a
cast
flashback.
someone else with a
Oh yeah.
flashback,
Oh, for sure.
like he might do a flashback, but if like he did some flashbacks like in Twin Peaks or whatever, but with the same actors,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
if he has to recast, I think that makes it weird.
Yeah, I agree.
So I just can't imagine like we see someone else playing Cooper at a younger age,
No, not at
someone else
all.
playing a young Laura Dern, like that's just gonna be weird. So yeah, that's why I feel like we probably won't have to see it, but I think they will somehow explain what she's talking about, like what happened, and
Mm-hmm.
so we'll give it. And I don't know, yeah, I don't know how big of a deal it is, or if it's just kind of a detail
Well, and
to
it's
sell the
interesting
Diane
that
story.
Gordon picked up on it, and he's like, "Hey, is
Yeah,
this something I need to know about?"
yeah,
And she's basically like, "Yeah, well, I'll tell you about it some other time."
yeah,
So that's really interesting. Maybe we'll get that conversation,
yeah,
and she'll explain it in a conversation while she's drinking a martini or something,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
smoking a
That seems
cigarette.
possible. Exactly.
Um, Diane,
Yeah.
it's time we have that talk we talked about.
Yeah, and I guess like I don't know if I'm taking this too far, but I guess another reason why like I feel like pulled in the direction of the R word is that the
HBO's newest TV show no one wants to watch, The R Word.
I know it's so horrible. Sounds horrible. But like the characterization of Laura Palmer is that she's abused,
Mm-hmm.
raped at home for a long time, throughout her like early teenage to late teenage years, and as a kind of way of escaping or coping with that, she goes out and does drugs, drinks, engages in prostitution, sleeping with all sorts of men all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's her way of kind of escaping, maybe gaining some power over
Mm-hmm.
sexuality or something. Like there's some idea there. And it does seem like Diane is doing something along those lines. I mean, it's a milder version, and maybe this only happened to her once, so maybe that's why it's a milder version. But it does seem like she's going out, drinking, sleeping with men, it seems like something along those lines is happening.
Wait, so you mean you're thinking the guy that we saw at her place wasn't like her boyfriend?
I think it's possible that she, maybe takes home a different guy every night or something. I guess that's how I
Mm.
read it. Maybe I'm crazy, but like, you know what I mean? That it's not,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that it's not necessarily a committed relationship. That she just kind of, picks up guys, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that for sure, but it kind of read to me like that's what was happening.
Yeah, that's fair.
She seemed alone when Albert went up to her.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I kind of thought that was her boyfriend, but I also thought it was weird that there wasn't like an introduction or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, so that
yeah.
makes
I couldn't even
sense.
find his name in the credits.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
It
tried. I
really
thought
doesn't count.
maybe this is a character. Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
One night
Um,
stands don't need names. That's a very interesting observation. I also say Diane is blonde like Laura.
true.
Very curious if she was always blonde.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, Maybe that's a thing. Um, she couldn't have had that hair in the '90s, right?
No way. That's got to be a newer thing. Though Cooper does reference her hair in that
Mm-hmm.
scene, the missing piece. I mean, he doesn't specifically say what the style is, but But he does talk about it. So I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe we're supposed to think this has always been Diane's hairstyle, or maybe it's a new thing. I'm not sure. But just that, I guess, in in the world of Twin Peaks and David Lynch's mind, and possibly Mark Frost as well, like that is a way that women cope with, like sexual violence, and so like maybe that is kind of a clue.
Mm-hmm. Wow, he's gonna have some explaining to do, that Mr. C. Jeez.
I know, I know, but it's like, yeah, I mean, if Bob is really there, it's not out of the question that he would do that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that is what Bob did to Leland. He basically, made him terrorize the women in his life.
Exactly.
So Audrey and Cooper, I'm sorry, Audrey and
Yeah.
Diane would
Not
be
only
the
that, but sort of his unconscious desires. He made him act out those in this crazy way, in this
because
violent way.
that's the most exciting thing, is to like live vicariously through a person doing the thing that they know they shouldn't do, or don't want to do because it's bad or something. So yeah, I could see that being a thing Bob really wants to do as a prize, and also sort of corrupting the person too.
Exactly, the thrill of that. And I mean, Cooper does acknowledge in the original series that he is
Mm-hmm.
attracted to Audrey on some level, but he can't have any relationship with her for a variety of reasons.
And now it just totally makes sense, because flip that, flip
God
that.
Damn it.
If you were Cro-Magnon, you'd flip that and you would make him, have sex with her.
Right.
Right. So that's making a lot of sense that he would want to do that.
Yeah.
And now the slight difference is, it's a difference perhaps without a distinction, but that Bob was inhabiting good Leland.
True.
He wasn't inhabiting Doppel Leland.
True.
So it's a little bit of a different situation, but the outcome of behavior is likely the same.
Yeah. I mean, maybe in this case, the doppelganger is on board as much as Bob is, with sort of like, living out Cooper's secret fantasies and like crossing those lines that he wouldn't cross.
Yeah, my life, my tapes, my fantasies.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, going to that level makes me even more convinced that is what happened.
You sure it wasn't the Blockbuster videotapes? I really just feel instinctually in my heart that that's true.
Oh God, that would be great. I would love a Blockbuster callback.
So would they. Radio Shack's like, can you mention us too? Okay, all right. Well, damn. Geez. This is making me wonder what the end game of the show is going to be, because, like, I mean, I think Annihilation is probably not even good enough for Mr. C. What is the sort of comeuppance for their character like this? Or even for Bob? I mean, does Bob just escape, back into the ether and with no punishment? That's
the thing about the original series. Like, Bob gets absolutely no comeuppance at all. Like, he gets away with everything.
Yeah.
The end.
But the story's not over now. So.
But the story's not over. Yeah. So if there's a time where Bob is finally going to face some consequences for his actions, I guess. Yeah, maybe that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And
if you can manufacture a person, you can unmanufacture a person, right?
You would think so.
So maybe Cooper will unmake Mr. C, and I still think there's maybe an interesting way to like trap Bob or something.
Yeah.
Maybe a Faraday cage, or something. And he can't get out of the electricity because of the electricity.
Electricity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Jeremy Davies is already on the show.
I was just gonna say that.
He played Faraday on Lost, so there you go. There's your connection.
That's the connection. You think about that, Tammy.
Yeah, you think about that. Yeah, maybe Jeremy Davies and his friend wanted that money from Ducky so they could build a Faraday cage. Because
Oh my God,
they're trying to complete their doctorate degree in science. So
oh man, Janie E was totally wrong about that.
Totally wrong, Janie E.
That was very unfair, Janie E.
Too much, too far, too soon. All right, you want to go to the next part so we don't have to think about who else Cooper raped?
Yes, that would be great.
Thanks for rhyming. We planned that months in advance.
Oh God. Okay, so the next scene is really just a brief thing with Cooper, evil Cooper, in his cell, asking to see Warden Murphy, and he drops the strawberry reference again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really just a setup for something we're going to get to later.
Okay.
Then we go back to Andy, waiting at Sparkwood and 21.
Oh, real quick, the one thing I want to say about this little scene here is
sure.
after Mr. C tells the guard what he tells him, he walks backwards into the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
Oh yeah,
because no one ever does that.
Yeah.
No one's standing somewhere and just walks backwards.
Right. Yeah.
Unless you're a doppelganger.
That's exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, it makes sense on a weird level. Okay, so Andy's waiting at Sparkwood and 21 for Farmer or the Farmer. Still not 100% sure. He doesn't show up. He just kind of waits. He's just waiting there. They cut back to the farmer or farmer's house, and they show the door open, like ominously. Laura Palmer's theme is playing, the slow, creepy part, and eventually Andy leaves. So there's that.
There it is.
So I'm just going to point out one weird prop thing about this scene.
Cool.
They show Andy's watch at a certain point, and it's a Rolex.
Oh, that's interesting.
So... yeah, like a lot of people have latched onto that. I don't know how significant it is. If like they're gonna take it so far as to say that, you know, Andy's like corrupt or something, and he's taking kickbacks, and like that's why he has a Rolex.
Or if it's just like a gift from somebody, you know, or a family heirloom.
It's a gift from Chad.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's interesting. It's an interesting detail. Why would Andy have a Rolex?
It's a little weird that Andy has a Rolex. They're expensive, and yeah, you just wouldn't think. I mean, he's been there a while, you know, maybe like the salary increases are good. I don't know, but maybe he's had a promotion or two in the meantime.
Maybe it's not a real Rolex.
Maybe it's not a real Rolex. That's interesting. I mean, I was thinking maybe they just didn't think about how that comes off. Like, I don't know.
I don't think you get a Rolex for a prop without wanting a Rolex for a prop.
Okay.
That's just my intuition in my heart.
Okay.
But
you feel it in your heart.
That's where it is. So yeah, I mean, geez, too many mysteries.
I know. Well, there's also the mystery of like what happened. Was he lying that he was going to meet Andy? Was it just a ruse to get Andy to go away?
Well, and I was wondering, and this is not even a thing, but now I think it might be a sort of thematic thing. I was wondering why Andy's door was open to his car. Mm-hmm. Like he got out of his car to wait, but he left the door open. And like, if the road was wider, I wouldn't have cared that much.
Yeah.
But he's taking up half the road. Anybody who comes around that corner too fast is going to knock his door off.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if it's supposed to thematically tie to the other scene they cut to with the open door, and maybe that's just the reason, and it's nothing more than that. But I just caught that. I was like, why is his door open? Why would you do that?
Right.
But so anyway, the Rolex thing is weird. But yeah, the actual big thing is, where did Farmer go? His truck is there, so they told us his truck is there.
The truck's there, yeah.
But the door's open.
Door's open,
and that doesn't mean anyone left. I mean, or I should say, does it mean somebody left, or does it mean somebody entered?
Right.
And I
right.
think that's the
clear.
genius of an open door. Just you can't tell. You can't tell. Did they come or go?
Right.
It's the duality there is awesome.
Exactly.
So and maybe he's still inside there. Maybe he's not. But yeah, them playing the Laura's theme. I mean, what does that even mean?
It's a weird moment to bring that back, you
Yeah.
know. And that it makes the moment stand out. You know what I mean? If they just played it with silence, I think it wouldn't have the same level of like, I don't know, like tension or making me think like there's something important happening here.
Yeah, it seems like it's like you play that theme. It'd be interesting to go and see where that theme is played in other parts of the series here. But I wonder if you play that theme for like big plot lines or big moments. Because when Bobby saw Laura's picture, they played Laura's theme, right?
They played Laura's theme, the happier part.
The happier part,
the part that's like the credits,
Yeah.
With the piano and stuff. It's those two sections like back and forth. So they did, and that's what I was gonna say. Like a lot of when they play it in the original series is when they're talking about Laura because it's Laura's theme. And of course the Laura stuff is the main plot for the first half of the series. So it gets played typically in important plots. I think probably the real test would be when do they play Laura's theme after the Laura Palmer mystery is resolved.
Yeah, they did it a lot,
and they did. They absolutely did. They used it's a signature thing from the series that they used all the time. So yeah.
I would want to go back just for this season and see when they play it. Then you could figure out if it's certain storylines or
the new season.
The new season, yeah.
Oh yeah. See, I feel like they haven't used it before. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like they haven't. I feel like that's the first time. I mean, aside from the Bobby scene where they used the piano part, I don't think they've used Laura's theme except for that. They used this other. They used this other ambient piece called Dark Mood Woods, I think, when Hawk was walking. That was from the original series.
Okay.
It's kind of similar to Laura's theme, but I think this is the first time, which for that section, which makes it stand out even more.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now that I think about it, yeah. Okay, huh.
I mean, a lot of people have pointed out that there actually hasn't been a lot of music in the new series. Like it's been used very sparingly, and so I mean, when they do use it, it stands out and it kind of has more impact, I guess, because the original series was like really music heavy.
Yeah,
I mean, there was music playing with like almost every scene.
Yeah,
it's a little bit much sometimes. I think it works, but the new series has a pretty big contrast as far as that goes. And so when they bring back the old stuff, or even have new music, like the Johnny Jewel Windswept thing with the Dougie sequence, like it kind of stands out.
Yeah,
it gives that scene some extra weight or something. And that's how I feel about this. Like it makes it seem like there's something significant here. About the truck, about Richard Horn, maybe. Did he come and kill the guy? Like, did he see that Andy was there? I mean, is it as simple as that? Like, I don't really know. I mean, how can you know?
How can you know?
It's just an open door. That's the genius.
It is the genius, yeah.
But the cutaway to open door is great. Like, it really reminds me of that moment in Lost Highway when they cut to the gun sitting on the seat of the car. Like, just suddenly they just cut to that, and it's sort of like, I guess the idea is like he doesn't have the gun, like maybe that's danger or something, like that he's unarmed. Maybe that's just the point of that. But again, like showing the audience this thing, cutting back to that, Andy isn't seeing that, so that's just for us. And so it's like they're trying to say something to the audience there. And I think maybe it's just it's that it's sort of the ambiguity of like what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, we'll get the mystery of the farmer. What happened to him? I mean, it seems like it's something bigger than Richard just killed him.
I agree.
Um,
I agree.
I don't know what it could be, but the
That's
one thing
what
I'm
I
a
thought. Like
little,
maybe Red's involved.
yeah.
If he, if he found out, that Richard like hit a kid, like, and he's supposed to be working for Red, and like he, got involved in the cover up or something, and I mean he's like magical somehow,
Mm-hmm.
and
So
like
he
seemingly
opened the door with his magic.
he opened the door. Exactly, exactly. Thank you for the obvious theory,
Mm-hmm.
but someone has to say it. But yeah, like maybe because that would kind of escalate it. Because Richard Horn seems like a kind of Leo level bad guy,
Mm-hmm.
and Red
What?
is
He's the
somewhere.
son of the devil. What do you mean? He's the demon child.
All right, you're right. I forgot. I
I mean, I've
forgot.
heard of Bob's your uncle, not Bob's your dad.
Yeah, that really is. Yeah, you're right. That's oh god, that really is taking it to like.
Oh man, that was just a joke. Now it's like maybe they just did it for a joke. What if Bob's his father? Yikes.
Yeah, that's a
But
good
no,
point.
I do what you're saying. At least how we've seen him now, he comes off
Yeah,
like a Leo level bad
so
guy.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And Red is sort of like somewhere between that kind of bad guy, or like, the random, Jeremy Davies, or these various hitmen in Las Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
and then like the Black Lodge characters.
Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna say. Is I'm not really surprised necessarily. Is not the word, but I'll just use it in lieu of a better word. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more storylines about any more Black Lodge characters. Like any like new entities. Now we've got that weird guy walking around. I guess that's the only. I guess that's the only other
Right.
thing. But like with
Yeah.
this scene at the farmer's house, it makes me think something ominous going on there, and I think,
Right.
okay, is it Black Lodge related stuff, happening
Oh shit.
here?
That just reminded me of something. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, that's it. You know, just curious about that. Like, is the show going to depict any new like entities?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we have that one. We saw him float his head away.
There was that, and there was I don't know if I don't remember if the first woman got a name, but then there was American Girl and the
Oh,
knocking
true.
figure
Yeah, I meant more so in like the real world,
in
but
the real
yeah, that's
world.
fair.
Yeah,
That's fair. We did get whatever's happening there.
yeah, yeah,
Um, God, that still seems like so long ago. That was only
yeah,
5 parts ago or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That was
But
part three.
yeah, okay, 4 parts ago, and it
Yeah,
just seems like a long, long time ago.
it does.
Wow. Um.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, just a quick aside about the arm tree like coming up through the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've talked about the connection of like electricity and the Black Lodge characters, and that's somehow how they move around, or they can communicate. And they did have the outlet there, when Mike talks to Dougie.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I was gonna just like raise the issue of the electricity in that scene. Like it really seems like there's no electricity there. It's just like pavement
The
that he comes out of.
oh.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean he is electricity, right? I mean he's electric. He's got electric flowing through his branches.
Right, right,
So maybe that's that. Maybe he's not really there. Maybe it's just an image, a vision. Um, I mean, clearly he's not really there, or else other people
right,
would have seen it.
right.
So maybe
Yeah.
that explains it.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the Mike thing is a vision too. Mike's not really there.
You would think so, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a good point. In terms of like trying to figure out the consistency of how they depict these characters.
Yeah, there was no clear like electricity source in that scene. So, but I mean, it was kind of different though. It was different from the way Mike was appearing.
It totally was different. Yeah, and he could, might have different abilities.
True.
For no apparent reason.
Well, right.
Oh man. I was actually trying to see if there was any obvious electricity in the farmer shot. If we see any telephone poles or
oh yeah,
anything weird that might suggest Black Logians, but I don't really see anything.
Okay.
All right. Let's. You wanna go to the next part?
Sure. Okay. So we go back to Warden Murphy meeting with Evil Cooper in Sioux City, supposedly. Evil Cooper mentions the dog leg that he was carrying, and there's more legs where that came from.
That dog had 4 legs. What?
Like, okay. So he mentions the dog leg and some information and some people. I honestly didn't understand this at all. How does he know those things? The warden asks. Joe McCluskey, he says.
Not another name. Don't tell us how you know one name by giving us another name.
Yeah, that's not an answer. But Warden Murphy is sufficiently, I guess, impressed with his knowledge that he asks what he wants. Evil Cooper wants a car. He wants Ray Monroe, and a friend in the glove compartment that night. So he can, leave.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that means a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And in exchange, no one will find out about Warden Murphy's crazy secret, whatever that is. So.
Oh man, this is weird.
So okay, here's my thought about this, because I mean we've been talking about too many mysteries. That's a running theme here. So like I'm strongly tempted in this scene to put all this to the side and just take this at a very simple level, that Evil Cooper, through either a magic, hacking, or all three, has somehow acquired information about Warden Murphy, and perhaps it's already hard, the simple explanation, but okay. Perhaps he planned his original plan. Again, there's the thing about going west that doesn't make sense, but perhaps the original plan was he was going to go there and just blackmail Warden Murphy to get Ray out. And that's why he had the information. But then since he ended up getting taken there, it's just kind of, he can just use it to get both of them out. And that's sort of what the plan was. And like, it's just that, like, he has some incriminating information on Warden Murphy, and that's why he's going to let him go. And the details of what that is, how he knew it, and all that don't matter. I'm very tempted to think that. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, ignorance is bliss, right? It'd be great to think that
of all the mysteries, you know what I mean? It feels like, how much can Warden Murphy's secrets matter in with all these other questions that are about characters we care about?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So I'm just it does like obviously raise a ton of questions. It's totally unclear what he's talking about in the scene.
So we did see Mr. C, sort of hack into the prison, right? Right, and so when he knew that that's where Ray was, he would have needed a plan to get him out,
right?
So I think it's very reasonable that he also did some hacking. He's like, okay, well, who's the warden? And he finds out who the warden is. And so my sort of idea about Joe McCluskey was perhaps the secret is that the warden did something bad in his past, and maybe his name used to be Joe McCluskey, and he changed his name to hide his past or something. That's a kind of an idea I was working with. Mr. Strawberry maybe was the name of the dog.
Yeah, that's unclear. He does say the late Mr. Strawberry.
Yeah, and maybe that was a dog he had,
could have been,
yeah, his childhood dog, and it makes no sense that the dog should have been buried. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. It's very hard to figure this out, but it'd be I'm almost tempted to be tempted by your temptation. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't see any reason why we need to deal with the warden again.
After they leave, yeah.
After they leave, I do think. I mean, except for a scene where maybe Gordon comes back,
finds out they let him go,
and he's like, "Why did you? How did this happen?" And maybe the guy breaks down and he tells him what he knew.
Happen. You're right. That could totally happen. But I still would question if it matters.
Sure, and I do want to side on him having practical knowledge. Not that he can read minds.
Okay.
I mean, I'm actually happy that the dog has 4 legs, and that the other legs were sent out with information, because that means this was a plan. This wasn't. He's not just reading minds and he knows who Joe McCluskey and Mr. Strawberry are because he can read his mind.
Clearly had a plan. Yeah.
He had a plan about this, and so he had information about that before he was heading west, apparently, and had the car accident.
The wrong direction, but okay.
If you go east enough, you're heading west. Maybe that's what she meant.
Oh my God, he was gonna circumnavigate the globe.
Yeah. Well. Luckily, the globe is flat. The world is flat, so
he was already in South Dakota, and he decided to go the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, evil Cooper, you were such a doppelganger.
Exactly. Cooper would have just headed east, but bad Cooper headed west.
Yep, of course, exactly. It's the duality. Hello.
Oh, because dreams. Oh man.
Exactly.
I feel like that makes too much sense.
It does.
Cooper would have headed the normal direction, so Mr. C has to head the other direction.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Why not?
So he sent these dog legs out. Now he says the other 3 went out with information you're thinking about right now, which is weird.
Yeah.
Now I don't want to take this as he's reading minds.
It doesn't
so much
have to
as
be.
he just knows human nature.
About it. Yeah.
Exactly. But then he says 2 people you don't want coming around here if anything bad happens to me. I'm reading a transcript, but maybe this is wrong. Maybe it's TO people, not TWO people. Because this says TWO people.
Yeah, I thought he meant 2 people as well, like the number.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I was confused about the 3rd leg.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking it's like the 4th page of the diary that's not found. There's like always one extra. I don't.
That's the fail-safe leg.
Oh no. The fail-safe leg. Yeah, I guess. I mean, this is from closed captioning. So if we're supposed to believe closed caption, I guess he said TWO people.
Which the closed captioning doesn't have to be right. I mean, they do make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah. So I would assume he's saying TO people, because he's just continuing his sentence,
Right. Yeah.
But who are those people?
Who are those people?
I'm Jerry Seinfeld.
They are. I mean, they're presumably people who are involved on some level with whatever, like, his secret is, whatever he did, whatever.
So whatever he did has at least 3 people out there who want him.
Sounds like it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Joe McCluskey.
Hello. I don't know if that's one of the people or if that's just like someone who's involved that he should know about.
Maybe he killed Joe McCluskey, and Joe McCluskey had a dog named Mr. Strawberry.
Could be.
Yeah, it's just all guesses at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel completely overwhelmed with everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just like, if I see a way out that it's like, this is serving a function here.
Yeah.
Some of these mysteries have no clear function.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I want to say, well, then I think the mystery matters as a mystery. But in this
When
case,
it has no clear function.
yeah, yeah.
When there's no way to tell why it matters, oh, it matters. And when you can tell why it matters, that doesn't matter. Why does that make sense?
It's when you put it that way, it sounds like nonsense, but somehow, I guess, like, yeah, just like to make the plot work, why would you introduce a mystery if it has no value for the plot,
Because dreams.
Because dreams. Always a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
And it is true that like there is some of that. You can't discount that possibility. Mm-hmm. But here the function is very clear. And so and it's about characters that, outside of this particular plot line, we have nothing about Warden Murphy. There's no scenes with Warden Murphy that are about anything other than this plot line. Mm-hmm. So I just find it hard to believe the story cares that much about his past, and I don't know, but maybe I'm crazy, and it's gonna be like 5 episodes of Warden Murphy backstory.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to spend time on.
You remember in Hastings, the back of Hastings' car, there was like a little piece of flesh. Yeah. Is that having anything to do with this?
That's interesting. I also saw people connecting the chunk of flesh that was on the gun. The spike that they peeled off. That kind of looked like the thing in the trunk. I mean, that's a random connection. Certainly, Hastings is closer, so that would make more sense. It was in the trunk. That's kind of an interesting connection. And we know Evil Cooper was involved in that plot line to some degree. Mm-hmm. So yeah, did he plant something in Hastings' trunk? Is that what you're saying? Maybe.
I don't know what I'm saying.
He sent it there. He sent it to Hastings. He sent it to Hastings' secretary, who has secret coordinates. I'm still confused about that. This also raises that whole plot line that I don't understand, which I do think matters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
But yeah, it's an interesting connection. I mean, I wonder how much more Hastings we're going to get. How long before we go back to Hastings, if ever?
Yeah. Seems like they're not making Hastings to get back to Hastings.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh,
it was right there.
Oh, no.
I know, right? I broke the podcast.
Hastings, not wastings.
Stop wasting time and get back to Hastings. Post Hastings. Yeah, there's also Dead Dog Farm, just to throw that there.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, you're right.
So
that was
maybe
a weird thing.
Maybe he got the dead dog from Dead Dog Farm, because that's where you grow dead dogs.
Oh God. That's Dog Farm. That's yeah.
Yeah, wow, geez. So what else did they find in Cooper's car, Mr. C's car? It was the gun,
cocaine, the gun, and the dog leg. I think that was it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the gun seems weird now.
Yeah.
The gun was like normal at first, and now it's like, well, why do you have a gun? Why do you have a machine gun?
It was a giant, it was kind of ridiculous. So
you don't think that was his plan? He was just gonna like walk into the jail, into the prison, and start shooting it up.
Throw some cocaine all everywhere and shoot everybody. Yeah. No, I don't think that was the plan. I mean, maybe that was the backup plan. I don't know. But I feel like the blackmail was what he intended to do.
Yeah, and it's weird to even have the dog leg. I mean, do you need the dog leg to prove what he's trying to prove in this scene?
I don't think you need it, but I guess, yeah, it's something tangible, literally.
Mm-hmm. All right, well.
Tangent.
All right. Is that what I sound like? Just spewing a bunch of nonsense you're forced to laugh at. It's like, all right. All right, yeah. Meg Hastings. I get it, Claude. I get
Latin.
it.
Come on, it's not. What are you calling Latin nonsense?
Oh, jeez. I wouldn't dare.
Nonsense is also Latin.
Of course it is.
All right, sorry. I don't know. I'm on a tangent here.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. So yeah, are you further comments?
None.
Speculations. Okay. So
which is also Latin.
We shall, of course it is. So we'll move on then. We'll change cities. We're gonna go to Las Vegas. We finally get some Las Vegas stuff here.
All right.
We got good old Janie E. waiting outside for Dougie, presumably. I guess like after the first day, she decided she should pick him up at work because he doesn't know how to get home. And inside, Anthony Sinclair is asking Dougie why he isn't talking to him. He's kind of wondering why he met with Bushnell Mullins. I feel like the implication is here is that he's worried about, whatever sort of fraud or whatever he was doing that Dougie pointed to somehow with those helpful Black Lodge dots.
Yeah. Dots, ladders, and stairs.
Ladders and stairs.
Oh my.
Okay, so then we go back to Janie E, who finally decides to go inside. Then we go back inside. So this is just kind of a sequence here. Anthony asks about the files, and then Rhonda comes in and tells that's the one who helped him go to the bathroom. I found out her name is Rhonda, no last name, and that's
interesting.
So Rhonda tells Dougie that some police officers are there to see him, and Anthony leaves. She assumes Dougie wants the police to come to his office because he's just imitating her, and so she brings the officers inside. The detectives, Fusco, they're all named Fusco. If you read the credits, you find out that these detectives are Detective T. Fusco, Detective D. Fusco, and Detective quote-unquote Smiley Fusco.
The Fusco triplets?
The Fusco triplets.
The Fusco brothers?
I don't understand this. Like, I don't know why they did this. Are they brothers? Is it a coincidence? It doesn't matter. I don't understand why they do this with the names. It's just so strange for no reason.
And do they all share one badge?
Yeah.
He's like Detective Fusco. Oh, man. Fusco, and Fusco. This fall on ABC.
Exactly. Yeah, it seems ready-made for some kind of procedural. The Fuscos like solve crimes in Las Vegas. Each Fusco has his own like specialty.
Yeah. Oh jeez. Oh no. Oh jeez. What do you think, Fusco? I don't know, Fusco. Sounds good to me, Fusco.
I wonder what Fusco would think about this.
You're right. I'm right here. Just ask me. No, not you, the other one.
Exactly. The comedy writes itself.
It's that for an hour. And they don't solve any crimes. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't get it. Wow. Yeah.
Did you notice that? Like,
I didn't notice that in the credits. Okay. No, I
had to, because when I'm like explaining these scenes, I have to look up character names, and I was like, oh god, they're all named Fusco. Like, why? It's so strange. The credits really are like, if you're not reading the credits, you are missing out on.
Are you even watching the show? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like the credits in this show are more important than credits have ever been in anything I've ever watched.
I agree.
Because they have like significant information that we are not getting from the script. So yeah, it's
like it's like the credits are another character on the show.
Exactly.
A character that tells you what things are.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. So anyway, the Fuscos are there to ask Dougie about his car. Luckily, Janie E comes in because Dougie's not going to be able to handle this situation. They question her about the car. She concludes that it must have been stolen because we find out that they found no, sorry. The first step is she assumes it was stolen. The next step is Bushnell Mullins comes in and reveals that the car had been found. And then we find out that it was involved in an explosion, and the bodies that they found were connected with, like, I guess, like some kind of gang associated with stealing cars, something like that. So then she's like, well, yeah, then the car was stolen. And they want her to do some paperwork, but she convinces them to just like let him go for the day, do the paperwork later. So then the Fuscos leave and Bushnell stays there, and he has some questions about the files, but again, Janie E's diatribe, presumably, or just her facial expression, convinces him to just like let him go, and they'll talk about the files later. Presumably we'll get that scene later. So this is, I mean, aside from the Fusco weirdness, this is a fairly functional scene.
Fairly functional Fusco scene.
It's a Fusco fiasco.
Oh, no. Fiasco's Fusco? Jeez. We're this close to speaking Italian.
I know. Which isn't that far from Latin.
There it is.
It's the connection.
Yep, it always goes back to Latin, except when it does it.
Well, yeah, that's true. Sometimes it doesn't.
But sometimes it does. Yeah, Latin didn't do everything.
No, it can't do everything.
Despite what it tells you.
It constantly claims otherwise.
Yeah, so this is a weird scene. You know, so I guess Janie E's main personality trait is this trope of the pushy woman or something. Yeah. You know, which is interesting. You know, we were talking before about the depiction of women on the show in general, and I guess, you know, this is a Nadine type in a way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other because there's like the women who are like defined by their youth or their beauty or their sexuality, and then you've got I'm trying to think who else would sort of fit into this. Who I guess Catherine in a way is a little bit of that.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah, I think there's a bit more there with Catherine, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Catherine's got other tropes she's dealing with. She's the like most soap opera character on the show. Like she's just everything she does is straight out of a soap opera. It's so weird. But yeah, so I don't know. It's just interesting here how we just get another scene of Janie E being pushy and kind of, you know, luckily being pushy and getting her way, and also, you know, pushy to men, right? And pushy to like people who might have authority or something, you know, or could cause problems for her, you know, like the gambling, the debt guys, you know, like, You know, those guys could hurt her if they wanted, but she's so pushy that they go, oh, well, whatever. I guess,
Right.
you know, we'll relent. And, you know, the cops
Yeah.
could cause problems for Janie E. And even Bushnell, you know, he's Dougie's boss. If he wants this work done, he could ask for it to be done. But, yeah, it's an interesting, I don't know. I don't know what we get out of that. I don't know what the point is. Is it just purely functional? Because she, you know, the person closest to Dougie has to be pushy in order to usher him through the things he's got to get through, because he can't do it himself.
Yeah. And I guess that's why, like, you know, Janie E to me comes off like a bit more reasonable than I guess the other like big nagging woman, which is Sheriff Frank Truman's wife. Doris, I think her name is.
Yep.
You know, of course, they did have a reveal about that, which like made it like a little better, but you know, like that is 100% of her character, and there's no, I mean, aside from the thing in her past, like, you know, she doesn't have like a present life situation seemingly that's really calling for that level, you know, whereas like what's going on with Janie E and Dougie is kind of crazy. Like I kind of get, I don't know, I sympathize a little more with her exasperation, I guess.
Yeah, I think with Doris, what they're basically saying is she's like this because of, you know, grief / mental health issues, you know, and that's not the case for Janie E. Like Janie, this is her regular normal personality. You know, maybe exacerbated by Dougie's condition. You know, maybe she's a little less of this normally. You know, but so I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. You know, I wonder just how much is just functional, or are they trying to say something, or you know, about this kind of character. And no more Sunny Jim right now. Nope. Curious when we're gonna get back to that.
Sunny Jim. Somebody's supposedly watching Sunny Jim. So, you know, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I assume we'll see like. I think we'll probably see Sunny Jim again, and I think we'll also see the scene where Bushnell Mullins talks to Dougie about the files. Like, we got to find out. I assume they're going to, I mean, I feel like in a way it doesn't matter, but I also feel like they're going to tell us something about, like, what he found, like, what it means.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think, and he's going to probably question him and ask him what he knows about Anthony Sinclair, and
it's not going to go too far, but, you know, that scene's going to happen anyway.
Well, and I wonder if Sinclair is going to, you know, get pushed into a corner and try to do something violent towards Dougie. To try to stop him, or, you know, get him fired or something.
Could be.
Yeah, it was interesting. 2 of the 3 Fuscos were writing down notes. That was interesting. It goes to that weird thing of like 3 out of 4 pages were found, and 2 out of 3 dog legs potentially. You know, have people that might come around. So it's an interesting thing where there's always one left.
A missing thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess one big question that's answered for me is like, what did they think when they found the bodies? You know, and it shows that they, you know, they did not, like, no one at any point thought that it was Dougie in there.
Well, we don't know that.
As far as I can tell, I guess. I mean, like, we've not seen any on-screen reactions to that effect.
Sure, but I mean, like, the cops clearly put it together who was in there off screen.
Right.
So, you know, I think, you know, they might have presumed the owner of the car was a victim until they, you know, ran some tests on the bodies.
Yeah. But I guess I just mean, like, that didn't come into play in the plot, because neither the cops nor the hitmen, like, came up with that final conclusion. Like, you know, because Ike the Spike gets hired to go kill Dougie, and so it seems like they also conclude that Dougie wasn't killed there.
Yeah, it was fair.
But yeah. I mean, presumably there was a whole process figuring out who the people were, and yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so that's interesting. The whole car thing, and I mean, are we done with that? The boy and the drugged out mother?
119. Yeah.
119.
I feel like we can't be done with that, right? Nothing happened. I mean,
Didn't it though?
Right? I mean, I don't know. Is that really all there is?
That's a philosophical question. Each man must answer for themselves.
But I guess at a certain point, we do have to ask ourselves, given that, I mean, it's 18 parts, so, that means we have, I guess, 11 more after this one. And, what are they going to spend that time on? Are they going to go back there? How much more Dougie? How long before, all sorts of plot elements that are in play right now? Like, how long is it going to take those to play out? It seems like they have so much stuff that I just can't imagine they have time to go back to Rancho Rosa and figure out what's going on with this kid eating saltines.
Well, it depends on how much story there is left. If it's a couple more scenes, I think they have time. Yeah,
True.
I mean, I told the anecdote that the actress who played the drugged out mother told about how David Lynch was very concerned about how dirty the table was. It needed to be dirty. So, like, he's put a lot of direct time and interest into that scene, with the drugged out mother. So I would, that would make me think, like, it's important that something of note is going on there. Is she being affected by this whole Dougie manufactured entity thing or something? She's picking up weird vibes, and when she's on drugs or something, like maybe that's it or something. Maybe it's showing some sort of secondhand weirdness. What else to call it? Effects. One thing I want to ask was what number did the giant tell Cooper to remember? Was it 425?
430, I believe.
Was it? Okay, because that's what I thought, because that's the time that the farmer was supposed to meet Andy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I forgot to bring that up. Yeah, is it that significant? Like, that's actually a reference? I mean, Richard is connected to that story. In a clear way. So it would be crazy if that's the thing. Like,
and it's a thing that Cooper wasn't involved with.
Andy's gonna meet Farmer at 4:30 and he doesn't show up. Like, do you understand?
Remember that?
Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it seems totally like I want to think it's a coincidence, but when you see a pattern, if you're told a thing, just like Richard and Linda, I mean, as soon as they brought up a Linda, it's like, well, that better be the same Linda. Why would you bring up a random Linda if it's not that Linda?
Well, and that's the question, is manipulation. Do you do that to manipulate the audience to go, we know the audience is thinking about Linda, so we'll talk about Linda, but that won't be the real Linda.
Right.
It'll be a person whose nickname is Linda, but we never tell them that for 5 parts or something.
Right.
And it'll come out of nowhere. So yeah, I don't know. I saw the 430, and then I was like, maybe the number was 425. Because I was like, but yeah, it's weird. Is it as simple as a time? Because you get 430 twice a day, every day.
Right.
So that's weird if it was a time, and like it has nothing to do with Cooper at this point.
Yeah.
But it's interesting if it is that 430, 430. And now we have the Rolex thing.
Right.
Does that make it more important because it's a Rolex?
Time is more important with a Rolex.
Yeah. Oh, man. What a great slogan. Everything's more important with a Rolex, including time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll just be like the 430 thing is like the numbers on Lost, where it's like telling us like there will be a bigger 430 thing, but like maybe it's some kind of link about fate, or like some kind of implied connection,
like
between this and something else that's gonna happen
connected
later
to a big 430.
Yeah. Exactly.
Do we have any sense? Do you know if we have any sense of the date any of this story is happening within the show?
The date?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I think the general assumption, I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know if there's anything concrete anywhere as far as
Mm-hmm.
dates. Like, if they've mentioned dates, I can't remember any, but
Yeah,
they
I
said a
can't
lot of
either.
things. The general assumption that I've seen is that it's set in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there was the 15 number in the Purple Room, whether that means anything or not, as far as years go. But the other thing is that that's when they filmed it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So generally, like that. If you want to set something in the present, you kind of set it. I think the original intention was to have it released sooner
Yeah.
than it was. So that would have made it more current than it seems now. But yeah, I think it's meant to be 2015. But I guess my interpretation is more like, I mean, until they tell us specific dates matter. My interpretation is that it's just the present.
Yeah, I guess I was meaning more of the month that they might be in.
Oh, the month. You're going that far. Okay.
Just because of
Yeah.
430, is that April 30th?
Oh, right.
Some particular thing. We do know that the planets align in spring or whatever. They mentioned that in the original series, that there's a springtime alignment of Venus and Saturn.
Right.
So I don't know if April 30th is when the Black Lodge is open or something, or when it's at the apex or the zenith or the nadir. More Latin.
Probably.
Um,
Could be Greek though.
it's Greek to me.
Oh God.
It is though. Greek is Greek.
That's a
Okay.
fair point.
We can go to the next part.
All right. So we talked about this a little earlier, but so Janie E and Dougie walk out of the office building, and then she's kind of admonishing him not to gamble anymore. And then Ica Spike runs up with a gun and tries to shoot Dougie, and then Dougie like goes into battle mode and like jumps him, and then like the evolution of the arm shows up and says, "Squeeze his hand off," and then like he throat chops Ike a couple more times, and then eventually Ike like lets go of the gun and runs away. And then I just have to put this in here too. Then we go to I guess like a news report montage. Is that what this is? It's so strange, like so we see Dougie and Janie E. They give their like reaction. I mean, it's really Janie E. talking about it, and then some other bystanders talk about what just happened.
Yeah.
There's a girl that mentions that that Ike smelled funny. That's an interesting detail. And then they have this weird shot of a gloved hand like peeling a piece of flesh off the gun that we were talking about earlier. And that's kind of the end of that little segment.
Yeah, it's like the CSI people taking. So, and you
Yeah.
can actually see when, after Ike lets go of the gun, you can see he's missing a piece of flesh from his hand.
Okay.
So Dougie did squeeze his hand off.
Squeeze this.
And it's like, why?
How did that work?
I think the idea is, I think, those, the handles of those pistols are textured.
Yeah.
So I think the idea is if you squeeze hard enough and slide, like, the friction will kind of make the skin come up.
But you rub a chunk off.
You could rub a chunk off, which is a phrase we could never say on this podcast again.
Fair enough. I don't want to say it again.
We've each said it once, and that was too much. And so but it's not squeeze his finger off, so you get the fingerprint.
Right.
You get this weird palm part, which has some kind of print on it, but why that of all things? Evolution of the arm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best stuff when it's just left of center. When it's just it almost makes sense and it just doesn't. But you're right. This little montage of the bystanders or the witnesses was interesting. It reminds me of when Richard hit the boy, and there was that extended sequence of everyone's reaction in the whole goddamn town.
Right.
It's a very strange thing when the camera kind of focuses on these sort of background characters who we'll never see again.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it stood out as very different from stuff they normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Like cut, you know, having this crazy thing happen and not just moving on, but like dealing with the aftermath of like the police coming, the news crews coming and
Mm-hmm.
interviewing people. You know, I feel like we don't usually get a lot of it.
So my guess would be, playing the Lost game. Why would they do this since it's so
Yeah.
different? Like maybe it'll be on the news and someone will see Dougie on the news.
That's what I was thinking, that it would help progress the storyline in some way. That
Mm-hmm.
if someone else sees it, then maybe that's how they'll figure out that, you
Yeah,
know.
because actually it could make national news, and then Gordon and Albert could find out.
Exactly.
Somebody's like, "Oh, Cooper's in Las Vegas," but
Yeah.
somehow they credit him as Dougie Jones.
Right.
And that might, because that's the next part of the story that Cooper and Albert have to get to is the Dougie part. They got the Mister
Right.
C part, but now and then what they, it's gonna be weird if they've kind of left it at Mister C is not the real Cooper, but then they're gonna
Yeah.
get Dougie and he's gonna seem weird too.
If they
But
only knew about Hastings and the ring and Major
oh, that wouldn't help.
Briggs. Well, I mean, it wouldn't help them figure anything out, but you know what I mean. It's a piece of the puzzle
Yeah, that's true.
that they're missing, I think. And of course, I thought they were in Buckhorn, so I thought they were going to learn about that stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
I guess now it seems like no, I don't think they know
I
about that
I
stuff.
think the colonel is going to perhaps call the FBI at some point, even though I think the other call he mentioned was probably to the wife
Right?
or his remaining family, but
Yeah, yeah.
but it could be that for some reason that he knows they're interested in Major Briggs. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird, but yeah, they do need to find that information out somehow.
Yeah, there's a lot of information sharing that would be helpful at this point. You
Mm-hmm.
know, like they also need to find out about the diary entry that Hawk found, you know. Like that'll tie in with what they're investigating right now.
Yeah.
Um you know, everybody just needs to pool their resources.
I do think the story is probably going to coalesce in Twin Peaks,
Yeah, that would make the most
and it's
sense.
like they're gonna get this Las Vegas piece and they're gonna get the Buckhorn piece and they're gonna go, we need to go back to where this all
Yep,
started.
yep, 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 yep. I mean, I was thinking about that already, you know, just
Mm-hmm.
the idea that on what they know alone, you know, like going back to, you know, when Cooper disappeared originally, you know, there's a logic there.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't have any other particular leads to go on,
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and you know, as far as I can tell, they don't have much else. So, and you know, without knowing all of these other things that are going on. So yeah, I feel like that probably is going to happen. And that makes the most sense cuz I mean the show is Twin Peaks even though there's been a ton of stuff that's not in Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
I do think eventually it will probably be largely set in Twin Peaks.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But yeah, so you
Okay,
know,
so yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. So
yeah.
first of all, Ike the Spike. There's something comical about his the way he kills people.
Mhm.
I don't get it, but like even the way he was running with the gun towards Dougie was strangely like weird and like not
Mhm.
really. It didn't seem menacing in a way. Their fight seemed really weird, and even the choreography was strange.
Yeah.
Dougie leads into action. He pushes Janie E away, but then she comes to help
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, she jumps
And
on.
and
She's
she's
like
like,
on Ike the Spike for most of the
but
time.
but but she's not doing that much. It's just a
Oh
weird
no, she's just kind of like
choreography.
grabbing him.
Yeah, and then he, Dougie chops him a couple times, which should make him let go of the gun, but it doesn't.
Hmm.
It's just the choreography was just really strange, and he's just kind of sort of subduing him he's keeping the gun up from like pointing at people to shoot, but he's not really taking them out. So it's like he jumps into this like action hero mode, but only so far.
Right.
So it was very interesting. It was, of course, interesting to see him have this kind of automatic defense mode.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Able to do that. Because I was thinking, like, he's very vulnerable if Ike shows up. Like, how is he going to even survive?
And the other thing is, I guess Ike bent his spike, so that's why he's not using it now.
Yeah.
Which I guess made it easier, right? Because if he came at Cooper with the spike, it probably would have been easier. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It would have been just as believable to me that Cooper could have like subdued him with a spike, but But maybe in their heads somehow that was better with a gun. But it was weird. The benefit of a gun versus an ice pick is distance.
Yeah.
Yet he like ran up to him with the gun, and it's like, why are you trying to shoot him point blank or what? But that stuff aside, the evolution of the arm again, this is the only show where anything can happen. And an arm tree can come out of the ground and give you strange but helpful advice.
Yeah.
So now we have Mike explicitly helping Dougie. We have the arm tree explicitly helping Dougie or Cooper. And then we saw and then we have the two sort of visual helpers, the flaming Black Lodge logo above in the casino, and then we have the light points that helped him with the case files.
Yeah.
It's like why didn't the evolution of the arm appear when he was doing the case files? And he tells them, draw some stairs. Why is that?
Yeah.
Why does that not make sense?
That's a good point. I don't see why that would. Yeah. Draw some stairs. It would explain it. It would help.
Yeah.
I still don't know why he drew the stairs.
Yeah, we'll find out, I think. Oh, geez.
Yeah. Once Bushnell has his talk.
Mm-hmm. Once he mullins it over.
Stop beating around the bush now.
Oh, God. Yeah, stop beating around the bush now and mullins it over. Oh, jeez. All these bad puns are their fault.
I agree. I take no responsibility.
No. Don't shoot the messengers.
The names on this show are very strange.
Mm-hmm. The Coen brothers are like, wow, you guys are outdoing us with names.
Yeah, like really it reminds me of like Mr. Show names. It reminds me of like joke names.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're so strange.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Am I crazy? Like, I mean, I feel like in the original series, I feel like the names aren't that weird.
No, I don't think the names. Well, part of it is the amount of names that are weird. I think in this new season, is more than the weird names in the previous stuff. I think that's the big thing. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think they were necessarily as weird either. But I think definitely the volume of weird names, because there's so many characters.
Yeah,
and we're getting all these they're naming most of the people in the credits, so we get to see see all these names.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We get to learn them, and then I mean, the thing is, for a podcast, I mean, if you're going to talk about the show, it's just easier if you have a name to say.
Mm-hmm.
So it just makes sense to use the names, even though, like, in a way, for some of these characters, it doesn't matter. Like Jimmy and Timmy, or Wally and Tolly. I forgot what their names are, but the Jeremy Davies character and the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they got names.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter, though.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to know their names as far as the story goes, because, like, they're basically functional characters.
Mm-hmm.
I did notice that in this scene, Janie E is saying, don't go back to the jackpot, casino.
Oh, man, this was weird.
and he's saying jackpot when Ike the Spike like shows up or comes out of the crowd, and so the timing's kind of interesting, but it did make me think like that she was going to plant that idea in his head, jackpot, and like, because we were saying in an earlier part, that scene where they're looking at the footage, that he's probably going to go back there at some point.
Yeah.
So like, I'm wondering if that's somehow like he's just going to repeat that later, and someone's, oh, you want to go to jackpot? Because like something like that.
Yeah, he'll find himself in a cab or something, and
yeah,
where to, and he'll be like jackpot.
Yeah. Like
I found this whole thing. I still find this whole thing weird because, oh geez, the whole money thing is so much more complicated than I thought it would ever have been. Because I thought it was like, oh look, Dougie, Cooper wins all this money. They have all these they have these like normal financial problems, right? But then they also have this like gambling debt thing. And it's like, great, now we have all the money to pay that off. And a bunch extra still. Yet it was weird. She was like, what does this line mean? She says, there's gonna be some insurance money. I don't know how much, but just think, if you hadn't blown that money gambling, $25,000 plus the insurance, you would have gotten you a new car. So she said, so the $25,000 is what he lost to the guys.
Yeah, that's what she paid to them. Yeah,
that's what. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so that's not what he lost to them, but that's what she paid.
No, he lost. He lost like $20,000, I think, and then with the interest.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And she's basically saying, we're gonna get insurance money because your car blew up.
Right.
That plus the $25,000, we could have gotten you a great new car. That's a lot of money. I think you still get a pretty good. But what's weird to me is like this idea that they can't use any of that money that he won from the jackpot.
Yeah. She wants that off limits. She's trying to like save every cent of that and not just use it on a car. Also, like, it's not clear. Does she understand that he got that money gambling? Because it does seem like maybe relevant.
I felt like when she saw the money, she assumed it was from gambling.
It would be the logical thing, right? But
because she did kind of say, "Did you go to the casino again?" or something like that.
Okay, you're right.
But she kind of forgave him or forgot about it because it was a lot of money.
Right. Okay. It's like, don't gamble again because like we should quit while we're ahead, I guess.
Yeah, there's also this refrain about how crappy the car was, and I was actually surprised they named the Ford.
Yeah.
Because I thought she was just going to lambast the car, but not ever say, just verbally. I mean, we could visually see what kind of model it was, but I didn't think they were actually going to say it's a crappy Ford.
Yeah. So
I don't know. It's just this weird thing about she's mentioned a couple times how bad the car is.
She didn't specify like a model.
No.
So it's a little,
Is that better?
A little less, but
than saying all Fords are bad.
I mean, I guess if you look at Dougie's car, you can probably figure out what the model is, but it isn't necessarily better. But she didn't specifically say the Ford whatever is a piece of shit.
It's true.
It's a little more vague. I don't know. But I agree. It was a bit of a surprise that because I thought she was just going to describe it in just general terms.
Yeah.
And not say anything like a brand name for a car.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's really. I mean, she said similar things to the two. Mob guys or whatever. Gave money about how terrible their cars.
That's why we don't have any money. Yeah, I guess they had to buy such a bad car because they couldn't afford a better one.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, it's sitting there. You gotta do it when they're sitting there. Little vomit.
That one didn't go down easy.
So. What do you think is going to happen with this piece of flesh?
Yeah, I have no idea. And also, like, is the smelling funny some kind of clue?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the only smell that's weird on the show is the engine oil, burnt engine
right.
oil.
So is Ike like a character on that level? That's crazy if that's really where they're going. I guess another thing is like Ike totally failed.
Yep.
So what's going to happen to him now? Is he going to be killed, and then there's a new hitman who comes into play? Like, you know what I mean? Is he going to come
Duncan
back
Todd
again?
gets another message on it's a
Mm-hmm.
it's a purple square this time or a yellow triangle. That means open up the other file. Like, how many contingencies can they have? I mean,
right. Yeah. At a certain point, it's kind of ridiculous how much planning there is here. But
it's what I'm kind of watching this scene here where they kind of have the shot of the evolution of the arm, and I don't really know why this is. It's a very subtle thing, but if you look at Ike's forearm, he's got like these moles on his forearm. But for whatever reason, in that shot, you see this effect. And maybe it's supposed to be an effect from the evolution of the arm being there, but you see like the moles moving around in his arm. Like I guess reality is warping or something. I'm not sure exactly what that's supposed to be. It's very subtle, but I didn't notice that the first time. But so I don't know. Maybe that's supposed to be an effect from the arm, the crossing of the dimensions or something, or I don't know, but there's a weird little effect happening there.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird. I definitely didn't notice that the first time. My eyes were not on the moles. My eyes were on the brain tree coming out of the ground.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just some kind of weird artifact of the effects they're using.
Yeah, it's very strange. I'm even surprised Dougie was doing the neck chops, versus just kind of holding his hand down.
Right.
And he does change emotions. You do see him sort of mad. While he's doing this, so he doesn't have that kind of blink thing anymore.
Yeah.
So
it was definitely a distinct moment.
One of the big things that I'm not clear on is these little moments where Dougie is more like normal Cooper. Are they steps towards Cooper coming back? Is he a little bit more Cooper and a little less Dougie every time these kind of things happen? Yeah. Or not, because I was hoping the coffee would have woke him up, but it didn't really seem to do anything.
That was a few parts ago when it was like, oh, he's just going to drink the coffee and we'll be done with this.
Yeah.
Like, it was not that simple. And there have been several lines like that, and I agree. Is it progress or is it just an echo and he's just going to come back all at once and it really won't matter, all of these things?
Yeah.
As far as like Cooper coming back, this isn't progress. It's really just this like faint like sense that Cooper's still there.
Yeah.
He's dormant somehow.
I mean, Mike told him to wake up a while ago at this point.
Yeah, he did say you have to wake up. And I assume that he will at some point, but seemingly Mike doesn't have the power to wake him up. So I guess, he's going to have to wake up some other way.
Maybe he has to wake up by going to sleep.
Oh, God. Wow. You just dropped a theory bomb.
Boom. Boom goes the theory bomb.
I feel like there has to be some big thing that makes him wake up, and so I guess, I mean, it's clearly going to be more than coffee.
Pie. Coffee and pie.
The two together. That's the magic combo. Yeah, no, I guess I assumed it would be a bigger thing than that. I mean, that's going back to the idea that, maybe he gets sent to Twin Peaks to sell insurance.
Oh no.
And maybe that's where it happens. I don't really think that's what's going to happen, but I guess I'm thinking it has to be something extreme.
Like, do you think if he saw Gordon, he'd recognize him?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Like
I really
Gordon,
don't
Albert,
know.
and Diane show up to Las Vegas because they see
Like,
Dougie on TV, and
yeah, it's a good question. I really have no clue because he hasn't been seriously confronted with it. Although I don't feel like there's a strong indication that he recognizes Mike.
well,
Which Cooper did have some experience with.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tougher case, though.
The Gordon thing's deeper.
Yeah.
And longer. Yeah, I could imagine anything from like, that's all I need. All you needed was to see my face. To like Gordon.
Yeah.
like he remembers. It's that same thing of like agent. Case file.
But it doesn't really snap him out of it.
Exactly. Albert. It's just this sort of like vague recognition, but yeah. I feel like it could go either way. I really don't know. I mean, the way he is now, it's hard for me to believe like something that simple would snap him out of it. I mean, it seems like bad planning on Eva Cooper's part, but then again, I guess he's trying to kill him. So, the idea is that Gordon shouldn't be able to see him before he's dead.
If it was so important for him to have Dougie dead, why didn't he do it himself?
Huh? He's got other stuff to do.
I mean, he killed, what's her name himself, Hastings' wife.
Yeah, but he was just in the neighborhood, because he had to get the coordinates. He's got this other plan. And so it seems like for whatever reason, that other plan is more important to him than dealing with Dougie. He just thinks like, any number of, competent hit people can deal with Dougie. I don't need to be there for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to take care of this big, larger plan that I have, because that's just tying up a loose end. I don't know. That's how it seems to me.
Okay.
That he didn't really take it seriously as like something he needed to personally pay attention to.
Sure. And it's more complicated because, but so then he doesn't know. Then I guess that would presume that he doesn't know that Cooper is in Dougie's place then, because that's really the reason why this hitman thing hasn't worked. It would have worked if it was regular Dougie.
Right.
So that's telling me that he's, or maybe he'll figure that out. He'll go, well, two of my hitmen fail. What's maybe this is Cooper.
Yeah. If he doesn't already know, then
but I feel like that. God, that's weird. I feel like that would have been his impetus, right? Like, as soon as he avoided going to the Black Lodge and he sees Dougie goes instead, doesn't that mean that Cooper? Maybe he doesn't know how it's supposed to work.
Right.
Maybe he thinks, oh, if Dougie goes back, then that's enough. Like, right. It's not. Because Cooper only changed places with Dougie when he was coming out of the socket. But maybe, I don't know, I was going to try to figure out a way that Dougie could have gone to the Black Lodge even if Cooper didn't come out of the socket.
Right. Because, but it seems like there had to be an exchange there. I mean, that's...
Well, yeah, but why would Mr. C know when Cooper's gonna come out of the socket?
It seemed like there was like a specific time where that was supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, he's driving, and like maybe he knows the general day, but he doesn't know the minute or
Yeah.
hour.
The specific planning wasn't great. I agree, but it did seem like he knew that it was imminent because he says, he's
But
supposed
then
to go in the
why?
Black Lodge.
Okay. Then he did, but then he did have a hitman waiting for Dougie, who he presumed would have been Cooper.
Yeah,
That failed.
I feel like that's the idea.
Okay, then he sends Ike, but that fails.
Who also failed, yeah.
It just seems like if he thinks, I don't know, it seems like he should, if he's really trying to kill Cooper, he should be doing a better job.
Pay more attention.
Yeah, it should be a bigger focus for him.
I agree.
If there can be only one, and this is his existence at stake.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, just going by what we can tell, it seems like he's focused on this other part of his plan more so. I mean, that's what he's spending all his time on.
And that and dog legs, yeah.
And well, exactly. So yeah, I mean, it does seem like, that's a big, probably a big mistake.
Oops.
Not to make sure Cooper is killed.
Mm. All right. Well, okay. Did we solve it?
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but on a practical level, I agree. I guess once we know what his plan is, like what he's trying to do, maybe it'll make more sense. Not necessarily though. I mean, it could just be a contrivance, because Cooper's gonna survive.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, until maybe the end, but basically, he's gonna survive he's not gonna die in part 3.
Mm-hmm. That shot when the forensics people take the piece of flesh off the gun, they do this weird vignetting around it, where like it's got this black board. What is that about?
It was so strange. It really reminded me of...
It's like it's like a spotlight. They're doing it like a spotlight because it kind of goes to the gun.
Yeah. But it looks so artificial.
Yeah.
It really reminded me of that shot with what's her name, with Becky, Shelley's daughter, when they like do that weird pan up, like digital pan or something.
Yeah.
Which just it felt so artificial in that way that it kind of threw me, like why they would shoot it like that. It's strange
because it's not like our eye wouldn't be following the piece of flesh.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think we would absolutely be looking there, and I think he knows how like camera angles and stuff work to draw your eye to certain images. I mean, God, if David Lynch doesn't know that, what has he been doing all these years? So yeah, it seems like way overkill to like put a spotlight on it. Like, yeah, I mean, peeling flesh off the gun. We're gonna notice.
It seems a part of the previous little montage there of the news footage, and that how that felt kind of weird and artificial.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the whole style of that segment is very strange, but that part is the strangest part.
Yeah, it becomes like a true crime thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's like a dramatization or something, and it's weird. All right, you want to go to the Great Northern?
Shall we proceed to the Great Northern? All right. So we go over to the Great Northern. And we have Ben, Horn, and Beverly Page, and they're looking for the source of some kind of mysterious noise. And they kind of walk around. They think it's coming from different places, and they are not able to find it. They also notice that the key to Cooper's old room that Jade mailed little bit ago, a couple parts ago, I think. I don't remember which one that was, but that's arrived. Ben tells Beverly to have maintenance check out the hum and dismisses her for the day.
All right, so I guess let's start with the hum.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a hum pun. Or was it? So one of the things I wanted to think about was whether or not Ben has been hearing noises the entire time. Like, is this a new thing for him? Like, because we know in the original series, there's that weird shot where it seems like he hears something or something's behind him. Yeah. So I wonder, I'm wondering if he's been hearing strange noises this entire time. So this is nothing new, or is this a new noise? Is it in a new area? Is he just appeasing her, but he has a sense of what's really going on here? Not that he necessarily knows it's Josie or anything, right? But that the hotel makes strange noises since the Laura Palmer era.
The way the scene played, I assumed that this hadn't been happening before, that this was a newer thing, and maybe it's like the wood is acting up because. God, that sounds ridiculous. The wood is acting up because of the timing. Like maybe we're approaching some kind of moment along the lines of the Jupiter and Saturn thing with the with the Black Lodge. I mean, it seems logical. Something like that might be coming.
It seems logical.
Just story-wise,
Black logical.
That we would be, it's a pun, of course. Sorry, I didn't even, oh God, that's a good one, Black logical. That's Black logical. That the story's heading in the direction of some kind of large event connected with that world, and maybe that caused the the dormant Josie to come back to life or something. I don't know. But have maintenance check it out in the morning. I mean, it just made me think like this is a new thing. That this hasn't been happening for 25 years.
Well, yeah, definitely this particular sound in this particular room. But I was just wondering, has he not heard any weird sounds in 25 years?
I would think that's probably unlikely. Yeah, he's probably heard weird sounds before. That would make sense.
Yeah, and I'm just, is because the Josie thing, I mean, is she really trapped in the wood, or is it she's sort of, it's a conduit to where she is in the Black Lodge or something? And it's like what you're suggesting, that once the lodge doors are more open, then her presence can be, heard or seen or something more in the Great Northern. Because I just got the sense that she was just sort of stuck in the wood there, not necessarily she's in the Black Lodge.
Oh yeah, I agree. But it seems like it's sort of Black Lodge connected. Like you have Bob showing up and the little man, and also there's the whole log lady thing, where I think it's implied that the spirit of her husband is in the log.
Yeah.
And his death was also connected with the Black Lodge in some way. And so it seems to make sense to me that, just on that level, that it would be something along those lines. And I guess also I'll throw in from the original series, towards the end, like the last few episodes, 26 through the end or so, they have these moments where they play a sound. It isn't exactly like this. It's a little more like warbling. But there's a sound, and then like people's hands start shaking. Yeah. It happens like 3 or 4 times towards the end of the series,
and that never gets explained.
It never gets explained at all. But it seems like it must be connected to this Jupiter and Saturn, in conjunction, and the Black Lodge is going to be opening soon. You know what I mean? I feel like it's got to be connected to that.
Wasn't it? I feel like it was people's right hand were shaking, except for one person whose left hand was shaking. Because, you want to probably tie it to the ring.
The ring, yeah.
But I think it was on people's right hand that was shaking.
I think it was usually the right hand. But
and there was like one person who had the left hand. I don't know if it was Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's...
Yeah, Cooper does have it.
Yeah, and it's never explained what that means. I did see some other theory that was trying to tie it together. Was it... So I remember that one lady in the diner...
Yeah.
Was drinking coffee or something.
Pie,
I think there was some...
pie.
Oh, pie.
She's got like a fork in her right hand.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think somebody was trying to say, like, it's when people were eating. I don't remember. I forgot that theory, but... So, okay, so you think it might be...
I was just going to tie it together with that it's something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
That if some big event is coming, then maybe this is a forewarning of that.
Like a herald?
Herald, exactly.
Because heralds generally have trumpets. Okay. Trumpets make sounds.
Correct.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, maybe the Josie thing is tied in with that, or maybe they'll just forget about Josie altogether and it'll just be that thing. But it seems like... it seems to me like it should be something along those lines. That's my best guess, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was the hand shaking thing? Was that? You said that was across a couple episodes?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's more than one episode where that happens.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was wondering when Bob comes out of the Black Lodge in the last episode.
Second to last.
Like, yeah, I was wondering if
second to last, the ending of the second to last is when he comes out.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was related to that, because I think his right hand is what comes out first. I think that was a theory I was reading. Yes. Has something to do with that. So that's why people's right hand was shaking, because
that's true.
Bob's hand came out.
That does happen, yeah.
Too many mysteries.
But yeah, I think they happen at different times, and at different, I mean, it's within like a couple days. It's not like a long time, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there's multiple episodes with little moments like that. And it clearly seems to be building to something that they never actually got to.
Yeah. Wow, geez.
So, to the extent that they're picking up threads from the original series, I mean, maybe they're going back to that in some way.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll wait to see if anyone handshakes.
Yeah, exactly. That would be the big thing. Like, if that actually happened, then it would be 100% connection. But at the very least, it seems like something like that.
Yeah, do you think it's a sign of things to come?
Yeah. But it could also be like Josie related.
Mm-hmm.
And that she's kind of resonating with that thing because her transfiguration or whatever was connected to the Black Lodge.
Mm-hmm. All right, interesting.
So on the key, I feel the key is probably like the most concrete thing we have connecting storylines at this point.
Mm-hmm.
At least like the Dougie thing. So, I mean, I talked about this before. There's that theory that the Dougie storyline is taking place in 2003 because of the the things in the purple room with the numbers.
Yeah.
Mainly, I mean, I think that's like the primary thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's like any clear dated references or whatever. There was the BlackBerry. I mean, I guess that was a little weird. But I believe we have seen. I believe we have seen people in Dougie's office using iPads, which doesn't really work for 2003.
Mm-hmm.
How careful are they being anyway? Who knows? Do they care? I don't know. But when Jade mailed the key, I thought, well, that'll be a big tell if it shows up in the present, because you wouldn't think USPS would take 10 plus years to deliver something. I mean,
they're faster than that, yeah.
I know they're having budget problems, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think this puts that dual timeline theory to rest. I never believed it to begin with. It didn't seem like there was any reason to do that.
Yeah.
It just added an extra hurdle because whatever was
Westworld
going to happen in
nonsense.
yeah, screw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm happy. I'm happy they because it could have been like, oh, she mailed the key, but they don't get it ever for some reason or
Exactly.
something. But the fact that he remembered whose room it was, and I like that idea too. That because I didn't really think about this at the time when we were thinking about the key being mailed. That this detail that they switched over to electronic cards, so
Right.
that actually puts a cap on when this key could have been used. Because I'm like, yeah, that was Cooper's room, but hundreds of people have had that room since, so it could
Right.
have been anybody's key since then. But the fact that like they did switch over at a certain point, or I guess he says even soon after,
Yeah.
means that it's within that time period that it would have been Cooper's room.
Right.
And I like the fact that he remembered that's where Cooper got shot.
I was surprised that's the thing he brought
That's the
up.
thing he brought up, which is the Josie thing.
It is, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that made me think even more strongly that it's that there is a Josie connection there.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, of all the things to bring up, I mean, not that that wasn't significant, but a lot of things happen with Cooper.
Yeah.
Dangerous things and all that. So yeah, it was interesting.
And yeah, I think we talked about this. The key is 315. Those are the numbers in the purple place, right?
They were. You're right.
So what does that mean?
I don't know. That's interesting. Right. I hadn't noticed that. Wait, did 315? What was the numbers? God, there's too many numbers on the show.
I know. There's too many numbers.
What was the numbers that the arm tree said? He said some numbers too.
I think I don't think he said 315.
He said some other numbers.
I thought it was like 234 or something.
234? Okay. All right. We'll have to get to those at some point. But yeah, that's an interesting connection. I was also kind of amused by Beverly's whole, like, who's Agent Cooper?
Yep.
Who's Laura Palmer?
Yep.
Like, I'm not up on all this whatever drama from 25 years ago.
And that's what's interesting too. Even they kind of they did this with Bobby. This idea of this very big thing happening a long time ago, and there's people who are connected with that, and there's people who aren't. And if you aren't connected, you have no idea what that time period was about, and like what was going on there, and who the players were. And yeah, it is weird when people are like, who's Laura Palmer? And it's like, oh, it's a long story. I can't just quickly tell you what was going on there. And yeah,
there was no way to write that scene. I mean, that was the logical follow-up. Because I mean, you could briefly summarize it, I guess, but it's the viewer already knows, and there's no need to rehash it there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see what number he said to. So many numbers.
No. I guess that was in part 2.
253.
253. Okay.
Yeah, 253.
Okay. All right. 253.
So good luck.
Yeah. So we'll just keep our eyes out for 253.
253, which is what's 253? Yeah, 253. Room 253. I don't know. He said 253 time and time again.
Time and time again.
So is that a watch reference? 253.
Yeah, that's interesting. Are they gonna do that? Cut back like it's gonna be 253 and the time and time again, and then like he looks at his watch and yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, it seems logical that it could be a time.
Mm-hmm.
And like I like the idea that the numbers in the purple room are connected to the hotel room number, but then like why? I mean, what does that mean?
But then why?
And why? And like why was it split up too? Why did it change?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't it just say 315? Why did it say 15 and then 3?
You know why?
You know? Oh no.
Because dreams.
You know it's coming, and yet it's a surprise every time. Because how can that be the answer,
right? Because you know, that room that Cooper was in, you know, they split it in two between Dougie and Mr. C. I don't know.
And it's also weird that the 15 is first.
Mm-hmm.
You know? If it's supposed to like be connected.
But things are going backwards in that place, sort of.
Oh boy. You got a point. He brings up a point.
Mm-hmm. Jerry, he's got a point, Jerry.
It's Kramer now.
It's Kramer now, yeah. Sometimes it's Kramer.
Sometimes it's Kramer. But yeah, I totally agree that this is good news that, you know, I mean, unless they want to go in like a red herring, like convoluted, ridiculous direction,
mm-hmm.
You know, which the Major Briggs story doesn't allow us to rule out completely. Nonetheless, I feel like the most logical thing is like, yeah, they're taking place in the present. Dougie's in the present. Like, it's not going to be some crazy.
Yeah, it's weird enough, guys. Don't make it weirder.
Yeah.
Don't make it weirder.
Yeah. I don't think that's what's gonna happen. So yeah, I wonder, is he gonna say anything to anyone about that key? You know what I mean? Is he gonna call the sheriff's office? Is he gonna? I wonder where that's going, because it's an interesting thread, and I wonder what the point is.
Yeah, well, what's weird is, you know, Hawk and Andy and Lucy and, you know, Sheriff Truman and now Ben all have this very minor sort of clue that something's, you know, related to Agent Cooper. Like, you know, this sort of strange thing that he's coming back into their lives.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what they can make out of that unless they all talk to each other and they go, "Oh, really? You have a thing about Laura Palmer's diary and referencing Good Cooper, and then I found his key, and like, you know, where could they really even get, even if they did talk, but except to just wonder that something's happening.
Yeah.
You know, But you know, yeah, it would just be kind of a minor strange thing. Like, what are they gonna do with Jerry Horn? Is he gonna get in on this? Like, maybe his weirdness is gonna be connected to
help them.
Yeah. You know, Jerry was out in the woods. Was he? I mean, I don't want to do this for every time a character is weird, but was he possessed?
Oh God!
Like, you know, like. I'm still confused about why that was so strange and he was just like out of it, and yeah, I don't know. But okay, we can go to the next part. I think I don't have much more to say about this thing.
Yeah,
although, you know, like I said before,
it's going somewhere.
I hope Josie comes back. You know,
me too.
The actress wrote that big letter to David Lynch in Josie's voice a while ago.
Yeah.
Wanting her character to be liberated from the wood. So yeah, it'd be cool if that happens.
Yeah. I totally agree. I'm hoping that's a part of the story. It seems like, I don't know. It seems too, like, how could they have this plot line and it's not that? You know. I think that would be really surprising.
And especially the mythology, like you're saying, about the log lady's husband being trapped in the wood, and, you know, them trying to further that story.
I also know that, and you can tell when you watch the log lady intro for the episode when Josie dies and goes into the wood or whatever. You know, she fixates on that element very strongly, talking about the drawer pull. She's really into saying the word drawer pull. And I believe that is one plot element from that era of the show that David Lynch specifically came up with and told them to put in there.
So, but you were saying you were trying to connect this sound in the Great Northern in this episode, in this part, with the arm shaking. And you were saying there was a warbling sound.
Yeah, there's a sound that's associated with that. I mean, I don't know that the characters are actually hearing it, you know, because it's kind of just like atmospheric music. You can take it that way.
Well, just
like they don't acknowledge hearing the sounds.
The word drawer pull sounds like warble.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've never heard anyone call it a drawer pull in real life.
Fair enough. Yeah. You don't hear that very often. I agree. But I guess since that was his idea, and you know what I mean, I feel like he might be more attached to like following.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Than some of the other elements that might just go by the wayside. But yeah, we'll see. So are you ready for the next bit here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the next scene here. We follow up from that. We follow Beverly home. This is where a big question mark started popping up for me. So she goes home and relieves some kind of caretaker whose name is Marge, just FYI, for her husband Tom, who's apparently sick. He's got some kind of illness that I don't think they specify. Tom asks her why she was late. And then she kind of lashes out at him and tells him not to fuck up her good work situation. I guess she's got this job to somehow like support him, I guess, something along those lines. Like if he loses the job, it'll be a big problem because of his health situation. So that's basically what the scene's about. Why are we watching this?
I mean, I had no idea this was Beverly's backstory, her life here. Did not expect this at all. This weird relationship with her husband. He's sort of jealous or suspicious. But then she's like, "Don't fuck with me," like she has this like reaction I didn't expect from her character thus far. Yeah. Which goes to show you, just beneath the surface, there's always something more.
True.
But yeah, I don't know why we're seeing this. I guess. Yeah, right? What could this matter?
Yeah. I was just really thrown by this. I was surprised that they're spending any time on this at all, because it just seems like I mean, there's no original characters from the series, and there's no tangible connection to the plot. So, I mean, is Tom like tied into some storyline that we don't know about yet? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just very strange to spend as much time on this character. But it is Ashley Judd, so
it is Ashley Judd. So you give the judge what they want. Here come the judge. Yeah, TV's Ashley Judd.
Exactly.
Not from TV. Yeah, so the only thing I can think is there's something up with Ben Horne and her. The husband seems suspicious that she was working late. So maybe this is just a sort of gonna provide some conflict if she does have something going on with Ben, or something develops. And but yeah, it's an interesting, very sort of specific situation she's got going at home. Like, why is her husband sick? Is he seems older than her? But is he sick because he's old, or is he sick because he has something else?
Right.
And yeah, I just did not expect to get this the life and times of Beverly
Page.
Beverly Page. Turn the page on Beverly Page. Yeah, jeez.
That's Page with an I.
Of course.
Just,
and
in case it matters.
Yeah, but this also reminds me, Harry is sick. He's in the hospital. Here's another sick person. This reminded me of when Leo was sick. When he got out of the hospital.
Oh yeah, it is kind of like that.
Yeah. So maybe he's got some violence in his past or something, and this is like a thematic callback to that or something. Maybe she does. She seems nice to him and everything. But maybe this is sort of a situation where she's sort of happy he's an invalid or something, or it's better this way or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I didn't think like 7 parts in we'd get like a new thread here of like a tertiary. What's after tertiary? What's 4?
Quaternary, something like that.
That sounds right. Sounds exactly right. Quaternary.
I put too many Aries in there, but
yeah. it's like airy to taste.
Exactly.
Put in as many as you need for it to make sense. It'd be great if language was like. I guess language is kind of like that.
Hey, look at
I think that's what inflection is, right?
Ooh.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. A character so far down the totem pole. That we, but it's like, yeah, we do get Ashley Judd, so you're gonna have Ashley Judd do something, right? You don't get her to do nothing, unless it's just a fun cameo, But I'm still waiting on Jennifer Jason Leigh to come back.
I think she will come back because I think she's gonna be involved in this plot with Ray.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
So, yeah, I'm expecting we're going to see her soon. If the next episode, possibly.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I mean, I don't know that. I'm just guessing.
Mm-hmm. Good guess. Well, it seems like, Mr. C and Ray are on their way to finish this plan.
Yeah.
So
if they pick up that plot in the next episode, then I think there's definitely a chance that she'll come back.
Yeah.
And we'll get more of that. Because, there's no way you get Jennifer Jason Leigh for one scene, and that's the scene.
Although that'd be cool.
True.
But there's no way you do that. But it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Jennifer Jason Leigh, you want to play one scene? What's the scene? Oh, God. But the guy's Kyle MacLachlan? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
That's how I figured that conversation went.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't really have much else to say about this Beverly at Home.
Me either. But there it is. We'll come back to this in some way, I'm sure, because there's no way they're showing this if this isn't if this is it. Like, well, there's So yeah, I mean, maybe it's just what you're saying. It's kind of setting up some plot between Beverly and Ben.
Because you know what this is like. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
Stop talking. I have an idea. It's like an adult version of Shelley. Like not adult, but an older version of Shelley. Like, what if Shelley and Leo grew old together or something? Yeah. But Shelley still has to go to work and like do stuff. Because that insurance money wasn't enough. Hey, Bobby?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We're going to be living on Easy Street, Shelley.
Oh, jeez. Man, Bobby had all the ideas, which were like 2. And it was all about Shelley, right? It was like, hey, Shelley, why don't you bring Leo home and take care of the insurance money? That'll be great. Yeah. And then his other bright idea with Shelley was like, why don't you do Miss Twin Peaks?
Yeah.
You could win some money. It'd be great.
Yeah,
She just loved her some Bobby, She just would fall into his crazy plan.
I know. Yeah, It's sort of like, I guess this isn't worse than Leo, but it does seem like some questionable choices.
Yeah.
Of people to, spend your life with.
Mm-hmm.
Which I feel like was at least somewhat, I don't know if it was, I'm going to say subtext, but maybe they actually said this, of that scene with her daughter, when they're looking out, you know, after she comes in and asks for the money.
Becky.
You know, yeah, Becky, yeah. And I guess, I mean, I guess Norma has a bit of that too.
Yep.
Though Big Ed was more or less fine. But Hank, you know, it's kind of
yeah, there's the thing about women being with the wrong man or something. You know, that's one thing I was thinking about with the original Twin Peaks is how many characters were in like more than one relationship, you know, had like a secret relationship. Yeah,
that's part of the soap opera thing to a certain extent,
for sure, and part of like the duality thing. But it was like most characters, were with like two different people at least, and that was a whole thing. So yeah, you know, I wonder if it's just kind of a sort of a different version of that whole thing.
It is crazy following that chain of like there's Shelley and Leo and then Shelley and Bobby and then Bobby and Laura, but also
Laura and James.
Laura and James and James and Donna and James and Maddie. And
yep.
Like, oh my God.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I guess that's the kids, but don't forget it's Josie and her husband, but Josie and Harry. It's there's another one too.
There's Catherine and Pete, Catherine and Ben.
Yes, there it is. Yeah, the Catherine one.
Yeah. It's it's all over the place. I mean, obviously Big Ed.
Big Ed, Norma, and
Big Ed and Nadine, Norma and Hank.
Yep.
That was a whole saga.
Then Nadine and Mike and Nadine and Big Ed.
Oh, later on they bring up Ben Horne and what's her name? Eileen, I guess. Hayward, Doc Hayward's wife.
Oh, that's right. They reveal even Et tu.
Et tu.
Yeah, so it's Ben and Catherine, Ben and Eileen. And then you have Eileen and Doc Hayward and Eileen and Ben.
Yep, exactly.
Dang, guys.
That's a lot.
Those are the Twin Peaks everyone's talking about. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, that's Lucy.
Also Mike and Donna.
Mike, there you go. Yeah, but then you have Lucy.
And then Mike and Nadine later.
Yeah, you have Lucy with Andy and Dick.
Oh, Dick Tremaine, yeah. That's another example. Good point.
It's most people.
It really is. That was clearly a major theme of the original series.
Yeah. So it would make sense if it shows up here somehow, you know.
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, maybe her husband is reading into something, sort of foreshadowing what might happen with what's her name?
Beverly.
Beverly. Thank you. I didn't want to call her Ashley.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It would be reasonable, but yeah.
All right.
So we'll go on to the next scene, I guess.
Please.
So the next scene is at the Roadhouse. A man.
You mean the Bang Bang Bar?
No, I do not.
Why not? That's the name on the actual building.
Yes, but everyone who knows anything knows that everyone calls it the Roadhouse, even though it says Bang Bang Bar outside. That's just how it is.
Touche.
Just how it is.
Yeah.
Just like the double R says martini on it.
Here's the thing.
And no one ever says
why should we call it what the people on the show call it and not what the building calls it?
You just blew my mind. I mean, there's no good reason. It's, you feel like you're a part of that world, I guess, using the same language. Just like, calling it a hatch on Lost or something, it's like, if that's what they say, you're kind of buying into their world. I don't know.
I'll take it.
That's how it seems to me. It just seems right to call it the same thing they call it.
I agree. It just feels right in my heart.
In the heart. You know it in your heart.
Or die. Two choices.
So there's a man sweeping the floor. And that's kind of all for a while.
Mm-hmm.
We spent a lot of time.
This is literally your David Lynch describing to Mark Frost how this scene was gonna go. He's like, "There's a man sweeping a floor, and that's all you see for a long time." And then a phone rings.
Yeah, it's so like this totally threw me. I really thought the show's over, and you wait long enough, and then you're like, oh no, something's clearly gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it goes so long that like I'm kind of giving up by the time the phone actually.
I love it. You know, there are times when this kind of trope happens, where you're in a situation that just like this, where it seems like a normal scene, but you're waiting and you don't know what you're waiting on, and then you eventually wait long enough to realize the waiting. You realize you're waiting is what you're supposed to realize. That the waiting, that you're supposed to be like, oh, I'm waiting, you know?
Right.
It's supposed to feel weird because they leave it so long, you know? And yeah, there's this thing we kind of talked about before about how because they were doing ending all these parts with the bands playing at the Roadhouse. That they had to figure out a way to still make the storytelling interesting, because every time we'd get to the Roadhouse, people would go, "Oh, episode's over. I'm gonna go start my laundry now," or whatever. You know, so they had to kind of switch it. You know, so we would see sometimes we get to the Roadhouse and it's not the end of the episode. Sometimes we get to the Roadhouse and there's a dialogue scene. Sometimes we get to the Roadhouse, there's not a dialogue scene. And so it keeps the audience on their toes about this really weird thing they're doing, sort of coming back to the Roadhouse at the end of the parts. But yeah, I saw it, and I didn't necessarily think the show was going to be over, but I was very much enjoying this whole weirdness, because this is the kind of thing you don't get that often, you know, where characters are just almost like... you know, it's like a Schrodinger's cat or something, or, you know, it's like this experiment where the camera's not really watching, or the audience is not really watching them, you know, like no one has said action yet, you know, or something, and they're just doing this like non-dramatically interesting thing, and then something's gonna happen, you know. So I thought that was it was a weird kind of thing to kind of throw us off and change up the pace, and just make us wonder, because I was like, I guess we're just gonna see this guy sweep up the whole floor. Like, I guess that's just it. You know, which I find really interesting, and also the idea that like this is a night where there's just no band playing at the Roadhouse. Potentially, like, I like that idea that we still come here to hang out, you know, but there's nobody playing, so there's nobody really here, and you know, I mean, it could be at the end of the night, but you know, I just like that idea that sometimes there's not a band. Now, why banda?
Back to that. Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't really think about that. I assume this was during the day, I guess, and like, but I don't know when this is supposed to be.
I think you generally sweep up. You know, he's sweeping up after people have been there. You know, so I think it should at least be at night. You know, it could be after they. Are you saying like early in the morning?
Yeah, I guess I figured earlier in the day. Like the idea is like it would be busy later, and so they're kind of sweeping up before people come. You know, I guess that's what I imagined. But I mean, I didn't have a particular reason. And you know, the previous scene is at night, so it's logical that it's at night.
Yeah,
and that there's not a band playing, and you know, I don't know. I don't feel like it's supposed to be outrageously late, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Cool.
I would say, because it's probably chronological. So anyway, finally the phone rings, and our fourth favorite Renault brother.
What was for again?
He's a Jean-Michel.
Jean-Michel, yikes.
So yeah, there's already been a Jean and a Jacques and a Bernard. But now finally we get Jean-Michel, who looks exactly like Jacques did. But
so it's like there were triplets, or is it twins? Wait, how many of them are there?
4.
There's 4.
Yeah.
Jean was Michael Parks.
Yep.
And then Jacques. Wait, yep. John. Jacques. Yep. This is John Michael. Who's the fourth one we haven't seen?
Bernard.
Have we seen Bernard?
Yeah, he was in the original series. He died.
Oh,
Leo killed him.
That's right. Oh. Okay, sorry. I thought somehow there was one we haven't seen yet. Okay, never mind.
No. The 4 we've seen.
Okay.
I mean, there probably are some that we haven't seen, but
yeah, the Renaults, man. How many brothers are there?
Yeah, exactly. It's a never-ending supply, seemingly. So anyway, he gets a call, and apparently, I didn't 100% understand the scene. Maybe you can help me out here. Mm-hmm. Someone owes him for 2 blondes. He mentions they had good IDs. He mentions the Roadhouse has been owned by the Renault family for 50 years. He also mentions they were A students. And he reiterates he owes them for 2. I guess this is some kind of prostitution thing. Mm-hmm. The prostitutes were underage, high school students. Is that what happened? But then, what's the issue? Is the issue just I only want to pay for 1, but you owe me for 2. But then why is he talking about the IDs? I just didn't understand, exactly what the content was here. Mm-hmm. Of the I get the basic points, but again, just like those earlier scenes, yep. I found myself completely confused about the details.
I'm trying to read what he said, because I was a little confused too. Oh yeah, I like this detail about the history of the Roadhouse.
Yeah.
The Renault family has been operating for 57 years.
Yeah.
Was that something mentioned in the book, perchance? Or the history of Twin Peaks?
I don't remember that being mentioned, but I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like something that would be in there.
Yeah, I'm curious if it was them acknowledging something from the book, or if this was new to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's new to the Twin Peaks world. From the original series. I don't think they ever said that they actually own the Roadhouse. Mm-hmm. It was just they worked there.
They worked.
I mean, there should have been an idea that the Roadhouse was corrupted, because they were running stuff out of there. They were using it.
Yeah.
So I feel like it makes sense that they owned it, but mm-hmm. I don't think they ever actually said that. So I mean, obviously, if it's another brother tending bar, it's at a certain point, it's do you only hire Renaults? Do you only accept applications from Renaults? It makes more sense that it's a little nepotism going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be odd. Yeah. So wait, what's the confusion? So there's the 2 girls. They had IDs, but they were underage. So the guy wants his money back.
But he's saying 2. He's saying you owe me for 2, so is he trying to say because they're underage, I'll just pay you for 1? Is that the issue?
Well, it seems like
it's a 2 for 1 because.
Well, is he saying he's only paying for 1?
Well, I guess I'm just assuming because he's you owe me for 2. Why is he emphasizing 2? As opposed to you should pay me, period.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The way he's emphasizing the 2 makes me think whoever's on the phone is trying to not pay for 2.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if they're not trying to pay for either one. He's because they're underage, I don't have to pay for either one.
It's a 2 for 0. Okay.
And he's no, I sent him 2. He owes me 2. He's saying it matter of factly. I sent him 2, then that means he owes me for 2. I don't care how old they were.
Okay,
but so I see that you could read it as he's saying that. Well, I can't even describe what you just said, but I understand what you mean.
Okay, the point is just he's got to pay me even though they were underage because they had good IDs.
I sent him 2, he owes me for 2. Okay. That's how the math works.
Okay.
Not like I sent him 2, they were underage, and he only wants to pay me for one.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, I see how that could be in there.
About 2. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, whatever. That you're probably right. That makes the most sense.
Don't forget 2 represents duality. So
I never forget that.
You have that tattoo.
Yes.
2 equals duality.
Exactly.
Just don't cut off that arm that it's on, or else you know what's gonna happen.
That's a good point. I do not want to create something that's gonna evolve into a brain tree later. Scary.
Oh man. Yeah, so anyway, I guess this is just, some more backstory that this guy is still doing the Flesh World type stuff.
That Jacques was doing. Yeah.
The Renaults, 57 years of like being bad guys.
Corruption, drugs, prostitution, you name it, violence. They're all about that shit. Yeah.
That's crazy. Those French. Mm-hmm. What are they saying about the French?
Yeah. I mean, it's specifically French Canadians too.
Good point.
That's the insinuation that they're dirty French Canadians.
Yeah, gambling and prostitution and like this murder and yeah.
Yeah. And that it's a thing. It's a thing in the book. They do talk more. I don't remember the Roadhouse thing, but they do talk more about the history of the Renault family, and it's all like, the great grandfather was just the same as the later ones. I mean, that kind of thinking is what made me think that Richard Horne's father was going to be like more evil than Ben or Jerry.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Audrey's not that evil, so that's that idea that like you're just gonna be a criminal if you're Renault. There's no redeeming Renault brother. Like
there's Renault way out. Yeah, that's fair. What did the Renault women do?
Oh God, yeah, good question. I don't think we've ever seen a Renault woman, though presumably there must be some.
There must be some.
How are they making them?
The Renaults are clones. So basically the reveal here is that that Jean Renault had a twin. Is that the idea, since they're played by the same actor?
Jacques
Renault. Sorry.
Yeah, Jean Renault would be
Michael Parks.
Yeah. I guess, is that what they're telling us?
Yeah.
Or is it just some weird thing like Maddie where they're just brothers, or even they're cousins, and they just look exactly alike?
Yeah, they're cousins, 2 of a kind.
Oh God, back to Patty Duke. Oh man,
we've never left Patty Duke.
Yeah, like I mean, they haven't specified what the relation is, so I feel like it could go a few ways.
Yeah. Very weird.
But yeah, mostly just functional, seemingly, just sort of establishing this character, what he does, just kind of like introducing that into the storyline. Maybe the high school thing will come into play at some point if these are actually high school students.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. They did talk a lot about the high school girls, straight A students, straight A whores.
Yeah, exactly.
Which reminds me of like Laura and Donna or something.
Yep. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting. We haven't gone to the high school yet, so
no.
That is one of the Twin Peaks landmarks we have not seen yet, so that'd be cool. Yeah. So we got some drug dealing or something we saw Richard do with Chad.
Chad Broxford.
So we got that out of the Roadhouse, and now we got this like prostitution thing.
Right.
It's like none of the good stuff Cooper did mattered.
No.
It all just came back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what's the sheriff's department doing?
The
like,
Bookhouse Boys have totally failed.
Right? Geez. Somebody closed the book on the Bookhouse Boys.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like,
and if Andy's on the take now, that's a bad sign.
There's no way Andy's on the take. Oh my god.
You don't
The
think
fact
Andy's
that we're even talking about that is so just beyond hilarious that like one little detail about his watch now means that his entire character is impugned and he's just that's how his son was able to afford that motorcycle.
There you go. There you go.
To ride across country, Yeah, it would be ridiculous if he's on the take after all these years. From who? For what? What is someone gonna pay Andy to like overlook?
To look the other way,
About what?
He was closing in on him, and they had to shut him down.
Yeah, right. They could have taken him off the case by saying, "Look, Andy, something shiny." What? Where? And it would have taken him like an hour to like figure out. I mean, yeah, I don't think Andy's on the take. I mean,
I agree. Geez. I'm just saying, like, there is some, and I think Richard Horn made a comment about the sheriff's department sort of being asleep at the wheel. Like he said some disparaging thing about them. So I feel like maybe they are telling us that not necessarily they're all dirty, but they've kind of let this stuff go.
Yeah. So listen. Yeah, maybe it was a prop. Maybe it was like that's the actor's watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they just used his watch for the
From
shot.
Those Twin Peaks royalties.
Yeah.
Got me a Rolex.
Woo. I mean, I'm trying to see what the cheapest Rolex is.
All right. Yeah. What's the cheapest Rolex? That's what Andy should buy.
Yeah.
If he's gonna buy a Rolex.
I'm seeing like old Rolexes around 2000.
I didn't look old, but yeah, sure.
New ones like this says 4. Yeah.
4,000?
So it kind of depends. Yeah, 4,000.
Okay.
God, I just of all the things, there's so many things, really important things happening on the show, and now we have to ponder like whether or not, like what kind of Rolex was it? Like, is it old? What's the model?
Yeah.
What do they go for now?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Geez.
I mean, I could believe that he could save up 4,000.
What if he's retiring and this is his retirement gift from the sheriff's department and they haven't mentioned it yet?
It's totally possible. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it being a gift. That's sort of along those lines.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that would be the reasonable way to do it.
Wow.
But it is like so expensive that it just seems, for such a luxury item that's not essential, I mean, you can get a much cheaper watch. Like it just seems strange.
Or maybe what's the kid's name? What's their son's name?
Wally,
jeez.
Wally Brando, come on. Wally Brando Brennan.
God. Wally Brando Brennan Tremaine, if you have some people.
Scandal.
Hashtag scandal. Yeah, maybe it was a gift for Papa, maybe, right. Yeah, maybe he got it for him. Yeah, it's so weird. It's such a strange detail. But, again, like I said, maybe it's just the actor's watch, because it reminds me of, that anecdote about Lost when Hurley is drawing the picture of the Arctic with the igloo. And it seems like, ooh, look, the polar bear igloo. Yeah, look, he's doing. And the actor was just like, they told me to draw whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
And I did this, so it doesn't mean anything. Right. He just did something that would be interesting, and it was.
Yeah. It was a good choice, but it doesn't necessarily point to a story direction or some kind of hint to the audience or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It really, I do feel like it could just be that. Otherwise, like it demands an explanation, and so maybe they will bring it up later. That's a good point.
Well, now that I think about it, Rolex backwards is
no.
Zaylor. So you think about that, Tammy.
Think about that, Tammy. God.
That's all I got.
It's a good one.
Your right hand is the spiritual hand. So, jeez. All right, one more scene.
Shall we continue? There's actually, well, yeah, you're right. One more scene and then a thing.
And then a thing.
So next up, we go back to the prison. Evil Cooper and Ray are let out of their cells and allowed to leave by Warden Murphy, and we see him drive away. Pretty simple, functional scene, I would say. I don't know. Do you want to say something about this?
Ray looked really weird in this scene.
Did he?
Yeah, I think it was just the lighting with his weird cheekbones, but he looked older.
Oh, he looked older.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. But it's been a while since I've seen him, so maybe it was time passing or whatever Diane said. Yeah, interesting. So I guess I'm presuming he wants the gun in the car because he's going to use it to kill Ray at some point when he's done with him.
That seems plausible. Yeah. These are disposable people, presumably. Yeah.
I was surprised so many people were involved with the release of these guys.
How does he get away with this?
Because as soon as I was like, okay, he's going to be forced to let him go, I pictured the scene happening like more or less like this, but like the warden's doing everything by himself so that nobody else knows. So he just told his guys, hey, we got to release these guys. Or like maybe the FBI said to release them and they're going to follow them to some crime scene or something, but he's just lying, like...
Yeah.
Maybe. And again, the thing about the cheap car I thought was interesting. Like, this idea. Even when he said, like, you can get a cheap rental if that's what you want. Like, like it doesn't have to be fancy. It's something about cars and how fancy they are is a thing on this show.
Yeah, it came up again in this context. It's a bit strange. But it made like all these people involved. It made me wonder if any of them are gonna talk about like, are they just cool with like letting prisoners go? I mean, it's a good point that maybe he told them a story where it doesn't seem crazy to just let criminals go free. But yeah, it's. I mean, Warden Murphy is. I mean, he's just a warden. It's not like he's the emperor or something. Like, I mean, I would think like he can't just do whatever he wants.
No, he's not the emperor. You're right about that. Oh man, Palpatine's the emperor, and
he seems to have this sense of like absolute power there.
Well, like, he has absolute power over what he can control, which is whether or not this guy gets released.
Right. But I mean, presumably, he doesn't really have the authority to just release people as he wants. And so, I mean, I would think that other people
there's got to be repercussions, right? I mean, the FBI explicitly told him to keep Cooper. Yeah. Ray, is going to be found missing too. So, 2 prisoners go missing under his watch. That's not good. And whatever. I guess it'll be weird that security cameras are off. Presumably that they're off, so they're not catching them, helping them release. So that'll be suspicious to who's ever investigating. Will it even matter? Will we ever even come back to this prison?
Right.
Or will Gordon will just get a phone call that says, Mr. C has escaped, or something, or he's in here. What? He's not there? And like, that'll be it,
Right.
They'll just lose his trail or something.
Yeah. They'll have to find him or something.
And maybe that's when they'll see Dougie, and maybe they'll go deal with tracking Dougie down in Las Vegas. Maybe that's the next part of their storyline.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
could be. All right.
All right, I think that's it.
So we
Yeah.
just kind of wrap this up. I mean, so at the
Sure.
end we have like a shot of some trees, and then we go to the double R for the scene where the guy comes in and says, "Has anybody seen Bing?"
Yeah. So
We talked about that a lot earlier.
I think this is the second time in the episode where we get this kind of shot of a trees just kind of hanging
Mm-hmm.
around.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is. I don't know when, what is it? It's kind of like the traffic lights in the original series. It's like,
Yeah.
what it's really being said by, cutting to this thing. It does make it ominous. There's something
Yeah.
weird about this double R thing. I'm still not over it. I'm still not over what's happening here. And again, like maybe it's just all practical things of
Yeah.
production.
I mean, I'm over it until it comes up. It doesn't seem that out of
Well,
line to
but
me,
again,
but
it starts with the trees though. Like that's a
I
thing.
guess I see the trees as I mean it's a good point. Let me just acknowledge.
And
But
the
I get
way and the way the warden story ends, like he's up there sort of looking down, and they do this weird freeze frame that fades to black, and then we get the trees. It's just a weird transition to this double R. Instead of just cutting to the double R out of that part where Mister C is escaping, like they do this weird transition into it. And they don't generally do that for the credit sequence. So I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
It's just framed very strangely, and then there's these weird things that happen within it, and it's like, well, those weird things could just be production things, but they're in a weird frame.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess like the trees for me were like more of a follow up to the Evil Cooper story than a lead in to the double R.
But they faded
Um,
out. They faded out of the Cooper story.
yeah, 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 yeah. But I guess like cutting straight. I mean, when I watch it again, like the going to the trees, you know, as opposed to just cutting straight to the double R, seem to provide a bit of a cushion between the moods of the scenes that are fairly different.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like more on the same wavelength with this scene than with the double R scene. That really to me the double R scene is like um, a lot of those Roadhouse scenes where it's kind of just like life happening in Twin Peaks, sort of an extended credit sequence. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we do get a tiny bit of dialogue, but it's like way in the back of the screen, and it's not any characters we know, and so it seems like it's kind of just more of a credit sequence, and the end of the episode is really the trees.
I totally see what you're saying, but it comes off just the way it's edited comes off the opposite way to me. Generally when you fade to black, that's like the end. And specifically that they did like a freeze frame on the warden and then the fade to black. I definitely agree that like the tone of the ominous tone of the trees fits with the Cooper the Mr. C scene, but it comes across to me as like a framing of the double R scene because they cut to the double R out of the ominous trees thing, which is kind of like that juxtaposition, thing Lynch likes to do of like tones and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this is all subjective. It's very hard to tell. Um, but the other thing is, I assume that those are trees in Twin Peaks, but I guess that
Yeah.
doesn't have to be true.
I would assume that too, but yeah, there's no context for those shots, so
Yeah,
yeah, it's hard to say. But it seems logical since that's kind of the mystical trees in the show, or
yeah,
those
yeah, Ghostwood and all that.
exactly.
There was another shot of trees in this episode. I don't remember where they were though, but it was a similar shot like this.
Oh, there was.
Yeah, I can't remember which part. It might have been between. Let's see, maybe between the Mr. C and Coop and Dougie stuff. Whoever finds it gets a cookie.
Oh, I found it.
You get a cookie.
I just like randomly clicked on it. It looks like it's right after Mr. C like walks back into the darkness when he's in his cell and he has to see Warden Murphy.
Oh, what time is that at?
It's at about 30, 33, 30, 32, something like that. It cuts from, he walks back and then it cuts to the trees and the mist and stuff like that.
Yeah, the mist.
The mist. And then it cuts to Andy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back in Twin Peaks. So I think that's kind of the idea, but it is a kind of weird bridge that they go from Mr. C to the woods to Twin Peaks twice.
Yeah. He's linked to Twin Peaks in various ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I feel like he will go back there at some point. Just like I feel like Cooper will go back there.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm not ruling out that the double R thing means something. It's just like it looks to me like a strong possibility that it's a simple explanation, and just like with the Warden stuff, where I'm just inclined to take it at face value, until proven otherwise, since I got enough things to.
Mm-hmm.
I got my own problems. I don't need more. Like, I don't need the Bing mystery.
Yeah. Well, it's there. Because, yeah, I mean, you take it as face value, but what are you taking at face value in terms of this Bing thing?
That there's not necessarily anything to it. Maybe his name's not really Bing, and
okay,
they just...
yeah. I mean, all that aside, you just think there's someone in the town named Bing, and he's just looking. This is just some other guy looking for Bing.
It's just kind of a trivial moment at the double R. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird thing to do. For your last line of dialogue is to do something trivial.
I agree. But I do feel like they've ended on trivial moments. I mean, I don't think that's totally,
like.
I mean, just some of the double R sequences with like bands playing and stuff.
Yeah, but
those aren't.
That's mood. That's not That's not like a line of dialogue from a character. Like the last line you're gonna write in the script. That's it's a little different.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like an actual real scene.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the problem. Most of the scenes have ended there. I think maybe there was one other one that didn't end like that.
Mm-hmm. Because in the original series, like, they would generally end on a lot of the big moments, scary moments, ominous.
They definitely haven't been doing that.
Yeah.
Like ending with big cliffhangers.
I wish that the farmer was named Bing, and then I would be happy with this. And maybe Bing is the farmer, and he got credited as this guy, and farmer got credited, and then later they'll say the farmer's name is Bing, and then they'll tell us what this guy's name is, and then the credits will change.
It could be. It's interesting.
Oh man, are they both Bing?
Oh God, 2 Bings. How many Bings do we need?
At least 2. For duality. Because dreams. All right, cool. Well, this has been an extra long podcast.
Indeed.
So if you've listened to this whole thing, you are a trooper.
Well done.
Thank you very much for hanging around and putting up with this. Because I don't know what we got out of it in terms of figuring anything out.
We certainly discussed a lot of possibilities.
The possibilities are endless.
So many.
Mm-hmm.
So many that they're endless, exactly.
Yep.
But we talked about some of them, and I think maybe there's a few good theories in there.
Yeah, I think there's a few good theories in there somewhere within the last 20 hours.
Let's hope so.
Just by the law of averages, right? I mean, Yeah, well, I continue to be baffled by this show, and
it's baffling.
Yeah, and can't wait to see what happens next. I guess we have one more part, and then we're gonna have a week break for 4th of July. So we can, part of me wants to like rewatch everything thus far in that time period and get reestablished with some of that earlier stuff. That was like the craziest stuff I've ever seen. And then the show just kept going. Geez, remember when Laura took her face off?
I do. That definitely happens.
Yeah, it seems so long ago, and like she disappears into the up. Into the upwardsness.
Something happened there. Presumably that's coming back at some point.
I mean, geez. Cooper's got to get busy being Cooper again.
He really does. He's gonna have a lot to do when he wakes up.
His to-do list will be very long. Yeah, wow, so many lingering mysteries. I wish I had the gumption to like keep track of every ongoing mystery on this show. It'd be interesting to see.
Oh man.
Somebody out there has to be doing that, right?
You would think so. There's
a list.
Some cataloging. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised because people are people who are into the show are really into it. And so that encourages that kind of activity. Let's write all this down and really get a handle on how many mysteries we're dealing with at this point.
There's a lot of mysteries. There's a lot. There's too many.
Yeah.
Andy's Rolex.
Andy's Rolex is a mystery. That one's ridiculous. I can't believe that happened. I didn't even notice in the shot, as people pointing it out, and then when it's like, oh yeah, it's pretty nice, pretty classy looking Rolex there, Andy. What are you doing?
And could it just be a simple? It's a knockoff he bought when he went on a trip to New York.
Absolutely, it could be that. Yeah. But it just calls out for an explanation.
Yeah.
Something like that, the gift thing, whatever they want to say. He bought it used. I mean, there's plenty of ways they could go, but yeah, it's just on its own. It just seems kind of like it doesn't fit.
Maybe it was a gift when he had Wally.
Right. Good point. That would be a time to give an expensive gift. Maybe it's for Ben Horn. I don't know.
Why? Any reason why?
Just because he has money.
Okay, that's enough. That's the only reason I need.
Yeah, no more to it than that. I was just trying to think of like who would drop like $4,000 on a watch to give Andy.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I don't know why Ben Horn would care to give him a watch, but just that he would have.
Yeah, did Andy do something? Did he help something? Maybe he helped Audrey. Maybe he helped her rescue and get her to the hospital.
Could be.
And maybe that was Ben's watch, and he like gave him the watch off his arm, and he's like, "Here, I want you to have this."
Ooh.
Watch out now.
That's interesting. It's not even Andy's watch. It was just given to him by someone else. And it wasn't purchased for him.
Yeah.
That's a good theory, actually.
Yeah, but it's his now. Yeah.
Oh, I guess like another theory is like, did you bring this up? I like that it was just kind of naive. Like he took it from the storage lock. Like they confiscated it or something, and he was like, "Well, I just wanted a watch. I thought I."
You mean like it was evidence in some crime?
Yeah, like the bunnies, just like he didn't really get like, he's just like, "Well, I'll just use it because no one's using it,"
I guess that's a thing. Yeah,
like a very minor corruption.
Yeah. I don't know why Andy has to leave this show corrupted in some way, but.
It feels like they like corrupting characters. I don't know. I'm feeling corruption all around on this show.
Lucy's corrupted by her lack of telephone knowledge.
Yeah, and the bunnies.
And the bunnies, yeah, geez.
And I mean Diane, Gordon Cole, Albert, you know. I mean they there's some corruption going around. You know?
Well, corrupt is another Latin word.
Possibly Audrey.
Corruptus? Corruptus. Everything's Latin, back to Latin. Right? Yeah. Corruptus Maximus.
Exactly.
All right. Well, until next time.
See you next time.
Think about that, Tammy.
Bye.